And you do need somebody on the team to be a consistent voice of that. And I can't stress this enough. There's teams you work with where everyone's responsible for security, and as we've heard, that means no one's responsible for security. And the third thing cannot be stressed enough, that somebody on your team needs to be the one who says, we need to pay for that tool, or we need to spend the time and slow down and add the security in. And not everybody should be thinking about it, right? Everyone's got different specializations, but if you don't have that person who is your security champion on the team, it's going to be a really painful situation when something were to happen. And then I think about this quote from Samsung all the time. Safe components can come together to make something unsafe. And it's a good reminder that even the best security practitioners who do their job perfectly, threat model, prepare their team, have the incident response runbooks. We're going to see a couple of examples of this in a second. You can do everything perfectly, but you have to be prepared for things that could go wrong. That's part of the job. So let's talk about what good detection looks like. Again, not meant to be exhaustive. I thought we'll get a little bit tactical here, so just 4 quick pillars of what that looks like. First of all, simulation. This term means so many different things in our industry. We've got testnet simulation, we've got mainnet simulation. I want to talk about security simulation. And security simulation is saying, this action that's about to be posted to the blockchain, what is the effect of that action? And we want to explore that from a security lens. I say that because security means who's the counterparty, what are the assets, how much value is being exchanged. And a very easy way to do this these days is using some kind of pre-transaction simulation, product, service, or even something open source like what SEAL 911 has put outside. What you're seeing here is 2 screenshots from Guardrail as an example of what we've built. This is an example of when you're about to transact something like, say, what happened in the Bybit hack. In this case, you're actually getting some results directly sent to your Slack that are giving you passive information on what's about to be signed. On the left-hand side, this is a hack transaction that your team, maybe somebody on the operations team, somebody on the finance team might actually accidentally be signing. You can see here we're calling out a lot of signals, high gas usage, it's a flash loan, things like that. So we're able to simulate transaction and push out some key context, and I think at this point, this is pretty bread and butter for what teams should be doing. And as anybody who's been on the other end of this, if you can prevent anything like this before assets are moved and funds are transferred, it's night and day difference. So wherever you can, bring in the prevention, bring in some kind of simulation across the whole stack. And again, there are many platforms out there. You should not be relying on one, just manual, open source, and also prepackaged platforms. So definitely worth adding to your detection stack. The second is multi-threshold alerting. And I know the term alerting, nobody loves an alert, but think about the context of something were to go wrong, and every time we see some kind of postmortem, the very first timestamp, every single person remembers that because that's the first indicator of something were to go wrong. And you don't always need like a critical incident, but what's really helpful we have seen is when something like the Stream Finance hack is happening, or in this case, the big one, Exchange, there's a couple of medium alerts that can give you an early indicator that a critical is about to come up. And that crucial time, and getting the first indication that something's about to go wrong, is actually really, really helpful from what we've seen in practice with teams. So this is just one example. In the big one hack that happened, I want to say July this year, there was more than 15 different assets stolen over multiple chains. They actually had cascading alerting policies, so they were able to get early heads up. But here's some examples of, not just looking at a volume transfer, but looking at behavior changes and being able to set up different thresholds for alerting can actually be, again, a really big difference when it comes to detection for your team. The next thing, I call this correlation, metadata investigation. You can think of it as context, right? So let's say an alert comes in, and you have like the most perfect alerts that you can possibly set up with different thresholds, and you've done the simulation. I would say this is where, when something happens, it's helpful to know who are the other dependencies, upstream or downstream, that your protocol depends on. And this is really, really important. As we've seen, PenPy was hacked, but it was on top of Pendle, which was completely secure. We saw Griffin AI was hacked, which was on top of Layer 0, which was completely secure. Then we saw this Labubu fake ERC20 hack, which happened on top of Alex. All really sizable TVL lost in these hacks, but all where the underlying protocol was completely secure, but somebody used a rogue integration or a rogue entry point into a contract. Think about if you were in this situation. I think being able to understand what those different entry points are, having that context ready to go to be able to investigate upstream dependencies, downstream dependencies is crucial. And for us, we see this every single week where we're able to find teams with different kinds of Oracle issues, different kinds of dependency issues, where they're not getting hacked every week, but they are saving hundreds of thousands of dollars every week with the kinds of insights that we're able to find, both with upstream issues and downstream dependencies that could be the trigger of some kind of hack. So that's the third piece. And then lastly, I say coordination. And we're going to get into action in a second here. But I would say when these incidents are happening, there's a very natural tendency where the whole team, ears are perked up, and every minute matters. And again, being the security person in the war room here, it's helpful to be prepared with the who, what, why of what's happening, right? Every single person's going to want to know who's the counterparty, what's the risk, how much, which assets are affected, and then even having a clear chain of command. I would say this takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours one time, and then maybe like about an hour every month just to keep things refreshed. But this can save you a world of pain if you do find yourself in some kind of live war room incident. I think I've seen teams hope they're not in this position, but have to decide when to send an on-chain message, when to engage a third-party incident responder, which agreements to sign, whether it's information disclosure. And again, a lot of these things can be determined proactively ahead of time, hopefully never to be used and refreshed passively. However, if an incident were to happen, you're spending 30 minutes going back and forth with legal and information sharing agreements, which again could all be avoided if you do end up in a tricky situation like we're describing here. And then lastly, I think in our space, everything's really, really decentralized, which is amazing, but think about an incident discovery. So routinely, Guardrail ends up being a point of contact for teams that are finding issues, vulnerabilities that they want to get exposed to a protocol. So if you're a protocol, think about how when those motivated folks are finding out issues in your protocol, is there a good avenue for them to reach you, right? Whether it's through Seal, that's great. Whether it's through your security docs or your Twitter. But do think about how, as you're growing and as people are starting to use your protocol and growing TVL, is there a good way that they can reach out to you? Awesome. So let's just say you've got those 4 pillars of detection in place, right? We have simulation, alerting, correlation, and coordination. This gives you a lot of preparation. When we're actually talking about being in this war room incident, right? When we're actually being able to respond on time, here's some of the things that we've seen that's been helpful. First of all, being able to coordinate off-chain actions and letting the team know what to expect. So when a crisis situation happens, we want to avoid the thing where everyone's saying, what do we do, what do we do? When they see the right Slack message come in, they understand, okay, there's a security incident that's going on. XYZ is the incident lead. Person B is the one who's doing the investigation. So I think setting the expectations across the team of if something were to go wrong, here's what to expect. Having lots of flexibility in there for when things do go wrong, and I think we're going to hear from some of the speakers on this after me. And then I would say, again, using simulation again, where you do have it available to help you investigate really what's happening in those transactions. Being able to assign roles, like we were just mentioning here, and then also having some pre-drafted messages that either say, we know something's happening, we're working on it, or something has happened and our team is investigating it with XYZ. But again, when the situation is happening, you really don't want to be able to necessarily use AI tools to draft a message like this, because it will be the legacy, it'll be in the postmortem after the fact. So it's really important, I would say, to think about it with a clear mind ahead of time on the off-chain side. And then on the on-chain side, go through each contract you have, each asset, and each user you have at the company, and understand what actions you can take place. We do see teams regularly that think that they have some kind of pausing functionality, and then they realize certain contracts have it and some don't. Very difficult realization when something is already happening to figure out what you can do in that situation. So I would say ahead of time, know which tokens you can revoke, which tokens you won't revoke, who's going to be doing that revocation action on chain. Sometimes this has to go through a time lock, sometimes this has to go through a governance, whatnot. So be aware of what you can revoke, what you can pause, which protocol parameters are available to change, which ones are absolutely no man's territory, no one can change them. And again, be prepared for those on-chain actions. And then lastly, this is a big one, which I think wasn't as big of a factor 2 years ago, but as of today, virtually every team we work with is multi-chain. We're talking, they have assets on different chains, they have contracts on different chains, and cannot stress this enough, different chains might have different security availability and options. Some chains are extremely accessible, some chains are a lot harder to work with in the case of an incident. So just understand which environment you're operating in, right? And that can affect what kind of controls that you can implement. And again, could make the difference between a couple of million versus hundreds of millions at stake. So just to wrap it up here, so I'm not talking ad nauseum, and hopefully you guys got some tactical tips out of this on if you do end up in a war room, who are you going to be in the war room with, and what tactics to employ. Here's just putting it all together, a 10 checklist example. If you want to click a picture, you want to reference this later, feel free to look at this 10 checkmark checklist to say. And with that, I will. Once everyone's done taking a picture, wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for an engaging first session of the day.
Wow. Thank you very much, Sam. I think I have a question for you.
Yes.
How do you handle cases of false positives, right? How do you make sure that you don't alert the teams over many different things, right? Because whenever there's alert, there's obviously going to be some sort of incident response. So how do you calibrate not over monitoring, but also not missing any of the true positives?
Absolutely. So the two things that we to take advantage of for this are, one is the multi-threshold alerting, like I was mentioning. The way a medium should be treated is very different from the way a critical should be treated. And I think that's the first thing, is understanding which conditions are considered medium and who's investigating those versus a critical. If you're in the middle of investigating a medium and a critical happens, it's very much a drop everything and jump in. So I think understanding the level of deviation, the level of, let's say if it's some kind of token depegging or it's some kind of a large fund movement, what thresholds to consider is one thing. And the second thing is automating as much of that core indicators of investigation as you can ahead of time. So at Guardrail, we have a way to actually define a runbook that can be triggered when an incident goes off. And that way, when the human is taking a look at it, they've already gotten some insights and stats on what they would first do. So that saves you a good 30 to 50 seconds of investigating something. A good example of this is very often when an incident happens, you want to know who's the caller and how much history does that caller have, right? Where were they funded from? How much assets do they have? And that's something that we just pre-populate and send directly with a runbook when an alert goes off. And that you can think of that as saving you a good amount of time and giving you a first triage. And then of course, from there you can use whichever workflow you want. We have teams doing all kinds of different things. But that can save you some time, and then also make sure you don't miss anything. The key being, if anything's a critical, that gets the PagerDuty, the highest severity, and gets addressed with as much attention as possible.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Sam. A round of applause for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome to the stage our next speaker, Vlad, a security auditor at Consensus Diligence. He's been securing DeFi since 2017, looking at war rooms from developer and auditor's perspective. Please welcome Vlad. Thank you very much.
Hey. Actually excited how much people actually turned up. Thank you very much. I'm Vlad Yarashuk. I'm security auditor at Consensus Diligence. Basically, I do audits. I do different ZK-related stuff. And also, I do different blog posts. I have a Telegram channel about Web3 security. And today's topic would be incident response. So I have, I would say, quite unique experience in terms of, firstly, I was a Solidity developer who been on the side of being exploited. And not one time, but actually 2 times. But I wouldn't say this wasn't my mistake at this point. This was wrong management of the smart contracts. But overall, it's not the topic. Today, the topic would be how actually it looks from the protocol side of you when you get exploited. And that's quite funny, I think so, because if the protocol is getting exploited, usually the first people who notice it would be the end user. Why? Because the end user have tokens inside the protocol. So if the token is going to 0, you probably want to ask the protocol why it's going on, what's going on. And that's kind of an example what usually happens. And the person who will get a notification in that case would be basically chat Telegram support group, not the person who should be receiving a notification. The second case would be it would be just a pack shield alert or somebody who will be kind of saying, hey guys, you're being exploited, you might have a look. And also on this side, there would be a marketing person looking at it. And in these both cases, not anyone from the protocol team would actually have a look. And I think this is mainly the reason why the protocols are not managing the exploits in a very fast way. So it takes lots of time for the protocol to get a mitigation. And yeah, obviously the third point would be monitoring tool alert. It's not really hard to do it anymore, but unfortunately it's not really widespread. So as we know, let's see the hypothetical scenario. The team is already notified, right? And what we can do next. So most probably, there would be a management call. Management will notify, like, look at it, and then they will see that they will give a task to the developer team. Let's figure it out. The situation is very stressful. They need some extra data to basically understand what's going on. And in the meantime, they will jump on call and start basically preparing to get mitigation. Third step would be when the devs, after some time, actually understands what is the reason, what is the root cause of the exploit, and can have some extra output to the management team. And the fourth step, it's usually not the last one, but in my case, would be contracts get paused. But usually the protocol can have different problems. Like it could be not stoppable. There is no post modification, or the storage is already broken. So it's not really always helps the protocol. And as you can see, there's lots of steps. And the thing is that people usually makes mistakes during having a lot of steps, doing lots of steps under the stress. So you can see there is a QR code, and this is one of the basically articles I did about PenPy exploit. I liked in this case study that it shows a lot how people can make a mistake, and it would be quite silly one, and it will cost really a lot. So the exploit started at 6:23. It was just PenPy protocol on Ethereum. And at 6:45, 22 minutes later, Pandal, not PenPy, but basically different protocols, paused their contracts because they could, because they were also losing money because of the exploit. 51 minutes later, after the first exploit, attacker stole additional $600,000 from the Auditorium chain. Why? Because Pandal haven't actually thought about this case, and PenPy is still not responding. And only 56 minutes later, Pandal fully paused its Auditorium platform, and 75 minutes later, PenPy paused its protocol. So as you see from the previous slide, there are lots of steps usually. I would say that having 20-minute time response is pretty good based on the current, I would say, standards or situations, but still. So people tend to make mistakes, and in this case, there was more than $500,000 lost, and we need to have some plan before the exploit, right? we need to have some monitoring tool. We need to fire alerts or something. So the topic of this call, the topic of the speech would be basically to find out why we need to prepare for the war room. First one would be, what do you want to see in the war room? You want to see right people there. There would be people who can interpret the data. There shouldn't be some people. You probably don't want to see their marketing team or like Telegram chat support group. You want to see all the accurate information. This also, especially from my experience, is not happening all the time. If the protocol have current deployment, for example, like V2, they have, for example, in the best scenario, a list of the all smart contracts for this V2 contract. But usually, if the exploits happens, it can affect all the versions. So are you sure you know all of the deployments on like V1, V2, on like 20 chains? Probably not. So you need to have accurate information, straightforward visuals. It's more about the simulation, like different tracing tools, like Tenderly, or so on. Clear communication. You need to set up a place where you can have a call with your team. So basically, it's the best approach to have a call, not this Telegram group. Skill meeting leader. There should be a person who would be managing all of the response, I would say. And sense of urgency. It's very important to make it as fast as possible. Because if you do it fast, you can minimize the risk or basically even stop it. How the war room actually starts. So runs. You should design the invariants first of your protocol, right? After that, you assemble runbooks for common cases. For example, if my protocol have upgradability pattern, I can get compromised from the deployment address, right? So then I need to prepare for that. So if you have, for example, a breach, there likely you will have some like mint problem, burning problem, or something. So the idea is to basically find the invariants and prepare for it for each case. Document the list who owns the roles. Document what addresses you're actually using in the protocol. What are your current deployments. Decides who will be on which side, so who would be on the war room. Set up monitoring for on-chain metrics and off-chain surfaces. Also, not really hard one. You can just have a check on the back end who will be monitoring the balance difference with every transaction in your protocol, with every block. And incident flow is quite straightforward. You classify incident and document what you know. Pull the right people into the war room and assign roles. Use monitoring, transactions, traces to gather data. Then pick action from the pre-approved list to make it as fast as possible. Tell users and other protocols what's happening, because usually, as for example from the previous case, not only you getting wrecked, most probably there would be another protocol who is also suffering. And keep updating log, because in the end there would be a finished postmortem for you. How can you prepare? I think that currently there was a lot of different cases which I really liked. Post functionality is basically the most basic one, but emergency implementation is something that I really like. For example, you have upgradable protocol, and if you see that something is going on and you don't want to have your story changed anymore, you just basically upgrade your protocol to the dummy implementation with no bytecode, and every transaction which will be going on after that, there would be no difference. Yes, of course, if you have DAO, if you don't have, if it's not possible for you to deploy it like that, it will not work, but in some cases, that's great. Contracts list, that's what I already told. You need to basically have to remember who is actually integrating you, who is working with you, and volume limits. Also, quite popular one. For example, in the Ronin bridge incident, there was an exploit of around 4,000 Ether, $12 million. And it was stopped by just a cap on the smart contracts. There was roughly $72 million stayed on the contract. The root cause, I would say, was quite not like really complex, but also the very basic step of having a cap prevented losing about $90 million. So if it would be $90 million, I would say probably Ronin would never survive after this exploit. But now it's just a bad day for your protocol. Assigning roles in your own war room. So this is overall how the war room structure should look like. You need several people who will be in charge. You need operations who will be initiating the war room, who will be like monitoring the chain, who will be basically saying, hey guys, we need basically to be on the war room right now because something bad is going on. You need a person who will be keeping the timeline and this decision logs. You need a strategy lead who will be deciding what action would you do next. You need a protocol lead who will know all of the protocol, who will basically be able to understand why the protocol is hacked. Web infrastructure lead. It's in Web3 not really common, but also sometimes the exploit could be mitigated from the front end. For example, you can stop the users from continuing to interact with the protocol by blocking the web. And external communicator, so I would say a person who will be able to reach all of the people in different Telegram groups, your integrators, and so on. Also important to note that maybe when the exploits happens all the time, you see some very interesting messages on the Etherscan about I want a bug bounty, I'm like a white hat, or like if it's Kyberswap exploiter, you will think about they will tell you a lot, but in the most cases, I would say negotiation is not your tool in this case, and every negotiation that you will start will basically spend your time first. And in the protocols, overall in the security, I think that, sorry, lost a little bit. So about negotiation, I would say if you want to actually negotiate, in 99% you will not gain something good from it. And if you actually will decide to do that, probably you have to involve legals before you do that. FAC security layers to the protocol, there would be probably first of them that you're not vibe coding the smart contract, you're just developing smart contract. Then you have internal review, security review, you have a bug bounty setup, and then if there is all of these steps of security layers are not protecting you from the exploit, there is a very last one, seal safe harbor. This is not very popular for some reason, but it's quite new also. You can have a legal framework for white hat, which is a smart contract, predefined set of rules. You can sign it on the smart contract level. So if the exploiter at some reason will actually decide whether they want to proceed with the returning funds, I guess this is the best case for the protocol, to try seal safe harbor. And final summary. I think it's almost impossible to basically have zero incidents in your protocol. But at the same time, you can easily minimize it. First of all, you can always contact us, and we can help you with doing the security audit. And because of that, most likely you will have not a crazy exploit, and hopefully no exploit at all. I think that a must-have is to have a monitoring tool. With all the modern tools, it's not hard to do that. Then you have to implement a checklist and threat model. Just sit down and think about what attack vectors your protocol could have. And based on these attack vectors, think about how can I protect it? What would be my action in this case? And third, basically assign the roles. If you would have an exploit, you don't want people just screaming on each other. You want people that everything should be planned. That's how I see it. So by doing these steps, you will have not 50, 60, 80-minute response. In the best case, you will have a response time of hopefully like 15 minutes, which will save you lots of money. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vlad. As a follow-up question to the presentation you just had, we have obviously developers, we have product managers. Would you recommend doing dry runs on test nets for the war room incidents? And if so, how often?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Do you need to have a dry run? Yeah, I think it's a good idea to try them, but at the same time, honestly, just from my experience, I haven't heard that protocol doing it a lot. So that's something that which is interesting to me. And I think the reason for that is just obviously that the protocol, I think that I have described all the cases, how you can protect from it. I don't really understand what would be the dry run. So for example, you can connect seal in advance? Yes, I guess so. But at the same time, you can just prepare it on the chain. So I don't think it's really important to have basically to protect yourself on the testnet or something. Just having a plan most obviously would be the best case. If it's not a plan, but an execution of scripts, it's very hard to know what would be the exact exploit. So I not think that in most cases it would be relevant for the protocol.
Okay, thank you very much. A wonderful presentation. A round of applause for Vlad.
Thank you.
Perfect. Our next presenter is Juani, smart contract lead at Balancer, building AMMs and for over 3 years. He's the first point of contact for any sort of bug bounty, white hat hacks, and incident response. Please welcome Juani to the stage.
Hello, everyone. All right. First of all, thanks DSS for having me, and thanks everyone for showing up. Well, this is the title of my presentation. As you can see, it's a bit patchy, and that's because of the recent events that have happened at Balancer. This talk was initially about a previous exploit that we had on 2023, but I've adapted it to also address what happened very recently. So first of all, you might be wondering, what is this guy even gonna say after this huge exploit? First of all, I need to say that we are very sorry about what happened, and we are doing a lot of effort to get back on our feet. And besides that, I'm showing up here because I do feel that I have to say something that you might find valuable, and it could help your protocol to respond to these kinds of issues. So what we will cover, first, I will stick to my original script about the B2 boosted pool exploit in 2023. And then I will also address what happened very recently. So after this talk, the key takeaways that I want to take for you to take home is, first, why you should have a bug bounty program, these two exploits show very different scenarios where in the first one we could react because we did have a white hat report, and the second one we didn't, and you will see that the stark differences between the two of them. The second one is to reflect a bit the trade-offs, about the trade-offs in smart contract design, and what happens when your contracts are completely immutable, when you have or you don't have posting functions, and what are the trade-offs between the two of them. Yeah, we will dig a bit more into that along the talk. But yeah, there's essentially a trade-off that I want to discuss with you. And then finally, the main question here is how to improve resilience moving forward in each of these cases. So first of all, like a very quick brief of how Balancer V2 works. Essentially, in Balancer V2, we had like a vault pool architecture where the vault holds all the funds and performs like very basic functions as transferring the funds, protocol fees, and so on and so forth. And then you have the pools which implement pricing logic. For the pricing logic, you had like different pool types. So you could have like weighted pool for uncorrelated assets, or stable pool for correlated assets, and so on and so forth. And this is essentially the architecture that was present in V2, also V3. So it's a pretty common pattern also these days. So what did the V2 stack look like? The core contracts were all immutable and non-custodial. So both the vault and the pools were immutable. There was no upgrade mechanism. Post mechanism was not available by design in V2. We didn't. I mean, we included a post window that was very short on purpose because maybe as you also value like the properties of contracts being immutable and reduce governance, and that's the design trade-off that we chose back then. And then, well, we also, of course, had audited both the vaults and the pools and a bug bounty program with up to $1 million per critical report. So this is what the V2 stack looked like. And we will take a look a bit of what happened next. So the first exploit was more about linear pools and boosted pools. Essentially, linear pools were pools where you could trade tokens one-to-one, and where you could, after a rate is applied, you could trade between underlying tokens and wrap tokens, for example, representing a position in a lending protocol. So I don't want to get into all of this complexity that much, but essentially what these pools allowed was for LPs to get fees from traders, but also yield fees from their deposits being in a lending protocol such as Aave. So what happened here? One Friday night, I got an Immunify report. There's the pseudonym of the reporter, Goric Shannon, and that was via Immunify. It was a Friday afternoon. So it was first marked as a high severity issue, but the report was not very clear. Essentially, it had some steps to reproduce what was going on, but it wasn't clear like how big the impact was, whether this was really like an artifact of how the POC was written, or if it was a real issue. So essentially, we couldn't confirm at the very first second whether things were really wrong or not. So one thing that Immunify gives you is not only a pseudonym, but also like the ranking of the white hat. And in this case, it was a top 101 white hat, and it was also one that had already reported a valid high severity issue for Balancer. So we knew that this was serious. This is a very important hint that Immunify reports give you. And essentially, first tip is that if you get an Immunify report from a top 100 white hat, you should address it immediately because it's probably very serious. So since we couldn't confirm the validity of the issue, I asked for more information, and I kept investigating on my side. A few hours later, the white hat came back with a different proof of concept that showed very clearly that you could extract, let's say, $1 million from one of the pools in one single transaction. So that was already pretty bad. And here I want to do a stop because this part is very important. Like if you are an Immunify security researcher or if you are handling these kinds of reports, this should be enough proof for you to like fire all your alarms and start dealing with it immediately. Like you don't need a proof of concept that drains all your pools in one transaction or doesn't need to be like super efficient. But what is important is that if you get something like this where you can clearly see steps that drain at least a pool partially, then that's very bad. Because essentially then the attack can be repeated several times, and that means that all the TVL that is deposited in those kinds of pools is potentially at risk. So then the next step is actually assessing, okay, how bad is this really? What kind of pools are affected, and what's the TVL? We started that like right away. It was late, so yeah, we started essentially at first hour next day. And we started asking for more information to the data team and to the rest of the team. And here one very important part is to keep everything like strictly need to know. Not all the rest of the team needs to know the exact steps of the exploit. They just need to know, okay, there's something wrong. And maybe you can give them directives such as, okay, I need to know the TVL deposited in these kinds of pools and things like that, but without giving any extra information. You should only involve people who are really technical at first, and once you get the understanding of what's going on and what kinds of contracts are affected, then you can ask information from the rest of the team, and again, always keeping everything very strictly need to know. After a data pass, we confirmed that $240 million was a TVL at risk that was deposited back then in those pools. We didn't have any mitigation mechanism available because we didn't have the post window, the contracts were immutable. In some cases, you could change the swap fee, but that wasn't effective to prevent this problem. So essentially, we were very short of options. And here's where I wanted to reflect about the trade-off that we chose. I mean, yeah, immutable contracts are great. Like, yeah, if the audits go well and everything goes well, it's fine. Like, you don't have like upgradability issues where you might introduce an error after it's deployed. But then, if you end up in this situation, you're left up with very few options. After involving like a bit of more team members, we realized that actually one of the tokens that was used throughout many of the high-value pools was actually upgradable. So our contracts were not upgradable, but some of the tokens that were deposited in those pools were upgradable. And in fact, those represented like 80% of the TVL at risk, which was huge. So what could we do then? We had to upgrade those tokens, but we didn't have access to them. So another important thing, and I want to leave from here, is that we got this report on like August 11, but we didn't need to like announce that immediately because the bug had been live for 2 years. So like the chances of it being exploited the next day, I mean, assuming that the issue was not leaked, were relatively small. So we had time to react and try to mitigate it as much as possible. So in this case, we had to get some help, in particular from Aave, that they very kindly helped us get essentially a vote passed to be able to upgrade the tokens. And essentially what we needed to do was just break one of the functions that was in the swap path, and that essentially prevented the exploit completely. We took like about a week in doing all of that because, yeah, Aave needed to pass a vote, we needed to get all the permissions to do that, and there were some time locks in the middle. But in the end, it worked. We could do all the upgrade without drawing too much attention from bad actors. And yeah, essentially that meant that the moment we upgraded the contracts, 80% of the original TVL at risk was now safe. People couldn't swap through the pools, but that didn't matter because the point here was, okay, all that value is now safe and cannot be exploited. After we did the upgrade, we went for the public announcement. We had already saved like 80% of the value. So now, since we couldn't post the remaining pools or we couldn't upgrade the remaining tokens, it was time to tell the people to essentially get out. Here, another important point is that you should give us the least amount of information possible. Like in this case, it was, okay, there's this list of pools, get out, there's a problem, and nothing else. And essentially try to amplify that message as much as possible, try to reach out partners that are known LPs, and try to expedite that exit process as much as possible. So that was a Tuesday. We were pretty happy with the results. I will show some numbers in the next slide. But the problem was that on Sunday, the remaining value was exploited. In this case, they didn't use the same exploit that was reported by, via the white hat in Immunify, but another attack vector that had some similarities but was slightly different. So we had to understand it afterwards. So even though this might look like a loss, well, of course, then we did the deprecation of these types of pools, the postmortem, etc. So while this might look like a loss, in summary, like we had 240 million TVL at risk. 80% was mitigated the moment we upgraded the contracts. There were the people withdrew very fast after a disclosure, particularly because we reached out big LPs directly. And 5 days after a disclosure, Black Hats still figured it out, even they had like very little information about the exploit itself. If you want to see it like in charts, like this was the total TVL of the pool, of the vault at the moment of when we got the report. The yellow part represents the value at risk, and the orange part represents the value at risk after the migration. And from that part, all the green part was withdrawn in the first few days, and only the red bit was the exploited part. So we can say, like, even though some funds were exploited, like the damage that was done was much smaller than what could have been. So what can we learn from this? So if you have an Immunify bug bounty platform or any bug bounty platform in general, and you get reports through there, even if they are critical and your options are limited, you can always try to find something to do. And that will help you a lot. That will give you time to react, time to prepare, and that is very valuable. In this case, the rounding error had been live for about 2 years. We didn't have a standard response because the contracts were immutable, but thinking outside the box, we could find something that was worth doing. And in fact, it prevented like a lot of damage. Another thing is that it's very important to have partners and auditors at arm's reach. Like essentially, we should be able to reach out to big LPs as soon as possible. Also reach out to auditors so that they can jump in and verify that what you are doing makes sense. In our case, we had auditors review the upgrade that we were doing, and they validated that what we were doing made sense. Another very important thing is that Black Hats will figure this out. Like if you just say there's a problem in these kinds of pools, even if you don't mention the type of pool explicitly, they will just figure it out from the pool list. Like if they draw your attention there, yeah, take it for granted that those will be exploited. So some tips from this experience: keep the bug bounty well funded and updated. Address always the reports very fast, especially if they come from top-level white hats. There's a lot of spam these days, but if it comes from a top 100 white hat, it's probably something very serious. Another concern that is very important is that whenever you get this report, keep everything like very strictly need to know. You don't need to involve the whole team, and you don't need to tell the whole team everything about it. So keep the details like very tight in these cases. Again, do not discard any course of action, like think outside the box if you don't have like standard measures to apply, and also involve SEAL and the security community early on. So one reflection is that how did we improve V3 design based on this experience? So essentially we took all the causes of the exploit, which is essentially, okay, the pool had a rounding issue. In V2, you could put the pool in artificially low liquidity levels, and you could swap very small amounts, which in principle is like, yeah, the latter two things is like, yeah, why wouldn't you be able to swap like small amounts? And in V3 we said like, okay, that's not a valid use case. If someone is trying to swap just a few way at the vault, that's probably an exploit. So let's just iron it out. We paid much more attention on the rounding, and yeah, essentially we also enforce minimum liquidity requirements at the base layer. So bottom line, just restrict unnecessary freedom for the callers, and this is something that we will keep reviewing in V3 and keep reassessing our security model. So now it's like, after the first exploit, I want to address the elephant in the room, which is the second exploit that we had very recently. This one was much worse in terms of damage. It was above 100 million exploits. Some of that was recovered, some of that was paused, and some of that was given back by some white hats. But essentially, very quickly, why didn't we deprecate V2 pools after the first exploit? So here the answer is that we had no reason to believe that other pool types were affected back in the day. People might see just the audits, but the truth is that these pools also got a lot of attention via the bug bounty program throughout all these years, including many top-level white hats. So there's a bit of this Lindy effect where after a protocol is live for many years, yeah, you kind of take it for granted to some degree that it has to be safe. That wasn't the case, so this is clearly a lesson for all of us in this industry. Why didn't you disclose earlier, like last time? Well, in this case, we didn't have an Immunify report. I just woke up one day and the attack was already done. So there was nothing to disclose in our case. It's not that we knew in advance. And why didn't you post the pools? We did post some pools. We had monitoring, but only some of them could be posted by design. The others, the post window had already expired, so they were immutable. There was nothing to do on that front. So more lessons learned. The fact that a protocol is a long time live and in production doesn't mean that it's 100% free of bugs. That's a very unfortunate lesson from all of this, but we have to face the reality, and that's the case. The bug bounty efficiency, in our case, it was 1 million per critical. There's some arguments in crypto Twitter whether that's enough or not, but in any case, there's no such thing as 100% bug bounty efficiency, no matter what the value of the rewards are. And then lastly, that I think is also worth focusing on a last barrier of defense in case all of the others fail. Monitoring and post, it's a trade-off. Again, you can choose whether to make your protocol completely unstoppable or not, but just know that in these cases, it's very useful to have monitoring and something that you can effectively post. Then something interesting that also happened is that there are front runners that are able to figure it out on the fly, essentially look at some transaction in one chain and maybe copy the same attack on another chain, changing some values, and actually rescuing funds. So I find that just crazy. In our case, well, we had some white hats that did that and returned the funds. One of them is bit finding. Super interesting stuff that they are doing. The rest didn't want to appear here, but that is something that exists, and it's good to have contact with them. And then, well, again, partners that can take centralized action. So in some cases, they froze the funds, such as Monerium, Stakewise. After the attack is consumed, being able to freeze the funds eventually becomes important. Moving forward, we will reassess our security assumptions. I think even if the code is immutable, we should review our security assumptions from time to time, and that's what we are going to do even with V3. Again, there's nothing that we know that is currently broken, but still, we will just not take that for granted. Keep the channels open with your auditors, prepare layers of defense, and inform the users the best you can regarding the risks of LPing in your protocol. So, I'm running out of time, but I'll be around for questions if someone has one. Thank you.
Hey, Juan, do you have 1 moment?
Thank you very much, Juani, for a wonderful presentation.
Could I ask you a quick question? Do you have time?
We don't have time for that right now, but we can do questions. You can ask him privately or in the end. Wonderful. Our next speaker is Katie, DAO Operation Lead at Lido DAO, build processes for technical teams and helps them launch every project, every release at Lido. Please welcome Katie. Thank you very much.
Hi, folks. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Kate. I'm a Lido DAO contributor. And now I want to tell you how we ship releases at Lido. So this is a quick note about what is Lido. Has anybody used Lido here? Okay, Lido, thank you. Lido is a major liquid staking protocol. It is running on Ethereum. You can think of it as a middleware or now almost staking infrastructure that connects users with ETH and node operators. And it is governed by DAO, which means that on-chain code and off-chain policies are controlled by token holders. By the way, if you are curious about how we are moving from the middleware to the staking infrastructure, I highly recommend you watching yesterday's talk by Yuri. He talked about how we are releasing Lido v3. So, what is LIDA? LIDA is a liquid staking protocol. You stake either you get STEs, liquid staking token. You can use it around DeFi, and your stake is delegated to node operators based in class. They are currently operating within 3 modules: curated model with professional node operators, a module using distributed validator technology, and a community staking module. And by the way, why are we doing it? Why are we upgrading the protocol? Because we are, firstly, constantly experimenting with it, and secondly, we are working in an evolving infrastructure, evolving ecosystem. But to make any upgrade for the protocol, you need to run voting. It is placed on Aragon framework, so we use contracts to vote, not just a multisig or something like that. And you need LDO holders to vote to get your upgrades on the protocol. Who's in charge here? You can ask. It's LDO, our governance token. It's not financial advice, though. So if even you are a contributor to the DAO, you can just do stuff with the protocol. You need a DAO approval for that. The governance process, the governance process deserves its own full talk. Or you can just grab me after. I love talking about DAO mechanics, but in simple words, somebody proposes something on some of the frameworks we use for governance. LDO token holders vote, voila, a decision is made. Looks easy, but it is not so. To prepare an upgrade, whether it's a tiny tweak or a full-blown overhaul, you need time, brain power, and a fair bit of luck. On average, the whole journey takes around 8-9 months, from my perspective. But, for example, we had one release that lasted for 3 years. Here's the preliminary timeline of it. And we don't have only one release. We have several of them in parallel. Not to make a crazy impression, I think that it might be better if we don't zoom in. So this is how it looks. This is a bird's eye view of how LIDA releases look like in practice. How do we cope with it? LIDA Tech is not a monolithic team. It's a bunch of technical teams that contribute to protocol all at once. They have their own tech leads, their own roadmaps, their own rituals even. And some of the teams work on the staking part and staking module or staking vault. Some of them develop modules for node operators. Some of them working on the off-chain infra or governance tool or interfaces all at once simultaneously, which is cool, but it's also hard to coordinate all the teams. But this decentralization of efforts help us to develop upgrades in parallel. So, to sum up, LIDA's upgrades are regular. We have multiple releases in parallel and ship almost every 2 months, I'd say, speaking of major releases. They are built by different contributor teams. They are, of course, overlapping in time, while one team is wrapping up design, other could kick off testing or audits. They are very complex. Each has a unique way of surprising you, believe me. They are very different in their scope, in their domain, and their size, and they must be approved by token holders. And this is last but not least. So how it feels? It means that some strangers on the internet have to decide on your proposed upgrade. Do the voters have time to go line by line through your smart contracts code? Do they test it? No, they wish they could, but usually they don't have time for that. And they believe us, LIDA contributors, to bring them something solid, something baked, something we believed in. And this is the moment when the true responsibility leaves, when you come to them, show everything, and say, this is ready. Check. So, to ship upgrades without chaos in a DAO-governed protocol, you really only need 3 things. First, keep the standards bar very, very high. Minimize risks and prioritize security. The minimum acceptable code quality at LiDAR is perfect. The second one, flexibility. So you need to build and keep the processes very adaptable for the teams. Contributors should be supported by the processes. They must not slow them down. And third, transparency. We need to communicate with token holders clearly in a user-friendly way and provide them enough proofs. Looks easy. So what we did, we built a robust release process. Yeah, it's very, very huge, so I think that it's even not the end. And now it is not just deploy and pray. We still pray, but now we have a structured process for that with checkpoints, timelines, and governance steps inside. We, of course, didn't make it in a vacuum. We gathered all experience, the real stories, the ugly surprises, the last-minute blockers, my favorite, and wrote everything down. So every step that might happen in your process. And every time at the very early stage of the release, we sit down with the technical or product owner of the release and adapt the process. So we just select the items that we need, and we reorder the whole process. And what does it mean? It doesn't remove the risk, but it gives you grip, and the goal is only one, not to miss things, and give the DAO confidence that the release is ready. Yeah, so the checklist has 7 stages, from we have an idea to everything is done, alerts are green, vote is launched. Where is my tequila? So it has 7 stages: concept drafting, implementation, review, deployment, voting, and take off. I think that a lot of people here know how to make technical releases, so I don't want to stop on every of them. I will just highlight the things that I find interesting. So let's go. The first stage is inception. Concept. It is the earliest phase where ideas are born. The teams describe business landscape. They define the problem space, highlight potential solutions. It helps us explain what we are trying to solve at the end of the day. Another artifact is white paper, or ADR. It's an architectural decision record. It describes high-level technical design and highlights the trade-offs and explains why the chosen approach is superior to other alternatives. So, and the next stage is drafting. Here we go deeper, and here's one thing that we learned. If you have time to think before you code, that's already great. But if you have someone who will challenge and review everything that you designed, that's even better. So it's a stage of a lot of writing and reviewing. Technical leads, internal reviewers start to challenge the chosen approach. Technical spec, what's the difference, you can ask? Technical spec, it's a more technical document. It's aimed at technical contributors and auditors. And LIP is aimed at the broadest audience, voters, delegates, non-technical contributors, or other guys who just want to look through the solution and understand what is coming. All the LIPs, they are held at LiDAR Docs, so you can check it out and look through the whole history of upgrades at LiDAR. And speaking of internal reviewers, we have Prosecco. It's Protocol Security Committee. These are senior devs who have been with the protocol from the early days. So they check every release. First on the design stage, they challenge the spec. And at the final review, they look through all artifacts they want, so the code, the deploy plan, the voting scripts, so it's a very huge stage. They put their judgment, their reputation behind every release. Do you remember this 3-year-long release? Here, these first 2 stages, concept and drafting, took very long time. And it was, I didn't say, it was the dual governance release, actually. And the dual governance has intentionally sophisticated architecture. Otherwise, you could actually replace it with a small security console deciding everything, but that's just not the path we wanted. What is dual governance? You remember that LIDA is a DAO. It means that LDO holders make decisions, but actually STETH users put their funds into the protocol. That creates a potential conflict that governance decisions might favor LDO holders over stakers. And dual governance provides foot voting mechanisms that lets STETH holders firstly, delay in case, for example, if some bad proposal occurs, dual governance allows STU holders to delay its execution and exit the protocol, and moreover, they can block the whole governance. It's called rage quit mechanism, and actually designing this mechanism took so long. It was so sophisticated and long. The next stage is implementation itself. We used to think about that we are done when the smart contracts code is done, but now we don't think so. You see that it is only the first item. There is a lot of things at the list. For example, tests. We use different types of them. As for dual governance, it went way beyond the unit scenario and integration test. There was formal verification to ensure that the system behaves exactly as it was designed. Voting script and tests are also prepared here. Another interesting things that we are using now, for major releases, we put all voting items into the smart contract and deploy it on mainnet. And we ask our auditors to check it. So it makes us sure that the voting itself also doesn't have issues. Review. After this is the most nerve-wracking part. It feels like a ping-pong game, but you're the ball. So a lot of audits are made here. LIDA has spent over 5 million on audits, and this is not because we like spending money, but because when you're shipping to a protocol which secures billions, you audit, and then you audit again. And honestly, our audit partners help us a lot during the dual governance release. Special shout out to Certora team and especially to Tomer Ganner. They helped to spot several issues long before the launch, so it helped to secure the system a lot. All the audit reports also held at LIDA Docs, so it's 78 reports for now. You can check all the issues that were found, all the reports, and also look through the whole history. Deployment. When you got green lights on everything, on your code deployment plans, voting scripts, off-chain code, the teams deploy contracts to mainnet, and this is an interesting thing we came up with. We ask our auditors to prepare a deployment verification report. It's a document that actually validates that the code on mainnet is the same that they reviewed, that the commit they reviewed had. And also, they review the state of storage for contracts, they review the initialization part and roles assignments. It helps to get everything into one point. And of course, we make it public, and all the voters can check it. So, my favorite stage, voting. Everything is prepared. You did an extra effort to prepare everything, and your teammates reviewed it, and auditors reviewed it, and now you have to inspire strangers on the internet, token holders, to believe you and to say yes to your upgrade. So we show them everything. We publish extensively. We show every number, every item, every method that the voting calls is backed by a public proof. But the level and the, how to say, so the areas of domains of voting holders are very different. Some of them can go deep into your technical details. For others, we, for example, prepare these comprehensive guides how to check on-chain votes. So at first it has description for the vote, and lately it has proofs for every number in the called methods. And also, to make it more fun, we prepare pictures with infographics for the voters to understand what is actually going on. When the vote gains quorum, it is enacted. And here we communicate, of course, with everybody. And the enactment part is actually the maximum risk point. It feels like we are launching a nuclear reactor every time. There's a special ceremony for that with a separate checklist, actually. But interesting part here, for example, in advance, we prepare a list of alerts that must be triggered during the enactment, and then we check every one of them. So we check that everything predicted triggered and nothing in addition. Yeah, so you can think that everything is done, and here the supervision period begins. But sometimes the last mile is where surprises live. After we launched the dual governance release on mainnet, we received a bug bounty report. Special shout out to the White Hat for submitting it. Was it painful? Yes, absolutely, because teams made huge efforts to ship it, and still a mistake slipped in. But finding through our own bug bounty program, while emergency training wheels were active. I mean, we have an emergency committee that is active for some time after the release, and it can stop the dual governance, for example, because it was dual governance release, was much more better. So a piece of advice here, add training wheels to your releases. This design helped us to downgrade the severity of finding from critical to high. Yeah, speaking of bug bounty, we have LiDAR v3 on testnet. Actually, the whole protocol has its bug bounty program, but now we added LiDAR v3 on testnet to it. So go and see, please participate. I hope that it helps everybody. Yeah, the presentation is a reminder of one thing: build security in layers. Our security is layered deep. It's like an onion, only we removed the tiers. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm Kate. So if you have any questions or want to talk about processes or releases, why release managers don't sleep, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. Wonderful. Our last presenter for this section is going to be Ilya. One moment. Yeah, Ilya, smart contract auditor at Chain Security. He's going to talk about the pitfalls of storage proofs. Ilya, please welcome him to the stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Elia Anzuoni. I'm a smart contract auditor at Chain Security. You might not know us, but you've probably heard of our clients. But I'm here today basically to tell you about a very interesting and cool bug that was found back in March in a library that was deployed across many, many protocols that were using it to operate on L2s. And it was used as an efficiency solution for bridging compactly many values at once. And a bug in that library meant that since the values being bridged were very sensitive, like voting powers or Oracle parameters, it meant that an attacker could basically either inflate or skew the price of assets dramatically, or it could reset somebody else's voting power, which could have entailed either some governance takeover on L2s or even loss of funds in the order of a few millions. Luckily, it was found by a white hat, actually a developer, a curve. It was responsibly disclosed to all the protocols that were affected, and it was patched and then published. So it went through the it went through the happy path. And that brings me here. That's the reason why I'm here to present it to you. So the roadmap for this presentation is that first I'll cover some technical grounds and explain what are storage proofs anyway, why are they useful. Then we'll try to have a small makeshift mini CTF. I'll present a reduced version of the function of the library that was verifying the Merkle proof. And we'll see if I've made it easy or hard enough to spot the bug. And then we'll have a few minutes to talk about the takeaways. So let's start with the technicalities. Who of you already has heard of Merkle trees? Okay, that makes it easier. Well, as a high-level review, as many of you may already know, the point of a Merkle tree is to efficiently be able to prove membership, right? Because you hash all the leaves, which are the members of your set, you hash them, instead of sequentially, you hash them in a tree-like structure, so that then somebody who wishes to prove inclusion in that set has to provide log n hashes rather than the whole set to reconstruct the root. And the root is the only, root of trust is called in security. It's the trust anchor, which is what the verifier needs as a trusted value to be able to correctly verify the proofs. Now this is all nice, but for our ends, a simple Merkle tree is not enough. It doesn't have enough structure, and in particular, it doesn't allow us to insert leaves at a specific position. In other words, it doesn't allow us to have an explicit key value mapping. We will need something slightly more advanced to use the position of the leaf as the key. And for that, we need a Merkle-Patricia tree, which is ubiquitous in Ethereum. How many of you have heard of this bad boy? Okay, not bad. Still less than before, but not bad. So the point of this tree is exactly to solve the previous problem. Actually, the way I'm showing it to you, it's just a radix tree, because what we are just adding is explicit positions within the many possible children position of a certain branch, and the path that you follow, the children that you follow along the way, give you the key, give you the position. So in this case, the leaf 2, to reach leaf 2, you have to, from the root branch node, you have to go to child E, and then to child 1. I'm talking in hexadecimal here. There's 16 children for each branch. And to get to leaf 2, you have to get the 15th child of branch B1 and then the second child of branch B2. And that's the key. E1 in hexadecimal is the key that gets you to leaf 2. And then, since in this structure, a branch contains pointers, which are hashes, to all of its children, it is enough as a proof to just attach the path itself. Because if you attach B1, the whole branch B1, you're also attaching the hashes of all of its children, because that's part of the content. And So yeah, the proof in a Merkle-Patricia tree is the path itself that leads to either the node or the leaf. You can prove a node, an intermediate node as well, because intermediate nodes can have values. And then, to verify, you need, well, a proof and a key, which is the path. And these both values that are in bold need to be supplied by the prover, by the user, which are, so to say, untrusted. Whereas the root is trusted and needs to be, correct. And then the verification algorithm just outputs 0, 1, depending on whether the proof correctly hashes along the way. Simple as that. Now, I've skipped a few details in this. Namely, there's an optimization which actually turns this radix tree into the actual Merkle-Patricia tree. I won't go over it because I think it's a detail for the purposes of this presentation. Those are called extension nodes. So there's not just branch and leaf nodes, there are also extension nodes that allow you to skip across a straight line sequence. So if many branches in a row have only one child, it's a bit of a waste to explicitly have each and every node intermediate node. So what actual Merkle-Patricia trees have is extension nodes in the middle that allow you to, shortcut your way through. And one thing that's very relevant for us is proofs of exclusion. Now, since we have explicit positions for each leaf, it follows that you can prove that something is in leaf at position E1, as is actually the case for leaf 2, but you can also prove that there's nothing in position E0, for example. How can you prove that? Well, you can just attach branch B1 and B2, and in branch B2 you can see that the hash 0 is empty. It leads nowhere, and that's enough. That's enough arguments to tell the verifier that there's nothing in that position. Something else, another way to prove exclusion, you can prove that there's nothing at position E11. Why? Because at E1 you already have a leaf, so there can't be anything after that. So that's the interesting thing about Merkle-Patricia trees. You can always also prove exclusion. You can prove that there's nothing in a certain position. Now, why are these trees actually useful? Well, they are used very widely across Ethereum in the core protocol. So in particular, every account has, every smart contract has, as you all know, storage. And its storage is indexed by 32-byte keys. And its whole contents for verifiability, for provability, and is actually is stored in a database on the nodes, but is also arranged in a Merkle-Patricia tree, whose root is part of the consensus. We'll get to that later. But the key takeaway is that every contract has storage, and you can think of that storage as arranged in a Merkle-Patricia tree, which is nice because then you can prove some storage, the value of some storage slots to somebody who has the storage root. Another tree that is very widespread in Ethereum is the global state trees, the world state, right? This tree has, for every account, has a value, and the value is the details, the summary of that account. It can be an EOA or it can be a contract. If it's a contract, then the storage root field of that account is the root of its storage tree. And the good news is that the root of the state tree is broadcast and agreed upon through consensus at the end of every block, because that summarizes the world state of Ethereum. So you can find that in the block structure. In the block, among the many things that you can find in a block is the new storage root, which is the new root of the state tree. So the main point is that one can use this root that you can find in the latest block hash maybe, to prove to anybody any storage slot of any contract on Ethereum L1. And why is this useful? It's useful because many protocols want to operate on L2s, as you all know, because L2s are cheap, but still they want to keep their main internal accounting on L1, because that's probably that's the easiest and the most reliable place to keep it on. So many protocols follow a structure roughly like this. I've made up the names of the storage variables, but you can think that the storage is actually stored on L1. And then on L2, you are just exposing some functions that wish to operate on the same view of the storage, of the internal accounting, without the need to bridge every single value. That's the point of using Merkle trees. You don't want to bridge every single storage value that's relevant. So what you do is you bridge a single value, which is the root hash of the world state on Ethereum. Here I said it's a permissionless function. It's a permission function. It doesn't need to be a permission function because the block hash is actually accessible programmatically, so you can just bridge that root. And then the user-facing function is something like this. You prove a storage slot. You give a key, you give a path, you give the proof, which is the path itself, the list of nodes, and then you either prove or it reverts if it's an invalid proof. But that function allows you to prove that a certain storage slot or a certain contract on L1 has this value. And then this allows the contract on L2 to act as if it was the contract on L1, just with a cheaper gas. It's a clever solution. So let's get to the juice. Let's get to the actual library, okay, that was used. Well, as we said, the L2 contract needs some way to verify a Merkle proof. And it will need a function like this that we've seen before, right? We need a way to verify, given a trusted root, it needs to verify that a proof and a key matches, right? The one we are interested in was actually semantically slightly different, but it was effectively the same. It was returning not 0, 1, it was returning the value of the storage slot, or reverting if the proof was invalid. And by some semantic contract, you can say, like by semantics of the return value, this function, it was a solidity function, return an empty byte sequence if you prove the exclusion, if you prove that there's nothing at the path identified by the key, right? So that's just the semantics of the solidity function. Now, what I want to show you is the solidity function itself. Now, this is very simplified, don't worry. The actual thing was 3 or 4 times longer and much harder to decrypt. But with this, hopefully, in my head, this was going to be a sort of CTF. I'm not sure this can actually be the case because I've simplified it a lot and for sure I've introduced more bugs. But I want to show you the structure of the function and how sneaky and hidden the bug was. So we have a function that takes a trusted root hash. This is not coming from the user. Then key and the path, which is the proof, and then returns the value, right, of the storage slot. So the way to do this is basically to walk down the path, walk down the tree, walk down the proof. So there's a for loop that walks through the proof. And then at every node, at every intermediate node, we are wondering, is it an extension node? Is it a leaf node? Is it a branch node? You know, the high-level structure of the body of the for loop is that. For every node, it's either an extension, leaf, or branch, and then we wrap around and continue the loop. So if it's an extension, well, if it's an extension, we are skipping, we are jumping. So there's the possibility that it's skipping past our arrival point. So there's a possibility that this is actually proving exclusion. Otherwise, we just follow the extension loop. We increment our loop iterators, and we wrap around and continue. Otherwise, if it's a leaf, well, if it's a leaf, we are ended. We're done. It could be the case that the leaf came before we expected it, in which case we proved exclusion, because we wanted to go further, but we found the leaf on the way, in which case it's exclusion. Otherwise, if it falls exactly where we expected to, then we proved inclusion of that leaf. Otherwise, if it's a branch node, if we are run out of nodes, it could be that we try to prove inclusion of that branch node, and that's the case. We proved inclusion. Otherwise, well, a branch node has 16 children. We identify from the key which children we want. This is the only place where we actually read the key with the index. So given that nibble, given that index in the array of 16 children, we verify whether that node actually has a children in that position. If it doesn't, we reach a dead end. And this is a valid proof of exclusion in this case. If it does, we continue the loop. We just advance the loop iteration given this new child. So, given this, believe me, all the checks within the for loop are correct. All the conditions for termination, for proofs of inclusion, proofs of exclusion are correct. I've deleted, for readability, I've deleted some reverts for malformity of the proof, but everything within the for loop is correct. Given this, can you see what's wrong? I'll give you 10 seconds to find something that was dormant for years. Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear it. It's not working, it's not working. What happens when the loop exits early? Exactly, you could have got this. Yeah, the loop doesn't expect to ever return, to ever break out, which would be maybe correct if it was checking for one more condition, but the way it is now, the for loop can just run out of nodes. And if it runs out of nodes, then you see that there's nothing. The programmer did not expect the for loop to end. It expected to reach a return or a revert within the loop. So what does that mean that at the end there's nothing? It means that there's an implicit return in Solidity, right? It's Solidity syntax. What does implicit return means if the function returns bytes memory? It means returns an empty byte sequence. What does that mean by the semantics of the function? It means exclusion. It means that you've fakely proved exclusion of the leaf by just truncating a valid proof of inclusion. You could make this for loop run out of nodes just by truncating the proof. And if it was a valid proof that would have led to a proof of inclusion, well, now you got a proof of exclusion. Right? I want to stress one thing. What does proof of exclusion mean in the context of storage for contracts? If this value is not present in the storage tree, if it's not initialized, what does that mean in the EVM? It means that it's 0. The default value. That's the correct interpretation for a proof of exclusion of a storage slot. It means that the storage value is 0. So you fakely proved that any storage slot that you want on Ethereum is 0, even if it's not. So yeah, that's a summary of the bug. The function does not expect to break out of the loop, but you can make it break out of the loop by just truncating a valid proof. The implicit return will return something that by the caller will be interpreted as a proof of exclusion, which means storage slot equals 0. And since what was being bridged was something quite critical, like Oracle parameters that could skew the Oracle price or voting powers, the consequences, as you can imagine, were quite dire. Yeah, takeaways. Well, oh fuck, what happened? I don't know what. Yeah, maybe this is an old version. Wait, I wrote the takeaways maybe 20 minutes ago, so maybe that's a good reason why. Takeaways, well, get your audits done. This was live in production for years before it was found. And then, I want to stir up a discussion. Like, how do you automate this? How do you verify this with tools? You can't possibly catch this bug with fuzzing, because the fuzzing will never catch like a truncated proof. It's too malicious an example. And how would you verify this with solvers like Certora or Z3. It's too hard to model, well, hash functions, but that you can get away with. It's hard to model loops, and it's hard to model memory operations that are done in assembly. So this was not a good fit for tools. For at least Auditorium 03 would have struggled a lot. So that's my pitch. Like, how would you do this besides manual review, besides manual auditing? And then, yeah, thank you. Presentation is over. I'll take your questions.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Wonderful presentation.
Thanks.
Perfect. So we have just finished section 6A. We talked about war rooms incident response. We saw leading protocols and how they handle it and the processes that they have. We also saw some potential faults in storage proofs. Our next talk is a 40 minutes talk about the subject of War Room Chronicles. A lot of old timers and experts going to share their stories about war rooms, and it's going to be led by Modit, a CTO at Polygon Labs. Please welcome the panel.
Hello, folks. Thanks for coming. We have a wonderful panel today with some special guests. And trust me, it was not easy to get this panel together. We had to find a bunch of legal teams, a bunch of PR teams, and we finally got a great set of people together. War rooms are always a sensitive topic, so it was that way. We'll start with some intros. For those who don't know me, I'm Modit. I'm the CTO at Polygon Labs. I lead engineering and security there. And with us, we have Joe from Mandiant, Julia from Zero Shadow, and Seal 911, and Juane from Balancer. I'll pass it on to you guys for some quick intros, starting from you, Joe.
Sure. So I think we were introed as old timers, and I think I have more gray in my beard than anyone else. So I'm Joe Dobson. I work for Mandiant. I've been doing cybersecurity for Web 2 and Web 3 for quite a while now, and mostly focused on threat intelligence nowadays, but I've done incident response, I've done threat hunting, a wide variety.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Julia. I'm a co-founder and head of investigations at Zero Shadow. Zero Shadow does preventative work to try to help be prepared for in the security space, and then also reactive work. So if you do have an exploit, we'll help with the recovery efforts. I'm also here as a representative of Seal 911, which I'm a volunteer for, and many of you probably know that Seal 911 is a volunteer group to help with a lot of war rooms and a lot of triaging of investigations.
Hi everyone, I'm Juani. I'm Smart Contracts Lead at Balancer. And well, I'm also like dealing with incident response. I'm the first one to read the Immunify reports. And I've been in a couple of war rooms, so yeah, hopefully I can say something about it.
Perfect. Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, all of us have been in many war rooms. So we're here to share some insights. Joe, we'll start with you. I don't see much gray hair there, but in any case, tell us your most nerve-wracking incident in this space.
So I would say the most nerve-wracking are the ones that have some real-world element, right? When I say that, any incident where there's a real-life interaction, and so the threat actor not just doing something virtually on-chain, on computers, but them actually following up with a phone call, right? We've had incidents before where there have been adversaries that we kick out of systems, and because they know what the network looks like, they can pick up the phone, they can send a phishing email to someone at the company, and then call that person. They'll send letters, right? So anytime you have that real world component, I would say really that's probably the most nerve-wracking to me, not because there's that imminent threat of harm to life, but it is a reality check that this is real life, and those are people on the other end, and those people will try to reach out and communicate or touch you in a variety of different ways.
That's very true. And people can do some of the real world interactions in reverse also. There's one time there was a miso protocol by Sushi that got hacked a small amount, but the Sushi team for some reason they figured out who the hacker was, their address or alleged address, and they decided to Uber deliver them a miso soup just to let them know they know. So funny things can happen both sides.
I think that is probably a very calm way to handle it. What I've seen a lot of times is when someone gets compromised, right, the first feeling they have is they feel violated in a sense, right? They thought they were secure, they thought they were comfortable, their systems were good, and then when they get compromised, there's that feeling of being violated, then they get angry, they get upset, right? It's like they're going through the stages of grief. And when they get upset, that's when they're like, well, I want to know who it is, right? I want to go after them. How do we punish them? And so on one hand, there's recovery and cleaning up systems, but they also get a little bit of almost a bloodlust there of wanting to go after. So I think sending some soup is a very diplomatic way to handle it.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's start with the basics. Julia, can you define for us what a war room actually is?
Yeah, definitely. A war room is basically your home base for when an incident occurs for all of the coordination that's going to happen afterwards. So you want it to be an isolated communication center from your day-to-day operations. A lot of times it's going to be a Telegram channel because that's where a lot of us operate here, but you could also have a Slack channel or another kind of forum. You're going to want to make sure that within that war room you have some key players as part of your response. So someone who's more of a project manager who's going to make sure that you're engaging the right people, including security experts externally that you might want to bring into that war room, and that you're following up on next steps that need to be accomplished. Someone who's more of a technical lead, and that's the person who's really triaging what happened, making sure that everything that can be paused or shut down at the moment is, and trying to make sure that you're in a safe place before you resume operations. And then someone who's more of a communications lead, that's going to be someone who's thinking about what are we telling our community online, what is our post-mortem looking like, are we going to contact law enforcement, which is definitely recommended to do, and who's going to organize actually filing those complaints, so more of that external communication aspect.
Perfect, thanks for that. Juani, you have been in war rooms of both kinds where hacks have not happened yet and hacks that have happened and now you have to think about recovery. Can you tell us how do they differ from each other, what your experience was?
Yeah, sure. So as I said in my talk earlier, I think having the unified bug bounty report or any bug bounty report whatsoever, as long as it's well-founded and up-to-date, I think it's always a very good investment. And the differences between knowing that something is wrong in advance and not knowing it and waking up to an exploit are the contrast is very stark and very sad. So yeah, whenever you get a report, you always have some time to react. You can evaluate options, you can evaluate communications, you can reach out to partners, reach out to security experts, and you can do that with let's say in another state of mind and planning much better than when you are with a live exploit. When you're in a live exploit, it's more about trying to reduce the damage that is being done, trying to freeze as much as you can, trying to reach out to partners, trying to reach out to the security community. But the hard truth is that at least in the very short term, there's very little to do about the funds that are already gone. Maybe at some point in the future, we can track them, we can check the movements and so on and so forth, which is what we will be doing in those cases. But in the short term, it's all about containing the damage as much as possible. And I think that in both cases, knowing in advance allows you to do that much more efficiently.
Yep, perfect. Just continuing on that, Joe, when a protocol detects an incident, what do you think their first steps should be?
I would a few different things. One is I would hope they have an incident response plan, right? And with that incident response plan, the first thing they should do is open it, read it, and follow those steps, right? And if they have some sort of monitoring service, if they're using some sort of managed defense, then when that alert comes in, if the alert didn't come from that company or organization or service, they should check with them for validation to ensure what they're seeing is reality, what's going on. But I think having that incident response plan, referring to that, that's the first thing. And here's a subtle hint for you, if you work for an organization that doesn't have an incident response plan, please make one, please build one, please have someone, be it SEAL or someone else, advise you on creating a solid, effective incident response plan.
Yeah, perfect. Like, one key takeaway from there is have an incident response plan. Even if it just says, wake up security researcher. Just have it written down. Because when things go south and people are panicking, you miss the most basic steps. Have that checklist there, follow it, would help you a lot.
It's been said, quoted 1,000 times before. I assume it's a real quote. I think it was Mike Tyson that said, supposedly, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. It's like, that's why you need something written down that you can refer to, because the emotions will be running high and you're not going to be thinking clearly. That's why you have to have that in front of you, that reference document.
And I'll just add a quick plug in here that SEAL just released their certifications this past week, and part of getting those certifications is that you're going to know what your incident response plan is, and you're going to have a next step forward. So be sure to check that out if you haven't on the website.
Nice shout out to SEAL, definitely doing great work in this space. Julia, you have been probably in the most war rooms in the whole, I think the whole room here. So tell us from your experience, what are the most common mistakes people make in a war room?
Yeah, I think that there's two main ones that I really want to highlight. One is just centralizing where you're going to actually be handling this incident response, because we'll see someone has an incident happen and they just want to reach out to everyone that they know. So they send a SEAL 911 ticket, they contact Zero Shadow, they contact Crypto Forensics, they contact their buddy who had an incident the last week, and we have to then coordinate amongst ourselves and figure out who knows what, who might already be engaged, because that's something where we don't want to duplicate work. And ultimately, time is of the essence here, so you really want to be centralizing and making sure that you have those experts together and everyone can coordinate amongst each other to think about all the different aspects, because we want to look at this from that mitigation side, from the tracing and the freezing of the funds side, from more of the analysis of what actually happened. There's a lot of different steps here, and so having that centralized space is really key. I think the other big mistake I would say is just, I don't want to say, I want to say this correctly, maybe a need for evaluating the situation before going full steam ahead might be the best way. There's a lot of different aspects to consider when you have an exploit, and you're not going to know right away exactly, for the most part, exactly who the exploiter is, or even how much might be at risk. And so before you run into immediately a negotiation or immediately trying to just post online, really thinking about what do we know now, what can we uncover in the near term, and how might we use that as leverage to actually have better results going forward. So that requires a little bit more time than the first couple of hours of the exploit.
Yeah, that's good. And a follow-up to that, how many people do you think are the ideal number of people in a war room? The more the merrier, right?
Of course, no. Definitely not. That was one of the key things with having that separate war room. This is not your day-to-day. The whole team is going to be involved. And I think people can feel a little intimidated when they see some of the number counts from a war room. If like all of SEAL 911 is coming into a war room, or even the Zero Shadow team, we have a lot of investigators. It can look like a big number, but you really just want trusted people in your war room. So I think it's not necessarily, oh, the number should be X people, but more that you know that all of those people that are in there are going to be able to contribute to helping that investigation and provide new perspectives. And I think importantly, you do need that 24/7 element. So you do need people across time zones so that whenever something is happening, someone's awake. And I think one thing to consider is that while we do want transparency in these exploits, you don't want to reveal everything, and you want to have some time to do investigations. And so each additional person that's in a war room is in a way a vulnerability towards leaking information that you don't want to. Even if you do trust a lot of these people, it still could be a word of mouth or an accidental mention on some kind of forum. And that's just something to consider, is that this is something with your communications lead. You can also be very upfront with the people that are helping you, especially externally, and say, this is what we do and do not want to reveal at this time, and make sure everyone's abiding by that.
That's a very good point. Like, how do you, so in a war room, information is always coming in fresh. A lot of it is sensitive. Some you might want to release to the public to reduce panic and so on. How do you decide what should be released to the public? What should be kept private? How do you control panic? How do you do PRs? Like, how do you manage all of that? Anyone can go.
Yeah, I can start. I think that having some kind of information revealed is going to be important, because if you just say, like, a very blanket statement, like, we're evaluating the situation, you get a lot of rumor mill that's going on, and you want to control those comms, and you want to control the perception of the incident. So you do want to have at least some knowledge put forward, but I think especially information about who you think the attacker is something that you should keep more confidential, because that can be really important in the recovery side. Unless it's like North Korea, and honestly, everyone knows that based on on-chain information, so you're not really hiding anything anyway. But I'll let the others also contribute.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a comms expert, but I would say, like, in general, like, treat everything as need to know as it comes, and only then, if you think there's something worth sharing, always bring in someone that has experience with public communications, and try to curate the message before just like sending it out there. At least that's the approach we take.
Yeah, I think when it comes to public communication, moving carefully and precisely is better than moving quickly, right? You want, depending on the situation, acknowledge what's going on, especially if there's impact to others. However, you don't want to put out incorrect information. You want to ensure things are accurate. You also don't want to release sensitive information without appropriate review first. So I think that it's a delicate situation that you want to handle very carefully, and so you want to have the right people in the room or the right people in the process for that public release.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll throw in another curveball. I need just a percentage number from all three of you. What's the right percentage of white hat bounty to offer after a hack for return of funds?
That's a very tough question. I think the industry standard is usually 90-10. In my personal opinion, like, there's a gray area there. Like, if you're truly a white hat, you should probably try to disclose things via a bug bounty report whenever it's available. I think that's also some less degree and less risk if you're truly a white hat, because you don't need to like do the full exploit, breaking all the pools or vaults or whatever, like in a very efficient manner. You just need to prove that something is wrong and that the TVL at risk is some amount. But you don't need to actually execute it, which is a whole different problem and has like a lot of different challenges. So, I mean, from a project perspective, that's much better because it allows you to react first. It's less of a reputation issue, like everyone will shake your hand as a white hat and you'll be the community hero. If you go past that line and you actually exploit first in the hopes of getting something back, then I think it's more about containing the damage more than actually a clean white hat rescue. But yeah, that's just my personal appreciation.
I think I largely agree that it depends on the motivation of the attacker. And I'm not sure there's a fixed like dollar amount or percentage breakdown, but what is really the intent behind the compromise, and figuring that out can help to define the dollar figure.
And this has definitely been getting better, but just something to think about for your own protocol is how much are you offering building off of that for a white hat bounty versus a black hat bounty? And you want those to be pretty in line with each other because you don't want to incentivize someone to get a bigger profit from a bounty that you negotiate on chain. I think people have been thinking more thoughtfully about how much they're offering on their bug bounty website, but it's just worth considering.
Maybe one comment on that note. I think that's a very tough question to answer. Like there's a lot of discussions, at least what I see in the security researcher community about what's the fair compensation for a white hat report. The truth is that it's never going to be the same. Like, I mean, if you just drain all the TVL, of course you're going to get more. But the problem is that it's usually a crime and you will get persecuted for that. So, I mean, yeah, it will never be on par with what you get on a white hat bounty. So, yeah, you should go as high as possible. What's the exact number that will prevent? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the intentions of the attacker / white hat. Like, if you're a white hat, it more depends on your morals than the real value. Perhaps, like, between getting 1 million or 2 million or 10 million, yeah, maybe, of course, it's better to get 10 than 1. But I think lots of security researchers won't change their stance just because of the monetary value. It should be fairly compensated, and how much that is, it's a valid question that we need to reassess from time to time. But yeah, I do think that there's probably a line, and most security researchers know the game they are playing.
And I would hope that organizations, before they ever reach the point where they're debating, like, how much should we have to give, that they actually sit down and consider, what does their security budget actually look like? Do they actually have full-time security people? How much are they spending on that? Because it's a lot cheaper to have a security team that protects your protocol, protects your organization, than to pay off someone who compromised and stole a heck of a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I can probably count on my fingertips how many teams have a dedicated security team in this space.
Not near enough.
Okay, moving on. Juani, tell me, if you had a time machine, would you do anything different in balancer war rooms?
So, yeah, I mean, hindsight is always something very complicated to deal with. So I work more on the protocol design. When I go into the war room, I'm more on the side of like, okay, this is what happens, this is like the value affected, and maybe try to think how to contain the damage from there onwards. Again, as I said before, it's like after the exploit, there's no going back, and in the short term, like the funds that are gone are gone. If I had a time machine, I look more at like the design perspective of the contracts and like how you could have prevented the exploit in the first place. I go back to the question of the post windows, like what's a reasonable design for DeFi? Like, should we have like a governance that is completely minified with very little powers, or should we have governance that can step in and pause the system when things go south? I think that's a very valid question. I think your users should know what they are depositing funds into and what is the trade-off between those two. Like, yeah, because both of them have risks. Upgradability is another very big question. Like, yeah, you can potentially stop many hacks by upgrading contracts, but you can also introduce bugs as you do so. So I think it's a double-edged sword. Finding the balance is very complicated, but I think it's worth asking that question from time to time and reviewing what your security premises and hypotheses are.
That's good. Julia, tell us how much of a typical war room is a planned, precisioned process versus how much is just improvisation and just instinct?
Yeah, this is a great question. Firstly, it goes back to what Dobbs was saying, which is that we want to put a lot of emphasis on planning ahead for this and being prepared. So that means that you have an incident response plan, you know who is going to be taking what task, you know maybe what's possible to freeze versus what's not possible to freeze in advance. Maybe you've even done a war room exercise before, so you've tested it out and you know what it feels like in that moment, because as we've said, like in the moment when you're not as practiced, you kind of just default to basic behaviors. In my experience with war rooms, a lot of it is improvised, but I think the good thing is that this community is very collaborative, and so even though the protocol itself might not have a game plan, there's a lot of security personnel who do have experience and they can come in and steer in the right direction. I think ultimately it's always the protocol's decision about what course of action they take, and that can kind of steer the war room in one way or the other, but we're always trying to hit these same principles of mitigating the existing theft, triaging exactly what happened, following and trying to recover the funds. Those are those three main components there, and so I think never feel that you can't reach out if you need help, and even if you can't hire a long-term team to help you with the recovery, you'll definitely get that triage, that initial are we safe at this moment component.
Joe, you have been doing war rooms before Web3 was really a thing. Now Web3 war rooms are sort of new and special, but also the same thing. So can you help us compare and contrast what a typical war room in the traditional world looks like, what it looks like here?
I think traditional war rooms have a lot more have fewer external players than in Web3. In Web3, there's a lot more external players. I do want to hit on a point that Julia mentioned though about doing some sort of war room exercise, right? When I was in the military and we would do training exercises, one thing that they love to do is take whoever the key player is and say, oh, they're out of the game now, right? Whoever that key person you have, they're unavailable, they're on an airplane, their family member's sick, they can't respond. And so now you have to make decisions and take action without perhaps your best player in the game. And I think that having that kind of preparation is really important. But there's still levels of panic, right? There's still people worried about losing their jobs, grown adults breaking down in tears, but a lot less phone calls in Web3.
That's for sure. Okay, that's great. Okay, coming back to Balancer, Juani, tell us what changes have you made in your processes? What lessons have you learned from the war rooms you have been in?
So yeah, we're trying to reassess everything that is left. Essentially, we won't just take the audits and the bug bounty for granted and say okay, that's enough to filter all the issues. It's very effective for maybe 99.9% of the cases, but as we have just seen, that's not enough, even after the protocol has been live for several years. So I think that's something that we need to revisit, and I think that's probably something that we need to revisit as an industry. What's the point to keep re-auditing or revisiting contracts that are immutable and were deployed years ago? And apparently there is value in doing so and asking questions on whether okay, is this fine? And maybe also compare against newer threats that are appearing. Perhaps take other exploits as an example and think, okay, how would that pattern apply to my protocol? And that's exactly what we want to do. Another interesting thing that we've been doing so far and we want to keep doing it is try always to think in terms of simplicity, not add features that you won't need as a protocol just in case, because that's where problems start appearing. Again, try to keep the code as simple as possible. of course, I mean, we are not in 2017, 18 anymore, so it's not that we can just develop another UniV2 and be successful, but we do need to keep it as simple as possible within our means. So yeah.
And I just want to add one thing there, which is so many exploits that we see are because of the human risk and not the contract risk. It's the social engineering that comes through. So that's really thinking past your audit and thinking about your social or your operational security, especially your developer teams. Even if they have their own devices, you want to make sure that you have some kind of controls there, because there are so many thefts that are because of malware, because of what they thought was a job interview, or they thought that they were going to go on a Zoom that wasn't real, even that the developer is not actually who they say they are. There's just a lot of elements there where it's not actually the contracts at fault, and that takes like looking into specifically and not just trusting that people are reading the news.
One of the things that bothers me the most, I would say about Web 3 versus Web 2, is in Web 3 there's not enough like corporate devices, right? It's a lot more bring your own device, bring your own hardware, bring your own laptop. And part of that is because you have folks that work on multiple projects. And so they have a laptop. It is simultaneously their personal laptop and the laptop for all three projects that they work on. And it's the laptop they use for social media. So what happens is they get infected through social engineering, malware gets implanted on their machine, they realize that something bad happened, so they take it to somewhere, they take it to the store where they bought it from and they get it wiped, right? And let me tell you, that doesn't actually solve the problem, because in the time that they didn't realize that they were infected, or when they were taking to get it wiped, other folks in their organizations have already been compromised. And now the evidence around patient zero, how that happened, is gone. It was wiped away. And that means it's harder to identify what was the origin of the intrusion, what was the infrastructure used, and those things can be critical in an incident response engagement, because you can identify, okay, well, if we know it was this piece of malware, then it's that threat actor. Here's how long you have to take action. Here's how you clean them out of the system. They usually do negotiate, they don't negotiate. All those details can be lost because someone in a panic took it and got their machine wiped so that it would be clean. Please don't do that.
Yeah, for sure. And like with me running security for larger orgs, I can tell you, it's especially in this space can be hard to convince developers to use corporate devices, because everyone feels like, no, I'm not gonna get phished. The thing is, like, it doesn't matter if it's you who is getting phished or your developer friend. I'll give you an example. Like, let's say in Polygon we have over 100 engineers in the org. All of them use GitHub. And if even one of them gets compromised, so the attacker can push the malware through to one of our GitHub repos. It won't make it to production always because of checks, but for PR reviews and so on, if their colleague pulls it, runs it, and that's it. That's game over. So if anyone tells me, hey, like, I'm not gonna get phished, I just ask them, do you trust every single colleague you work with to also not get phished? And I've not heard a yes so far, so that gets people convinced.
Yeah, and people don't want to use corporate devices, but they also don't want EDR software, endpoint detection response software, on their personal machines. And so you need to really choose one or the other, and you really should choose the corporate device, because then EDR software can run. So if someone does get compromised, there's a better chance of an alert, of something being detected. At the very least, some details of the origin of the infection can be identified, right? So there's so many really basic security things that can be done, that should be done, that we lose when folks are just using personal devices that don't have really protective software on them.
That's nice. Okay, let's start wrapping it up. We'll leave 5 minutes for audience questions as well. Final question for everyone. If you guys had to leave one message to your younger self about war rooms, what would that be?
I can start. So I'm a tracer. That's my starting origin, so tracing where funds go. So when I was first in war rooms, all I could think about was the forward-looking. Where did the funds go to? Can we find any leads that way? And what I've learned is that a lot of the leads is from the source. So it's where did they get their gas funding from? What do we know off-chain that might have some leads, especially from the victim themselves, from their organization, their socials. So now that's really what I keep in the forefront when I'm in a war room, is really digging into actually the attack itself and not necessarily just where do the funds end up.
For me, I would say war rooms are a marathon, not a sprint. And so be prepared for them to go longer than expected. You're not going to solve every problem in the first 6, 8, or 12 hours. And don't burn out is the advice I would give my younger self.
Yeah, I would say like get your priorities straight. There's a time and place for everything. Again, you have to think that what's gone is gone in the first few minutes, but there might still be some time to do some damage control, and that's probably where your efforts should go in the first few minutes. And after you realize the impact and that you have minimized the damage as much as you could, then you move to the next stage. That's hard because you're always under pressure and you're nervous and maybe you don't have all the information that you need. And usually exploits come from something that behaves differently than what you thought it would behave. But yeah, trying to follow step by step, getting understanding, getting priorities, and only then executing is usually a good idea.
And if I could give a second piece of advice to my younger self, be careful about planning around holidays and weekends, because that's when the bad stuff happens.
Yes, for sure. It's always on a weekend, for sure. Okay, so that's all the questions I had for now. Thanks, everyone. We'll open it up to the audience for any questions now. If anyone has anything. Ryan.
I can't see the person in the row.
Okay, so I have to ask, Balancer has been pretty successful in this space. And you've heard kind of all this advice about security teams. Why hasn't Balancer hired a security team?
So we do have Hypernative for incident response. We do have auditors that we have very close and we work together. It's not that they just do the audits and they disappear. And we do have people of operations like dealing with all of that constantly. I don't know if that answers the question.
It's a, I guess, place people are still learning that yeah, you can have more than just an auditor as well. It's in this space, in my experience, I've noticed that all of the protocols want to be secure. It's not a money question. They'll throw money at a bunch of audits any day. Balancer had like 10 auditors or something like that. But oftentimes people still don't realize, okay, having one engineer dedicated to security in-house can be better than a full external audit, just because of that long-term context and vision. But we are getting there. We are getting there now.
Hello. I don't know if this is in topic, but I have been in one or two of these war rooms. One of the first people going into these basically Telegram channels. And I don't know, at some point I found out that I didn't know all the people joining in. So I have this kind of feeling that I'm not in control of the situation. So I have a kind of a controversy question for you. Like, if I have an exploit, I know how to exploit it. It is a big protocol. What should I do? Should I try to report it or exploit it?
I know where you're coming from. So I think if the project has a bug-mounted platform, that's probably the way to go. I know that you might be a bit skeptical about those platforms and adding more intermediaries because it's very sensitive information. Like essentially, yeah, you have a list of steps that if you execute it, suddenly someone else's money is yours. So that's huge. It's a lot of responsibility. And the moment you add more intermediaries to the party, like, yeah, there's always a risk of leaking. But I mean, if the project is serious enough, I think that's the way to go, and it's probably the way to handle it. That doesn't mean that you might be end up like doing the rescue yourself, but perhaps you can touch base with the project to see what they think, to see if there's any other risk in executing that, if there's anything else affected, just to double check that your understanding of the thing is complete enough to make a clean exploit. Because one thing is, okay, I stole, I don't know, 1 million out of 100 million. That's already a lot. And it's going to become messier because others will try to copy that, and yeah, essentially it will be very messy. But when you try to do a white hat exploit, you need to try to make it as clean as possible, hopefully in one transaction so that others cannot copy you. You know more than me, better than me that there are a lot of considerations in that front. So yeah, I mean, I would first try to be as careful as possible, maybe try to discuss it with the project in a way that is secure enough. And if there's no other option, then yes, go with for the rescue. And of course, yeah, you need to arrange the terms of that rescue.
You always reach out to the project first. If you can't get hold of them, reach out to SEAL 911. Doing anything on your own should be the last resort thing.
Yeah. Here, quick question. Thank you very much for coming, guys. Very insightful conversation. So, nation-state actors are using AI agents to exploit system, also smart contracts. My question to you is, what avenues do you see for agentic, let's say, software or autonomous agents to help in the war room process? And if you're using any, why or why not?
I mean, AI now is part of everyone's workflow. It includes war rooms to some extent as well, but you can't feed all the war room information into an AI because you should not feed confidential information to AI, which just keeps record of everything and logs everything. But for like when you are in a war room, creating a POC, for example, and things like that, you can still, people use AI. People use AI for things that happen before a war room as well, securing your code base. AI is getting better at catching bugs. Satora now actually is working on a very cool tool that they will announce very soon. But imagine formally verified AI written code. So something very cool, things like that. Security researchers are also using AI for. Any new technology that comes up, both the good people, bad people use it. It's always a cat and mouse game.
I think we will see AI help us deal with friction. So that way, things that traditionally take a little bit longer can be done a little bit faster, and folks can focus on things that require more expertise. But we could talk about it all day.
Yeah, one last thing is just I think AI, if you're using it for your comms at all, just make sure that you're really watching that and proofreading that, because that could just really put a bad taste in people's mouths publicly.
Perfect. So we are right on time. We'll wrap it up here. Thanks everyone for coming, and a shout out for our panelists.
Thank you, Mudit, Joe, Julia, and Juani. We're now up to the lunch break, and we will be back at 1.
Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. After a while, I'm sensing a smile.
pen?
I am assuming, oh, okay, there we go. Hey everyone, welcome back from lunch. I'm going to be your session chair this afternoon as we get into a whole lot of stuff around core security. My name's Rob Montgomery. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Infinify. And I like to know, we think that we know a decent amount about security, but I'm very excited to hear from a group of people who knows a whole lot more about it than I probably do. We're going to kick things off here with a discussion of smart contracts. Really, you know, we've come a long way in the past few years. It's been a good year, but even with all the improvements that we've made, we are still seeing exploits come through, users having problems. And we're going to hear from our panel now about how that can be better handled. Our moderator for that is going to be Rajiv. We have Seth, the CEO of Certora, Hari, the CEO of Sparabit, Mehdi, the co-founder and director of Sigma Prime, Benjamin, the director of engineering at Trail of Bits, and Alice, a protocol engineer at Uniswap. So, without further ado, here they are, and I'll let them take it away.
All right, welcome back. Hope you guys had a good lunch, and we'll try our best to keep you from falling asleep. So we'll start with a quick round of introductions. I'm Rajiv. I'm a security researcher and the founder of Auditorium, and we'll go around the panelists. We have a fantastic set of panelists here.
Hi, I'm Seth. I'm the CEO of Certora, joined just 4 months ago. New to the space, but learning quite a lot, and pleasure to be here.
Hey, I'm Hari. I'm one of the founders and CEO of Sparabit Argentina. I've been in the space for a while, building the Solidity language at the Ethereum Foundation before this, and we run a security company now.
Hey everyone, my name is Mehdi, co-founder and director of Sigma Prime. We're a blockchain security and research firm, also Ethereum core developers. I also have the pleasure to serve as a steward of the $1 trillion security initiative for the Ethereum Foundation.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Samuels. I'm the director of engineering at Trail of Bits. I've been in the security space coming up on 10 years. And Trail of Bits, we're really heavy on tooling development, developing new techniques for finding bugs and building more secure software.
Hi everyone, I'm Alice. I am a protocol engineer at Uniswap. I've been there about 4.5 years now, building various fun protocols. So I'm hoping to bring a slightly different perspective.
Critical perspective. So as you can imagine, the security community can be a bit of an echo chamber. We all seem to be agreeing and not disagreeing much. So we really we're just talking, and we want Alice to keep us all honest here, right? So cool. So let's get started. I mean, there are a whole bunch of I think burning questions the community has, and a lot of it has been discussed as well. But to start off with some level setting, just want to go around the panelists and essentially give your thoughts on what does smart contract security mean to you? Because when I talk to people, I see it means slightly different to, depending on who you are, what you're doing. So anyone can start and others can chime in.
Sure. From my point of view, I feel like it's the smart contract behaving as it was designed to behave. I think you can design a smart contract and build it, and it might behave in a different way, and maybe the funds are still secure, but if it's not behaving 100% as you designed, every function should behave exactly how you designed it to. That to me is security. And that's an interesting thing from the point of view of audits, you need the auditors to fully understand what the intention was with the smart contract to be able to actually tell you whether there's a bug. Even if the funds are all secure, a bug is actually it not behaving as it was intended to.
Smart contract security to me is about building high assurance software. This is something you see in aerospace. This is something you see in medicine. We've built high assurance software before. We just need to take those lessons and bring them to the smart contract security space. And it's like, for a long time, academics would develop these techniques for verifying code. but it would only work for very small programs. That would always be the caveat. They've got these cool techniques for verifying programs, but only these very small ones. And we finally have some very small programs that require extreme verification, and I find that really exciting.
I think a lot of people associate smart contract security with smart contract audits. I'd like to think that we can do better. The way I try to think about it is secure ideation, secure design, secure development, security assessments, obviously, but also continuous monitoring and secure, I guess, incident response as well. So I think it's important to recognize that we have to address the entire stack and not just look at security as a checkpoint when it comes to smart contracts.
To me, I want to really simplify this because I think smart contract security can be very broad, and I like to think about smart contracts as a way to program money, and security in that context is to make sure that this programmable money does not lead to a programmable disaster. And 95% of the work that we all have to do is to make sure that the users of these protocols are not losing money. And a lot of things can be traced back into this one idea. Even like centralization risk, it can be traced back to a potential for users to lose money, even though it's much broader than that. I think that's one thing to capture that really gets to the point.
I would tend to agree with Alice. I think smart contract security is about making sure that the contract does what was intended and doesn't do what is not intended. And usually it's as simple as that.
Cool, yeah. Interesting variations, but I think they're all aligned, so don't hear much of a disagreement yet. So we thought we'll do this a bit differently. Instead of sort of asking questions, what I plan to do for the rest of this panel is to really pose some statements, some slightly edgy, provocative, just to keep it interesting, and then have the panelists chime in with for, against, give their views, and maybe we'll have one panelist sort of kick it off, and then others can chime in either in agreement and disagreement. We want to see a bit of disagreement as well, at least between the protocol and the auditors, so there are hopefully enough statements that can get this interesting. So the first one, this I think has been talked about a bit, and it really felt, the security community at least, and all the protocols felt this quite a bit. This is about the balancer exploit, right? So the point is, balancer exploit could have been prevented. Anyone can,
I'll jump in. I would say the answer to that is, in specific, sure. You could take any specific vulnerability and argue it could have been prevented. In general, no. There's absolutely nothing that I have seen in my time in this space that could prevent every possible smart contract hack. And that's a flaw in the way we build, but also in the flaw in the way the blockchain itself is architected. And that's fine. It's the world we live in, but it's not by any means a solved problem. It's in fact a terribly solved problem. And it limits the entire industry because you can't truly say, I can guarantee that my interaction with any particular contract is going to be safe. And when I talk to our customers about how they want to grow their businesses, at the end of the day, you cannot get to large amounts of institutional investors and people beyond the world of crypto if there's even a tiny chance that all of their money is going to be stolen.
From my point of view, I don't want to give a simple yes or no answer because that's not fair to everyone involved in that incident. The reality is that Balancer V2 was built at a time where these kind of rounding issues were not part of the threat model. If you look at the history of programming, you can see that rounding issues exist in other industries as well. There are failed rocket launches because rounding errors added up to lead to rockets deviating from the path. So these are very similar issues as in a lot of other industries. It's just that in that era of security or writing software, these kind of bugs were not part of the threat model. The builders were not thinking about it. The people reviewing the software were not really thinking about it. And I would say after the Kyber swap exploit, I think that's when people started really paying attention to these type of rounding issues. And I would say Balancer v2 in a modern day context, potentially this bug could have prevented, but at that time, it's very unfortunate. It wasn't part of anyone's mind. And when I was part of Solidity around this time, I would talk to a lot of builders, and I would literally ask the question, like, hey, what do you think about rounding issues? And almost all the answers I got was, I don't care about it. And I come from before building Solidity, I used to build linear algebra solvers, and this is something that you have to worry about, because if you run the same computation hundreds of thousands of times, these floating point errors like add up, and that leads to very edgy behavior. But this just wasn't this wasn't top of mind for anyone in that era.
I think hindsight is cheap. I think we have to find better ways to incentivize researchers to look at protocols that have been live for a long time. And the unfortunate incident was a grim reminder that if a protocol hasn't been popped in 4 years, it doesn't mean it's not gonna get popped tomorrow. How do we come up with an incentive structure to make sure that people keep looking at things, even if they've attracted a lot of TVL and have been used by a bunch of users? And it's not an easy answer, I don't think. We've been trying to come up with one over the past few weeks. It's really tricky, really tricky. Yeah.
So with hindsight, you can always say something is preventable. I think what's really unique about Balancer and that Balancer hack is we were cognizant that there were rounding issues existing in protocols back then. We hadn't really seen any big hacks from it. And if you even go and look at the reports, there might be like a couple of rounding issues in there, but they weren't necessarily exploitable back then. But as time has gone on, the industry, like the attackers have gotten better, the code is more complex. And now we know with hindsight, this is actually a really serious issue. And you see that show up in Balancer's engineering today. So like if you look at V3, they're very specific about what gets rounded and where it gets rounded. So it's really a problem of how do you discover your unknown unknowns? Because back then, we knew there was a rounding issue here, but we didn't necessarily think that they would ever become something that people would use to exploit. It was just something like maybe you could get one way, but then you lose your money on the gas. And I think as the industry matures, more of these unknown unknowns are going to be revealed as we get a better idea of how to build smart contracts. And like the end goal should be that all of these hacks are categorically preventable. Otherwise, there's no point of building smart contracts.
I'm not sure I have much more to add. You guys have covered a lot. Yeah, I agree with Hari a lot that nowadays audits, I've seen it time and time again in audits, that there's a lot of a mathematical focus to, for example, in Uniswap v4, all of our audits had a huge mathematical focus. Multiple things came up about discussions of rounding, and if you have a constant in the code, you have to choose which way you've rounded it slightly. But that being said, what Seth said, like that was one issue, and yes, Balancer unfortunately got hacked for that, but there's so many protocols out there, and if it wasn't going to be this issue with Balancer, it's going to be a different issue with another protocol, and so I do think it's important for us to learn from these individual hacks, but also try to think of broader solutions than just the individual solutions for each hack that happens.
Makes sense. Great points. So maybe for the next one, right? For the next point, we'll start the other way around. So this is, I believe, the biggest crypto exploit. We're talking about Bybit here. So the point is, Bybit-like exploits will happen again.
Yeah, I think unfortunately in the space, maybe we're improving, but we're still a long way from where we need to be. Everyone throws so much money at smart contract audits and competitions and bug bounties, and I'm sure you've all seen Uniswap has 1 million of all of those, but that's not the only part of the stack that needs to be secured. The entire stack needs to be secure, and it's unfortunate that I would say there is still not enough focus on making sure that the rest of the stack is secure. The private keys, the interfaces, everything. how many companies are actually getting their interfaces audited, how many companies are getting their NPM deploy scripts audited, all of that. And I think that, again, it's something that we can improve and we can try and prevent them, but I think for now we are a long way from where we should be probably.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Bybit is going to happen again. And a big reason why it happened in the first place, again, is because there's this expectation with smart contract protocols that you get audited. Any of the users, that's the first thing they ask, has this been audited? Has this been audited? But they don't necessarily ask the same questions of their exchange. They don't ask about the key how they store their keys, what is your lifecycle management. Like a user doesn't even know what questions to ask. That's why when they ask protocols, they're like, have you been audited? And the truth is there needs to be a little bit more on the operational side. I think that smart contracts could have had it much worse off security-wise if there wasn't this really big culture of we have to get an audit and then we have to publish a report. Because if you look at like web application security or Web 2 security, it's very, very uncommon for any client to publish a report. That's really only a blockchain thing, and it's really only a smart contract thing. And I think a lot of organizations that are managing cryptocurrency have been able to like kind of slide under the radar and not have as mature security as they should, because there isn't this expectation that they publish their audit reports or that they even get audited in the first place.
Yeah, if you know me, you probably know that I've been saying for years now that we should be focusing on the entire stack, as Alice just pointed out. I do think that the Bybit incident or a similar incident will happen again. I still find it ludicrous that we're all using the same UI to manage our multi-sigs. And I've tried myself to use the eternal safe UI. So there's a fork of the safe UI that you can theoretically run locally with your own nodes. And that thing is buggy as hell. Spent the whole day trying to fix JavaScript errors. So when it comes to supply chain attacks, if we don't provide better ways for customers, users, institutions to interact with these multi-sigs, it's just bound to happen again. These supply chain attacks are very difficult to detect, and they're usually carried out by very sophisticated threat actors. So, what these people have said just before me is very, very important. I'd like to think that the industry has, unfortunately, thanks to the Bybit hack, slowly started to realize this. So we're starting to get a lot of these requests from our customers. People are realizing that they have to secure their entire stack, their UI, their nodes, their RPCs, as well as their smart contracts. But there's still a very, very long way to go.
So the answer to the question, will Bybit-like hacks continue? I think it's yes, and for two simple reasons. One, the complexity of software is going up by a lot every single week, every single month. Number two, the amount of money at risk on chain is going up because the amount of money is going up. And there are really malicious threat actors, sometimes sponsored by governments, that will find a way to get into the systems. So I personally do not think these hacks are preventable, just because when you have a complex system and when you have actors that are incentivized by the government, this is not easy to prevent. There's like a lot of different ways to get into systems, and potentially the real preventable way is to use have countries figure this out, where there are real threat actors here. Like how does certain governments figure out how to minimize these, whether with trade or whether with threats or with war? So that is a way to minimize these. I don't think there is a security solution to prevent these kind of hacks, as long as the software complexity and money at risk is going up.
Going last, I would definitely say it will happen again. And I would say that if you look at the analogy to other industries, there was a time when nobody knew what a ransomware gang was, and now it's a very viable business for people who find that to be a great way to make a living. And so Bybit was maybe government sponsored, but the gang activity has yet to come, and it will come. And they will find ways, no matter what you do, to get around it. And so it's always that game of escalation. The more money there is, the more it's good business for someone to try to take it. And it will absolutely happen again. All that you can do is try to get ahead of it now. And I think that that's probably something that the industry would be wise to start thinking about.
Yeah, so it looks like the answer is a unanimous yes, that it will happen again. I mean, note that these are not, nobody here really, or in this conference wants this to happen. We hate making predictions, but unfortunately the state of affairs is such that, a lot of these things happen. For context, the previous DSS, we had a similar panel where the question was, will we see $1 billion hack in 2025? And we have had at least one that we know of, right? So, all right. So,
if you don't mind,
sorry?
I think it's worth reminding everyone that the vast majority of the hacks that happened over the past 24 months have nothing to do with smart contract bugs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's a full stack. So you'll see a lot of repeating themes, which is really what security is about. So maybe switching gears, right? There's this notion that security matters. I mean, we are all here because we think it matters, we know it matters. But then you go around at the different events at DevConnect, and then there are questions like, well, we are trying to decentralize everything, but do users really care, right? Or does it really matter? I mean, are we doing the right thing, or is it just all about, YOLO, FOMO, and any other acronym, right? So I guess the next question maybe goes to Alice is not a question, but a statement. Protocol users really care about security? Maybe in the context of Uniswap. Sorry?
I would say yes. I think not all of them necessarily are consciously caring. Like when you open your phone and you're using an app, are you consciously caring if whether there's a bug in that app? You're using maybe a lot of us are security minded, so maybe in this room there's a disproportionate number of people who, yes, are thinking about those things. But the dream when you're building an app is that people aren't thinking about the scary things that could happen in the background. So maybe they're not actively thinking that they care about security. But would they care if the protocol got hacked and their money was at risk? Yeah, I think there's a 100% answer that yes. So maybe some people actively care and some people don't know that they care, but subconsciously they obviously don't want to lose their money. Yeah.
Anyone else?
I want to add one thing where we are seeing in crypto today, there's a lot of large entities that are putting capital in, and some of those large entities are regulator players, often with fiduciary responsibility, where if they lose this money, they could potentially go to jail. And these people definitely care about things like that. They care about protocols being secure. They look into details. I'm very surprised sometimes they read like the entire audit report, even though they may not have a technical background, before they deploy a large amount of capital into DeFi or crypto. So I do think from a capital point of view, the bigger you get, the more you care. Maybe if you have a small amount of money, if you want to be a decent, maybe they don't care.
I would say the only people who don't care are the people who don't understand what's going to happen. Once you know that you could lose all your money, they care.
Makes sense, yeah. I mean, great point. So maybe the DeFi degens don't care. They're just YOLOing if small amounts of money. Retail may or may not care, but they definitely will care once things go wrong. But once, as and when we have more institutional players come in, more regulated entities and people who are putting in big chunks of capital, right? They absolutely will care about everything that can go wrong before it goes wrong, right? Cool. So the next one is, maybe Ben, you can take this. AI-powered audit tooling will be table stakes. I mean, I think we've seen a whole bunch of AI-related stuff within DSS, within DevConnect. But it's going to be table stakes. Is it going to be a differentiator? What are your thoughts?
So yes, it's going to be table stakes. I think ultimately what AI-driven auditing and AI-driven development are going to do is they're going to drive the incremental cost of developing software not to zero, but close to zero. And what that means for the security industry is that there's probably going to be a lot more contracts out there. However, the cost of you auditing a contract also is going to have to converge to zero as well. It's going to be very, very ubiquitous. It's going to be everywhere. There's also going to be ways to use it incorrectly, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how things develop over the next year.
Can I add? I want to say that it's going to be more than table stakes. It's going to define the next era of security. But at the same time, I think all of you are correct to be skeptical about all those claims today. This is one of those things that you have to see to believe. There's nothing I can say here today, or anyone can say here today, that will make people believe that this is going to be important. You have to see to believe it. And I've had this moment where I went down this rabbit hole, and some of the things that I saw was very humbling. I think there are many things that you imagine is not possible, and suddenly they are possible. And I'm hoping that more people are able to see that. And once you see it, you start like believing it. Everything else, I think people are right to be skeptical.
Yeah, building on that, it makes sense that people are skeptical, because we've had this thing where we've revisited AI like every 8 months for the past couple of years. Looking at like the original codex, GPT-3, like it was a very sad state of affairs. And if that was your first exposure to AI and you haven't looked at it since then, you'll probably be shocked to see what the latest models can do. But I mean, you have to come around to it. That's kind of the trick.
If I may add to that, last year in Bangkok, we had a similar panel, and Jocelyn made the prediction that a lot of software will be built by AI within like 12 months or 24 months. And I was sitting right next to him. I was like, there's no way, man. There's absolutely no way. I don't believe that. I take that back completely. Jocelyn was right. I was wrong. And the reason I can say that is because looking at our pipeline, the stuff that's coming out of our clients, some of our best clients, most mature clients, is pretty crazy. They're pumping out code left, right, and center. And back to your point, we now have a lot more work to do. So I think I agree with you. The cost to delivering code or building code is going down. We have to find a way to also basically reduce the cost of reviewing these things. But good call, Jocelyn.
Jocelyn has usually been right. I mean, the previous panel, Jocelyn was the one who said that there will be, a $1 billion hack, not due to smart contracts. So, yeah, shout out to Jocelyn. Good. So, I think we're covering a whole bunch of topics, not necessarily in the right order, but that's good. So we know, I think, anyone here will disagree that there will be bugs, right? Due to AI, wipe coding, due to humans, due to a combination, there will be vulnerabilities introduced. Some of them will get exploited, right? So as we said, smart contract security is not just about audits, right? It's the entire life cycle. So let's move ahead, right? Let's talk about, okay, when things go wrong, what do we do, right? It's about, one, knowing that something has gone wrong, detection and response, right? And we had a previous panel from Mudit and others about war rooms. So that brings me to detection and response, right? So the point, maybe Mehdi, you can take this, is protocols are still not taking detection and response seriously, and because of that, they're scrambling for help towards initiatives such as SEAL 911.
Yeah, this is probably the least mature part of the stack, I think. If you look at it like from security design all the way to incident response through monitoring, this is where I think we have the most work ahead of us. When shit hits the fan, it's pretty good to have battle-tested work plans and incident response plans. Even some of our most mature clients don't have that. And what tends to happen when incidents happen, thank God for the Security Alliance and SEAL 911, specifically, Pascal and his team are doing God's work. We raise tickets. There's been over, I think, 1,200 or 1,300 tickets raised since its inception. They've been able to save literally over $100 million worth of assets. And these guys are, volunteers. Seal is a nonprofit. If you're building DeFi protocols, I would strongly encourage you to consider donating to the Security Alliance. But you're right. Protocols don't really take that seriously because the thinking is, well, if I'm doing everything right, this should not happen to me. So I'm going to invest my time, my money, my effort towards the left side of the development lifecycle or the security lifecycle. Unfortunately, I think we should be looking at it as if it's not about if, but when things will go south. And you should really have proper procedures in place. Rehearse them as well. Again, Security Alliance has recently launched an initiative called certifications, where you can, go through your operational security and, essentially self-certify yourself against what we believe are the best practices in that space. Seal 911 is doing great work, but I think it's very important for protocols to also own that part of the stack.
I would just
if you don't know what Seal Alliance is, by the way, you should look it up. Like, just in case anyone in this room doesn't know what it is. It's
just
very
quick
important.
show of hands. Have you heard of the Security Alliance? Okay, that makes me feel a bit
just
better.
want to make
Cool,
sure.
sweet,
Cool.
awesome.
We're in a pretty biased room, though, here.
That's true.
I'd say it's interesting how strongly you stress this, because we at Uniswap Uniswap Labs, we've done quite a lot to try to prepare for this. We have also had the discussion of, is it not if, but when? We put so much code out there. We put so much effort into security, probably more than we do into the actual coding of the contracts, but we're only humans building the contracts. And yes, we have AIs and formal verification to help us secure it, but there's a lot of work to do there. And we have worked with it's called the Seal War Room. We've done that. We've done as much as we feel we can to prepare. We've simulated something happening, but I still think that if that day were to come, touch wood, it doesn't, we would still want those people to jump in and help, because there is nothing that can prepare you in the same way as having done it before. And us simulating it, simulating rescuing money, simulating everything down to what tweets we would put out and when along the way we got a report back from SEAL saying which things we did well, which things we didn't different. We feel like we've prepared a lot, but the second something happened, I feel like I would be on the phone to SEAL 911 being like, come help, please.
As you should. But I think, again, like Uniswap is probably best in class in getting stuff sorted well in advance and thinking well in advance. My point was just not relying exclusively on SEAL 911.
You want to feel like the people in your room at least as prepared as they can be for something,
Exactly.
even if we're then going to need help along the way from people who've done it before.
I would just add that I think it's deceptively easy to just put a smart contract out there and hope for the best. You can just pay a little money and push a button and it's out there, but it has to be a full organizational design task to prepare for this. And there's a lot to learn from other industries. Other industries have spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to handle incidents and what to do about it. And this industry is a little bit behind.
I would add onto that, where I think in the traditional banking world, there is a lot of processes around incident response, and it's not just a nice to have. For a lot of them, that is a requirement. There are very strict SLAs on uptime and how you handle incidents, how you talk about it, especially for the regulator industries. And with a lot of regulated capital and players coming into the market, this is going to become more important. And sort of the open secret is that almost every protocol has small incidents that happen to them. They don't often become public, but almost everyone has small incidents that happen to them, and you need to handle them. And people are not quite there today, but I think this is going to become an expectation from a lot of the new investors, a lot of the new capital allocators, which they would say, hey, I'm going to allocate this amount of money into your protocol, but do you have SLAs? Do you have liability? Can you take liability? Things like this will emerge in the next few months, few years.
Interesting. So just doing a quick time check. So maybe we'll get to some of the more tricky or put you. Yeah.
I just thought of a tricky question. I should have told you about ahead of time, but I literally just thought of it. But this is probably going to be controversial, but kind of a question for you guys, everyone. Do you think it's possible for there to be a future where we can develop smart contracts, not get an audit, and still have a secure system you can deploy?
And when you say audit, you mean an external third-party
An external
review?
audit. So there's no external audit. You just have your you build a protocol, you build the tests, you do all the planning, and you deploy it with no audit. Do you think there's a future where you could do that?
Maybe with AGI.
Yes, but there has to be some infrastructural change to make that happen. I mean, in other industries, you can deploy critical code without an external auditor. In fact, the term auditor is not usually used for a guy who comes and looks at your code when you're building a large system. It's for the guy who's looking at your finances. So it can be done, but that's because there are layers of protection in front of every piece of code you write. Here, code's exposed on the blockchain and anybody can interact with it, so it's an entirely different thing. But if we can develop those other layers of protection, then sure. But there has to be some significant architectural shift for that to happen.
And yeah, my answer was going to be, I don't think it has to be a future. I think that was the past. I think that's still the reality in many parts of the spaces. We just don't hear about these protocols maybe getting hacked. They're just deploying without audits. I mean, who knows what is an audit, right? We can't even really agree. And I mean, if it is a stamp of approval, then maybe things are happening that it's already there. So.
Damn, I was hoping someone would disagree. Working in security is very counterintuitive because technically, I feel like our job is to make it so that our clients don't need to get audits anymore. And there's definitely like a couple clients where like I'll audit their code and like very consistently there's no findings. I can't even think of like an informational finding to nitpick about. And I'm very interested in seeing if we can standardize that and make it so it's something that basically anyone could do at any skill level. I was hoping someone would disagree.
We could get to provably correct code and so on, right? So there could be things that can be done, things that maybe is not possible for depending on what the protocol is. So great question. So yeah, so in the spirit of increasing the intensity of questions and making it spicier and maybe waking some people up. So maybe the next question is for Hari. So auditing has sort of evolved in the last, I don't know, at least, I mean, we are talking about Web3 crypto here, right? In the last 10 years. It used to be private reviews and then collaborative audits, independent researchers, and then contests came about, right? So that was a few years ago, contests were everything. And now, I don't know how it is. Maybe people are thinking twice. So the point is, audit contests are always going to be part of the security feature. Yes, no, maybe?
So I wrote this thing a couple of weeks ago where I said like competitions as we know it won't exist in 12 months. And it looks like a lot of people paid attention to it. I'm getting the same question over and over again. So what I mean by that is if you look at the history of security competitions, they emerged at a time where it was solving very different problems. And the first problem it solved was there wasn't enough security researchers like 5 years ago. There just wasn't enough researchers, which led to a lot of bottlenecks in customers who has to launch code to production and get some security review. So that was the original intention of these security competitions, like put your code out there, put some money on the line, and people that find bugs get rewarded. That was as simple as that. And if you look at the data of the number of submissions and the number of valid submissions, unfortunately, the number of valid submissions is like going to zero today. If you look at some of the early competitions, like 60% of submissions were like valid, like some in the first few competitions. Today, one in like 100 findings are potentially valid. And as a platform, you have to ask yourself, like, what are you? Are you a security company or are you a company that is, preventing spam? So I think that is the question that people have to ask. And this problem went on steroids because of LLMs as well, because a lot of the submissions people get in any platform, and not just like a single platform, in Web 2 too. A lot of the submissions people get are like AI generated slop, and it's become very easy for people to generate things that sound real but is not real. And you have to ask yourself, there are ways to solve this. You can use also AI to fix the problem, but then you have to ask the question, are you really utilizing your tokens appropriately? Like, do you want to spend all your tokens invalidating 99 findings when that could be moved to finding bugs? So I think all these are driving to this future where I think this may not exist in the current shape or form in 12 months, and historically competition solved a very different problem, and I think we have a lot of researchers today that you can work with directly.
Cool, interesting points. We could go along, but we're running out of time. So in the spirit of the title of the panel, maybe each one of you, if there's one thing that you would really want to see to make sure that the future of smart contract security is really secure and that we're being smart about it, what would that be? Just like 2 seconds each.
For me, it would be improvements from the developers of contracts earlier on in their development process. There's right from the beginning, before you even sit down and write a line of code, you need to start mapping out what attack vectors could be of the system and designing it secure before you've written a single line of code, not relying on finding the bugs further down the line.
Testing. There needs to be much better ways of measuring test coverage. Percentage of line or branches covered is not adequate and is terrible. If we have much better ways of measuring test coverage, whether that's fuzzing, formal verification, whatever, I think we'll be in a much better position.
Testing as well.
That's 10 times.
Ben is totally right. Threat modeling, and one thing maybe for mature protocol, consider internalizing your security function, or at least having a dedicated security engineer who is responsible for the security posture of your protocol.
So I want to live in a future where people can do less and get more, and I want people to be able to write code and magically have correct software, and there should be more automations, and that's what I want to see. I want people to do even less testing than they're doing today and still write safer code.
Maybe in contrast, I would say this is a safety critical system and it needs to be built like one.
Cool, all great points. We're out of time. So thanks to all the panelists, and I don't know if we have time for questions. Do we? No? All right. Well, they're all going to be here hopefully for the rest of the afternoon.
Come grab us and ask questions if you have any.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, everyone. So, don't go anywhere. We've got a discussion coming up here on how the EF is making upgrades to mainnet to be able to handle the trillions and trillions of dollars that we have come on chain. Now, I know we're just not going to go out here and start posting trillions while the current price action is going on, but I am interested in seeing how we're going to actually support that as the world economy comes on chain over the next few years. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and give it up to Tyler Holmes, a security researcher at the EF. Here you go, Tyler.
Test. Can everyone hear me? I'll take that as a yes. So yeah, I'm Tyler Holmes. I'm a protocol security researcher at the Auditorium Foundation, and I'm here to talk about the $1 trillion security initiative. Just as a show of hands, who has heard of the $1 trillion security initiative? Okay. Of those people, who knows what it is? Don't worry, I won't call on you. All right. Who read the security assessment that we put out earlier this year? Okay, a few. And of the ones that have read it, is anyone contributing? We got one at least. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about $1 trillion security initiative. All right, so Ethereum today, where are we? We have millions of users all across the globe, 500 billion secured by Ethereum. Just last month, we had $2.8 trillion of stablecoin volume, and all this is being facilitated by a diverse validator set of over 1 million validators, all secured with 35 million Ether. This is one of the largest public infrastructure projects probably in history, and it's working seamlessly right now. But the one thing that isn't up here is how much we've lost since 2016 for malicious funds being stolen, or funds being stolen. And we've lost more than, it's 15 billion? 15 billion since 2016. 2 billion of that is just in the first half of 2025. The threat landscape has kind of changed, but we do have some underlying security problems for Ethereum that are going to prevent us from moving to the next stage, which is why we have the $1 trillion initiative. So civilization, or Ethereum tomorrow, at least to me, is civilization scale architecture, which acts as the backbone of the global economy. We're not talking about millions of users, we're talking about billions of users. We're talking about trillions of dollars in values. We're talking about governments and institutions moving on chain, and the global economy going 24/7 on Ethereum. And so the $1 trillion security initiative is how we're trying to push forward to get us there. We're already seeing institutional adoption. This is happening, and it's coming. So what is the $1 trillion security initiative? So we launched it earlier this year. The goal is to kind of coordinate with the ecosystem and upgrade the security of Ethereum. And we want to do this in an open source environment where everyone can build on the work of others, not necessarily funding private companies to go make products, but making libraries and repositories that anyone can use, any team. The goal that we kind of set is we want to have billions of individuals, or 1 billion individuals who are comfortable putting $1,000 on chain, so 1 trillion. And we also want to have institutions and companies or governments that are comfortable storing more than $1 trillion of value inside of a single contract or application. And they're also comfortable transacting in similar amounts. That's what we're trying to get to. And in terms of who's on, or what makes up the $1 trillion security, this was started with co-chairs Josh and Frederick, and I've recently joined. We also have ecosystem stewards that kind of keep us on track. We have Sam from the Security Alliance, Zach from Etherealize, and Mehdi from Sigma Prime, who are been really great for coordination and communication. And kind of helping make sure we stay the course, so to speak. And for us, for the $1 trillion security initiative to be successful, there's kind of 3 phases. We have this mapping phase where we take ecosystem feedback and we ask, what is preventing you from growing? What are the security challenges that you're facing? What kind of research are you doing? What's the most important things that we need to look at? And going back and forth with these organizations. And then once we have a good map of these, then we're going to go to the execution phase, which is where we identify some near-term milestones that we can do that will help accomplish and fix some of these goals, and also where we can allocate investments for longer-term projects. And the last part of this, which is also a very important part, is the communication. Like making sure the ecosystem, institutions, governments are aware that Ethereum is growing and becoming more and more secure, and is going to be the most secure blockchain for these kinds of things. So the first part, the mapping phase, this is the document that I was talking about earlier that a lot of you haven't read. Highly recommend it. It's a very good overview. We built this by talking to over 500 individuals, researchers, developers from client teams, institutions, protocols, stablecoin issuers, all across the board, and going back and forth over a long period of time to kind of distill 6 key areas that we wanted to focus on. And for those 6 key areas that we came, the thing that kept on coming up and up was user experience and wallets, smart contracts, specifically for security, the infrastructure and the cloud reliance that we have, and as a lot of people have been talking about, the monitoring and incident response, issues with the consensus protocol, those had the least concerns. I think we have a really good track record for the consensus layer, but we still have some upcoming challenges coming post-quantum, changes to the finality gadget, et cetera. And then we also had a lot of people talking about the social layer and governance. And I don't think I have a slide specifically for monitoring and incident response, but I do want to throw a shout out to Seal. I know everyone's been talking about them, but they have done amazing work in this area. Kudos and thanks for all that they're doing. So for the UX and wallet, the main things that kept coming up was, key management is hard, like the ability to safely manage your keys and restore, approving transactions without not necessarily understanding what you're doing, granting approvals and permissions to contracts with no expiry and with an unlimited amount of time. And the issue with this is, not only are you giving these permissions when you might not necessarily need to, but it's kind of hard to go and figure out, which contracts and which accounts have these permissions and going back and revoking those. A really big problem we've been having is the compromised web interfaces. We're finding that these Web 2 debt is really killing a lot of the Web 3 security infrastructure right now. Privacy was another big deal. Wallets, you can track in the browser. They can see what kind of tokens you're using. For institutions, this might actually be a legal problem for them as well. And since different wallets handle their core behaviors differently, there's kind of fragmentation as you move around the ecosystem to kind of understand what you're doing. And for smart contract security, the thing that we kept coming up to is vulnerabilities. That's something that we've made tremendous progress on. Most of the hacks that we see nowadays aren't actually, due to a vulnerability in the smart contracts. I think that's, because of all the audits that we're doing, new tooling. I think AI tools are probably going to help out in this in the future. Another issue that people kept bringing up was the developer experience. Low adoption of formal verification, inconsistent testing practices. Frameworks might have not defined defaults, secure default standards. And then risk assessments for deployed contracts as well. So there's not really consistent metrics for evaluating the security of a contract that you're interacting with and its dependencies. And coming back to the institutional side of things, they might need to have clear lines of accountability for how the smart contract works in order to follow the law. So this is a problem for having the next phase of the initiative. Infrastructure and cloud security is also a big issue. The RPC and node infrastructure being centralized is a tough problem. We have very few RPC providers. A lot of these are hosted on cloud interfaces, which kind of centralizes the attack surface for the traditional attacks. Provider outages, ISP censorship, even things, so DNS having a centralized registrar, which is, can also be compromised. Phishing, where you just have off by one URLs, these small, annoying things to work with. Monitored incidents response. The key issues here were, if there's something going on, it might be difficult to reach the users or find out, or to reach the teams or find out, how to escalate this or who you should escalate it to. And there's poor incident response coordination. Seal's been taking over for a lot of this and helping large projects adapt, which has been really helpful in the community. And the last part was just social layer and governance. So worried about stake centralization, organizational capture of governance, regulatory attacks and pressure. These are kinds of the 6 things that we were most concerned about. And so we took those things that we got from the other client teams and we moved to the execution phase. So here's 6 things we can act on now. They're going to have real tangible benefits. I'll talk briefly about each of those. So for wallet standards, we have there's a beta up right now called Wallet Beat. It kind of borrows from L2 Beat. And this idea is that you can go through and see all of the wallets and all of the different metrics that they implement that are important to you. So, not only do you want to know, like, does this wallet have an audit for the current code, but maybe you wanted to use an open source wallet, or maybe you want to use a wallet that you can use your own node for. So you can control for finding the things that are important to you, and then also find secure ones. And this also kind of provides a lever for wallet teams to implement the really important issues that users are seeking. For smart contract security, we're working with some clients for producing a large data set, like a corpus of smart contract vulnerabilities that have been found. We're talking to audit providers and a bunch of different institutions to try to centralize these. And I think this is going to be really valuable for having an open data set for AI training. So it kind of removes the moat around researchers training models specifically for auditing Solidity. And this will also enable commercial companies that are already doing this to have a better data set for training their own models. So transactions assertions, this is a hot topic right now. It's still in active research. It's basically this idea of like, how can I set a simple set of rules for how the state changes for my transaction? And if these aren't met, then revert. So one example could be, I want to swap this token and make sure I get at least this much of this token, but also I want to be sure that all my other tokens aren't drained, right? And so there's several approaches that we're kind of researching on the side of this. There's the ERC versus the EIP approach. Do we do this on chain in the smart contract level, or does this become part of the core protocol for the consensus, or in the execution protocol? Still active research for this. Another very important one is the verifiable and decentralized front ends. If this is something you're working on, we're doing an RFP phase for this right now on the ESP, so please reach out. We have these smart contracts that are running on decentralized platforms, but these DApp front ends still rely on centralized hosting, and they're vulnerable to not only attack, but censorship. This creates lots of problems in the space. A lot of the compromised accounts that we see right now is because the front end interface is compromised, and the users actually interacting with a malicious smart contract where they're signing transactions that aren't in their best interest. So if you work on this, it's a chance for an RFP. And then this was the single largest issue that was kind of identified in the mapping phase, and that is blind signing. This idea of, I'm signing for, maybe I just see some call data, maybe I see some structured JSON, maybe I just have a hash that I'm verifying on my wallet. I'm not really sure what I'm signing for. There's been a lot of work put into fixing this, to having a clear signing, where you're signing a clear human readable representation of what's going to happen. There's been a lot of work by the community. The Verifier Alliance, I think, has like 8 million contracts that they've done TX decoding for the ABIs and verified that the contracts and the source match. There's been previous standards done, 4430, but we're kind of moved on to 7730. This idea that you can take an external representation of what some interaction is of a function and map that to a human readable example. And the idea here being that if we get wallets to implement this 7730, we can have this open source data set of a trusted registry of all of these annotations. And that becomes really easy for smaller wallet teams to have the clear signing, which I think so far we all agree is one of the most important things for the ecosystem. You can also provide that with TX simulations, so you can see not only what you're doing, but what the outcome of that might be. And the last thing we had really for the execution phase was the wallet for the masses. This is something that's being headed by Mehdi from Sigma Prime. This is like the idea of your best friend's wallet or your mom's wallet. It's a lockdown, secure on-rails system that makes it easy to transact and has a better recovery mechanism for non-technical people. Some of the key things that we asked for in the mapping phase, we're just like sending funds to usernames instead of having to verify these public addresses. And When we say verifying public addresses, reading the last 4 digits of the public address and the first 4. We also want to have easy payments for goods and services, so good third-party adoption, and things like simple swaps, like basic applications that kind of lock down what you can do, and you don't have to worry about getting drained. And kind of the last part about this is the communication phase, which is another really important part of this. And the Digital Studio team at the EF has been working on this along with Josh to kind of map out the things that we're looking at and show what the active research is, what phase we're in. And if you want to contribute, you can go to here and see, like, all right, this is something that I'm really familiar with, and we're still in the research phase. This is how I can contribute. Really, the most important thing here that the $1 trillion security initiative is it's an open source collaboration for the ecosystem to secure the ecosystem. Not putting it up to like private products and industry, but to come together as an ecosystem to make it safe for everyone. So yeah, there's plenty of opportunities for collaboration. This isn't about telling anyone what to do. It's about creating a place for like builders to collaborate on the security problems that affect us all. If you fall into any of these categories and you think you want to help and you think you can contribute, reach out to us. This is a very important thing for not only us but the entire community. But one key takeaway from this, it is open source first. This isn't a pitch. Like, don't come and pitch your product, and we're not going to fund your private raise. We're not looking for commercial solutions, but community solutions to these community problems. Do y'all have any questions? That's all that I have, I think. Yeah. Do we have time for questions?
Can you please show the email again? Sorry. Thank you.
Oh. Sorry, they're bringing it up. They're bringing it up. One second. It's $1 trillion security at Ethereum.org.
We have another question.
So it seems like today there's significant problems, as you've addressed in the presentation, around blind signing. Would you mind just elaborating more on those EIPs that you were talking about that would potentially fix them?
So I can at least talk a little bit about the 7731. I'm not fully familiar with all of the previous work that's been done, but this idea is that you have external, so off-chain representation of all of the functions and variables in a contract. And then for those functions, given those inputs, you have a human-readable like interpretation of it. So instead of like calling this function with a source address, a token amount, and a destination, it would be, user X sends, Y to Alice. User is delegating this to Bob. It's like a text-readable representation of what's happening in code. So you don't have to read this like awful JSON file of some hexadecimal and try to figure out what's going on. Does that answer your question? I think we got one more in front of you.
Thanks. And is the idea then with that to somehow integrate it into wallet solutions? One challenge I've heard a lot with wallet solutions is that there's often this tension between wanting to be able to update the wallet and to actually keep the keys safe in a secure enclave that malicious firmware cannot extract.
Right. So in terms of wallets not wanting to upgrade, I think we'll remove some of the friction there. We're going to provide not only libraries for this, but the repositories that link these implementations. And I think the pressure is going to come from, like we've seen with WalletBeat. Users are going to want to have this. It's going to be an important thing that requires you to ascend to the higher levels from that.
Sorry, I meant for hardware wallets.
Oh, for hardware wallets. Yeah, so that is a tough problem. Like not only that, but even the interface for which you can do that. I don't have the answer to that one, unfortunately. I think that's something that the industry is working on, though.
All right, we are out of time. Let's go ahead and go.
All right, thank you all.
Okay, fantastic chat. I personally, especially in these trying times, like to get on Twitter and post about trillions. So, trillions. Now, what we've got to discuss next is really kind of where we are in the state of DeFi security. We've heard about how things are, and now we're going to hear about how we can quantify how they are. I don't know about you guys, I've noticed that we've had a lot fewer hacks this year. The ones that we have had, however, have been quite substantial. So I'm really interested to hear about this. We're going to be hearing from Peter, a blockchain threat researcher at BlockThreat. So let's go ahead and give it up for Peter. Okay, cool.
All right. Buenos tardes, Argentina. All right, welcome to the state of DeFi security. I'll talk a little fast. I'm trying to cram 6 different talks in this 20 minutes, so bear with me, please. My name is Peter Kaczerginski. You're probably most familiar with my work on BlockThreat, threat intelligence newsletter, and other projects that I've been involved in. So today, what are we going to discuss? As is now a tradition, we'll talk about DeFi threat landscape, all the biggest hacks, lessons that we've seen from the last year. But we'll really try to focus on emerging DeFi threats this time around, because I really want to prevent the next Bybit. What is the signal that we've seen in the industry so far that we should learn from and dodge the bullet in the future, as well as future DeFi defenses that I'm really excited about. So let's start with the DeFi threat landscape first. So first, the good news. The stolen private keys, that went down significantly. We went from $500 million lost to stolen private keys attack vector to around $100 million. So whatever you guys are doing, either moving funds from your private keys on your developers' machines to multi-sig, please continue doing that. Price oracle manipulation, that was the top smart contract exploit that we've seen in many, many years. Time after time after time, went down all the way down to 4th place. So even last year, the total stolen funds was around $50+ million, but now we're down to $30 million. That's all the good news I have time for today, but let's talk about the bad news. The bad news is we've seen the emergence of 2 new attack vectors that did not even register on top 10 lists in the past. And that is, of course, the multi-sig hijacking and rounding error vulnerabilities. So multi-sig hijacking, of course, are the type of exploits that we've seen, unfortunately, with the safe wallet / Bybit compromise, where the instance we had this year, North Korean DPRK threat actors went in, compromised the safe wallet front end to inject malicious payloads, and after that, they were able to subvert the key signing protocol for the Bybit exchange and steal $1.5 billion, which is insane. The most painful thing about that one is that we knew about that one. Just before the Bybit compromise, we had Radiant Capital, where attackers used a similar technique where they injected malicious payloads into multi-sig signing operation, and they were able to subvert it the same way. It's just that this attack did not get enough publicity. People like Pika Visaccio from Seal, they wrote tools and scripts for you to verify the transactions that you're signing, people writing simulation for the transactions. It's just that we did not adopt it as the industry. So pretty please, make sure if you're using multi-sigs, do simulated transactions. Do use scripts from people like Pika Visaccio, Pascal, and others to make sure that whatever you're signing in hardware wallets is legit. Rounding error, I don't think I can add too much more that was already covered at this conference. This is a very tricky attack class to detect. We have to really understand the math behind all the contracts, and especially the edge cases, which normally we did not have time to really dig into. So, in the interest of time, let's dive into emerging DeFi threats. Those are the things that don't get too much attention. Those are the threats that do not have multi-billion or even multi-million hacks yet. And yet, every single thread that I'm about to cover with you has the potential to become the next Bybit. So please pay attention and build defenses that I will recommend so we can avoid it altogether. Okay, the first one that we'll cover is the watering hole contracts threat. This one is kind of tricky because this threat comes along the same time when we're seeing the emergence of a new class of attackers, the patient attacker. They don't just go in and smash and grab and steal funds the second they can get a chance to. No, they will sit there and wait until a sufficiently large whale or a target shows up, and then and only then they will run the exploit. So the way it's usually executed, this is a sample proxy contract, and an attacker finds a way to subvert it. And there are a variety of ways. There's a classic private key compromise or developer compromise, but also you can do things like take over uninitialized contracts, or you can find arbitrary call injection to be able to act on behalf of the protocol. Once that is done, your first intuition is to smash and grab, of course, but not these guys. What they do is they carefully wait until external users of this protocol show up. And as we all do, make infinite approvals to this protocol, and then instead of targeting the project itself, they target users. And in fact, this attack vector makes it so much more attractive to compromise not large, popular protocols, but the tiny ones, where TVL is not that really large. As long as a whale comes in and approves their funds to this watering hole contract, they will win. So there was an excellent talk yesterday from Yanis at DDUP talking about one particular instance of the watering hole contract. I invite you to scan the QR code. I promise it's not malicious. OPSEC. Read about it, but TLDR is that this particular attacker was going around for months looking for uninitialized contracts, initialized them with a backdoor, and then carefully sitting and waiting. Luckily, we were able to find it over 3 months after they started doing this. So it took 3 months to detect it. And how lucky are we that nothing was stolen? A whale did not come in and Infinite approved hundreds of millions of dollars to this contract. After that was detected, luckily, by someone who dug into an extra event that popped up, a SEAL came in, ran a massive rescue operation. Attackers were still able to detect that someone is rescuing funds and take away $2 million, which compared to the potential nuclear-sized bullet that we dodged here is nothing. So we got extremely lucky here. A special case of this attack vector is the arbitrary call injection. It's very easy to detect when your contract is actually subverted or upgraded in some way. But if there is a vulnerability, an arbitrary call injection vulnerability, when an attacker can inject arbitrary calls to act on behalf of your contract, they can sit on this vulnerable exploit. In fact, there was an exploit in previous years, pop up all the time, and only run it and expose themselves once the whale shows up. So once they see someone interesting, then the whale train. So what you should be doing. If you are a protocol, don't just monitor for events. You have to watch for unusual storage slots that suddenly pop up in your protocol. If you see unexpected transactions on your protocol where, for some reason, your contract is initializing transfers to some third party, something that is not normally done, look for those unusual transactions and alert on them. And then, of course, a big common advice to users, do not infinite approve everything to whatever contracts you're interacting with. And if you do have to approve something, try to limit it to some degree which is sane, so you don't lose the inconvenience of doing multiple approvals, but you don't lose the whole thing. Okay, legacy contracts. So how many of you are familiar with the Lindy effect? So Lindy effect, not too many. Lindy effect started out as a joke, but pretty adopted by crypto industry at least a while back, that basically says that the longer something was existing, the more likely it's going to exist for that much time in the future. But does it apply to security? If something was not hacked for, let's say, 5 years, can we guarantee that it's not going to get hacked for the next 5 years? Let's see if that applies. So I did a quick analysis, and I found 65 projects which have a significant enough code base, which is 5+ years old, with at least $1 million TVL. And I found 65 projects. Between those 65 projects, I found $54 billion locked in there. And if you look at the actual list, you'll find a lot of usual suspects like Uniswap v2 and the Aave v2, and of course the recently in the news Balancer v2 as well. Of these projects, about 50% had a major security incident. And that's not surprising because when I watch what is going on chain, I constantly see attackers We're scanning the network, scanning blockchains with ever more sophisticated tools again and again to look for vulnerabilities, to look for deeper vulnerabilities, which simply did not have capabilities to find before. So this is what's left of the Lindy restaurant from the Lindy's effect now. It's basically a bunch of discount stores, completely abandoned and trashed. And there's a lesson there, is that we got significantly better as an industry at finding smart contract vulnerabilities. We have much better tools, and we have much better techniques at looking bugs. And you know what? So did attackers. But all those contracts from 5 or 10 years back, they simply did not have the same tool set, the same capabilities to perform the same level of assessment that we can do today. So I don't think Lindy effect applies. You should be extra careful. Just picture that someone time traveled with a foundry and the knowledge of all of these attack vectors back to the DAO days. You know about flashbots, you know about reentrancy. Like people in the DAO times, they didn't even know reentrancy existed. So what vulnerabilities are going to be uncovered in the future that could be used to compromise these older contracts? So some recommendation, if you're a fork, a pool, or integration, that you rely on older code, monitor for exploits. Because the second the upstream code gets exploited, you are going to be next. Remove or isolate any dependencies. If you have some project which hasn't been audited in 5+ years, isolate it somehow. There's a risk. Or, if you're so inclined and you really depend on it, why not run another audit on it? Make sure that it's on the same level as you are. If you're Uniswap and you went through 24 code audits and you rely on some project which wasn't audited in a decade, maybe do another audit. Okay, the other attack vector that we keep on dodging bullets again and again and again are supply chain attacks. So let's look at a traditional security instances. So this is a message that popped up last year where someone found a vulnerability in OpenSSH. Everyone familiar with OpenSSH is? Basically the gateway to the majority of servers out there. And someone found that, as I'm logging into this to the server that I just installed, it's taking a little long. I'm not sure why there's a delay. And once they started investigating, they saw there was a carefully embedded backdoor. And as they were digging, they started the whole incident response process. So the potential impact of this traditional security backdoor is that everything would get compromised, everything. Luckily, time to detect was 2 months, and the furthest point that this backdoor got into was unstable branches of most Linux distros out there. So the real impact was none or unknown, mostly people scrambling and uninstalling it. But the key thing is it was 2 months that these not vulnerable, but backdoored SSH clients sitting in all of those repos, and no one noticed. And noticed purely by accident by thank God, some engineer doing an extra investigation. And that brings us to Web3 supply chains. This is an instance from a few months back for the Shai-Hulud worm. How many of you are familiar with the Shai-Hulud attack? Okay. The idea was that there was an actual worm written that was compromising hundreds and hundreds of NPM packages. But the thing is, it was specifically targeting the cryptocurrency industry, where it was building wallet drainers. Wallet drainers were embedded in those packages, designed specifically to subvert crypto developers, projects, and so on. The only reason why this was discovered is that, again, we had a curious investigator looking like, hey, my CI/CD's failing for some reason. Like there's some environment variables that the NPM package was not checking for, so it was airing out. The potential could have been a disaster. Mass crypto compromise. Less than 24 hours to detect. Massive bullet dodged. The actual impact was just $1,000. And us as an industry, we came in and we said those suckers, they did this mass compromise and they only got away with $1,000. The thing is, we shouldn't be really celebrating this, because these guys, they will be back and they will learn from their mistakes. It's like, oh, we messed up on this environment variable. Sure, we'll fix that next time. We have the attack vector, we know the impact, so we will keep on trying. In fact, over the last year, we dodged at least 4 major bullets. We had the Solana Web3.js in December, we had Coinbase Agent Kit, we had Ripple SDK, and of course, Shai-Hulud in recent months. So over and over again, we keep on dodging these bullets, but I guarantee you that sooner or later, if we don't pay attention and we don't build defenses against supply chains, one of these bullets is going to make real damage. And in terms of the type of damage that you could look forward to, this is what the attackers are interested in. They're not interested in compromising some random package of some random project. No, they're going for the motherlode. This is, if you're not familiar, this is the Nick L. Franklin. This is a DPRK threat actor that was involved in the Radiant Capital hack, in fact. And this guy was looking to subvert Open Zeppelin. They were looking for an in to get inside Open Zeppelin and eventually compromise the most fundamental library in our ecosystem. So, what can you do for this emerging threat? Well, protect your private keys. I don't want to see private keys sitting on your dev boxes in an unencrypted environment variables or anything like that. I want you to protect your developer environment. Please do not deploy your master contract on the mainnet from the same box you do Telegram chats and emails and take interviews from DPRK, whatever else you're doing on your personal machines. For all of you vibe coders out there, it's a cesspool. Please be careful with those extensions because every other extension, especially on Vibe, seems to be malware-laced. So be very careful what you install and what verification checks you perform. Harden your CI/CD. This is your last barrier. Maybe there's some unusual behavior and anomaly that you can scan for or detect both in your code and in third-party dependencies. And of course, pin your versions of the packages that you're using in your environment, because I don't want you to be the first one to get the freshest package that just came out yesterday. The longer you can wait, the more there's a chance that whatever backdoor that was embedded in there would be detected. So far, we've been good at catching those things in 1 or 2 days, but look at that SSH bug. It was 2 months and no one was able to detect it. Okay, this is my favorite section. I kept on missing it in the past, but these are the things I'm excited in DeFi defenses that I think will protect us not only against the threats of today, but against the threats of the future. So, defensive MEV bots. So this is a sample snippet from the recent balancer hack. The attacker deployed their exploit contract. They ran it at 7 a.m., 46 and 47 milliseconds. The second they did that, exactly 1 block later, a company called Bitfinding deployed a counter exploit. It took under a minute to figure out that this is an exploit, this is a profitable exploit, and deploy countermeasures. What these guys did next was insane. They were able to automatically figure out what is the vulnerability, what are the additional pools that may be vulnerable, and claw back $1 million. It was not much, but it shows us the way. This is 1 million less that the attacker can get away with. The key in this discussion is defensive versus financial. So financial bots also did their job, especially in the balancer hack. If you're following all these exploits, you probably heard of MEV bots like Coffee Babe that are constantly hacking all of the exploits and then returning funds. But even now, on Berachain, there was a traditional financial bot that clawed back $12.6 million from the balancer exploiter. So this works. But would those bots ever try to intercept funds if it was not immediately profitable for them? If you are optimizing for profit, will you save the protocol when the real question is this protocol going to survive? So that's why I think we need to start thinking about a different type of incentive, financial incentives, to give funds to these operators of these defensive bots, where they will save your protocol, even at an immediate loss to them at the time of the exploit, knowing that there's some kind of bounty or some kind of reward they can expect in the future. So how do we create financial incentives for these defensive bots and others in the defense industry? I'm glad you asked. Let's talk about competitive incident response. So this is a sample incident timeline that I like to use. So we have pre-incident, where you try to find as many bugs as you can and hopefully patch them. We have the incident itself, where this is T-0, the hack is happening, you're scrambling. Then you have T plus 15 minutes. And this is the time, you really have a 15-minute window, whatever mitigations or containment actions that you can do. If you don't do it by 15 minutes mark, usually everything is gone. There's not much else you can do. And then, of course, 1+ hours is when you can try to track down the attacker, maybe negotiate for the return of funds, and so on and so on. The thing is, we have a lot of stuff in the pre-incident portion. We have You know, the Immunifies and Cantinas and Sherlocks and Code Arenas, where you can crowdsource all of these security researchers who look for bugs, they compete. There's a lot there. On the 1+ hour mark, we have Arkham Intel Marketplace, which isn't used as often as it should be, where you can put out a bounty to basically identify who is the attacker, who's the owner of the wallet. On the incident side, the best thing we've got so far is the safe harbor. And how many of you are familiar with SEAL's safe harbor? Right. Safe harbor is an agreement that too few protocols signed so far, so consider signing it. It's an agreement that you will not legally hold accountable white hats who try to save your ass in case your protocol is under attack. For those bit-finding other defensive bots, you promise not to sue them. In fact, you encourage them with some kind of bounty. Please save my protocol. If you can intercept those funds, please do it. The question is, what's beyond that? There isn't much else. I propose that we create a new marketplace for defensive protocols, where for the incident, we put out bounties to report a hack so that people are encouraged to build detection bots to tell you when the hack occurs. We want to encourage defensive bots to allow you to intercept exploits. For the 50-minute mark, I wanted to put out bounties for root cause analysis. So you're not busy reverse engineering the protocol and the hack, you're busy managing the incident and allow all the people, all the security researchers in the world, give you what exactly happened so you can focus on mitigations and containment. Put out a bounty for the best containment action. How many times have you seen a protocol that could have paused their protocol and they just simply forgot about it or were not aware? And at last, first to reveal attacker identity and maybe even successful asset recovery. So, to summarize, here is the call to action to all of you Immunifies and Cantinas out there. Stretch your muscle into this new domain of competitive incident response. For all of you DeFi protocols and all of you users and developers, grow awareness about emerging threats and make those dodge bullets continue being dodge bullets and not see another billion-dollar hack. And for us as the industry, it was a very tough year. We lost too much value, too many assets, and most importantly, too much trust. But we are strong, we are many, we know why we're fighting this good fight, and ultimately, we will prevail. So, unfortunately, I don't have too much time for questions, but if you find me outside, I'll be happy to discuss anything they have. Thank you.
All right. Great chat, Peter. Thank you very much. So, that was thoroughly informative. Really appreciate getting to learn about that. I've been wondering about those numbers. So, we now have a, oh, wonderful, it went and reset on me. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we are, don't you just hate when that happens, your browser reloads? Yeah, we're going to hear about access control. And for those of you who do not know what access control is, it is what allows you to talk to certain functions on a contract in a very certain way. Typically, it is written in the hard code of the contract itself. But now, we're going to hear about how there might be a different way to do that from Guillermo, the CTO of Insuro. Let's take it away.
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon. Well, today I'm going to talk to you about the design pattern that we are applying to the development of our smart contracts in our protocol. That implies like removing the access control decision from the coding time, or moving from the coding time the access control decisions to the deployment or configuration time. But a few words about me. I'm an Argentinian software engineer with more than 25 years of experience. Since 2021, I'm the CTO and co-founder of Insuro. Insuro is a blockchain-based reinsurance. We cover real-world risk using blockchain infrastructure. And well, let's go to the topic. First, let's start with an introduction. So regarding access control in Solidity or in the AVM, is typically, so first, all the methods are open by default. So that creates a problem, or let's say, unless we specify a rule, every method is going to be accessible by anyone. The way we implement that is with modifiers in each contract. Typically, the access control is used to restrict some operations to administrative access like different roles. But it's also used for emergency posts, like for posting specific methods. We also, part of the access control scope is also defining time logs. And yes, and mostly it's implemented through the Open Zeppelin library that has several implementations for the different patterns that I'm going to go over and later to explain our pattern. And yeah, finally, I want to mention that also a lot of contracts are upgradable and use proxies, and that will become relevant for the next part. So let's start with the ownable. That's the simplest and oldest design pattern for setting access control. It's super simple. You just decorate the method with only owner, and that's all. It's easy, but it doesn't have any granularity. Like you only have one user that can do administrative tasks to any method. So then we have the access control. This is the second most used. So this gives more flexibility. You can define different named roles for different methods. You still need to make decisions at the coding time. Okay, I'm going to use the same role for these two methods, or I'm going to create different roles for each method. And those decisions are made at coding time. And another problem is the access control configuration is done at the smart contract level. So if you have 10 contracts, you need to define 10 rules. Another special case is the posable contract. That is typically, like, I include this in access control. In this case, we don't restrict the access to the contract based on the user, but instead based on a given state of the protocol of the contract that says if the contract is posted or not. That is typically used for emergency posts, and is also implemented with a decorator. But again, it's another coding time decision that you need to decide, okay, which methods are going to be posable and which not. Finally, we have the access managed or access manager plus access managed pattern. So this is a contract introduced in Open Zeppelin version 5 in December 2023. So for me, it's not so widely used, but it's a big step forward in the direction that we are presenting in this panel, in this presentation, because it allows you to, so first, it works with an access manager contract that concentrates all the access rules of a given protocol, of a set of contracts, and then the contracts are access managed, meaning that they delegate the access control to another contract, and so you just decorate the contracts. The only decision that you need to take at coding time is adding a restricted modifier. Then, at the configuration time, you can decide, okay, who can access, if the same role can access different methods or whatever. It still has the same problem, so has many other benefits. For example, the access manager includes built-in support for time logs. That is good, so you don't need to use a different contract to implement time logs. But you still have the same problem, that the decision of decorating which methods are going to be restricted is a decision that needs to be taken at coding time. So to summarize, like all these patterns have this set of problems, right? First, we have a hardwired logic, right? Access control logic. All the logic is hardwired in the code. You need to define which methods are going to be, like, in some cases more or less, like from the scope from going to ownable to access managed, but you still need to make the decision at coding time. And it's something that you can change. Another impact of this is the increased contract size, because all this goes to, it's part of the implementation of each method, this check of, okay, I need to call this contract to check if this method is restricted or not, or if it's enabled or not. This adds a lot of burden at the testing time, because if you want to reach like 100 coverage, 100 branch coverage, you need to test all the special cases, like for each method, testing, okay, a non-user cannot call this method, but authorized user can call this method, and so on, like, and you end up doing a lot of repetitive tests for testing that kind of behavior. And also, For your normal test, when you want to test the logic of your contracts, you still need to do all the setup of setting up the rules and saying, okay, this is going to be applied by the admin. And the final effect is the bad observability, right? So you can't, it's very hard, once the code is deployed, to know what is the access control configuration of a given contract. You need to read the code, and from there you need to see, okay, which methods have this modifier, and based on that, you will go and check the access manager contract. So it's very hard to programmatically assess or understand what is the access control configuration of a given protocol or contract. So the alternative, let's move away the access control logic of our smart contract. And how we do it? We move it to the proxy, to just 3 lines in the proxy. So here we have basically the minimal version of the access managed proxy, the contract that we are introducing. That's just that. So first, let's recap. The ERC 1967 proxy is the standard proxy used for upgradable contracts, just receives all the calls and delegates the call to the implementation contract. What we are doing is, before delegating the call, we are calling the access manager contract to check if that method, based on the selector, is allowed or not for the user that is calling. So only with this configuration, we can remove all the access control logic from our implementation contracts. So the impact is huge. This is functionally equivalent to using the access manager of OpenZeppelin 5 and decorating all your methods with the restricted decorator or modifier. It has a gas impact, and this is also a problem. Typically, you don't want to add the possibility of adding access control to the views, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Unfortunately, the EVM doesn't have a way to detect if I'm being called in a view or not, so it's hard to detect that. So one optimization we did is we allow to construct the proxy with a set of skipped methods. So those methods are going to be skipped of the access control validation. So in that way, we reduce so that part means that at deployment time, so in some part of the configuration will be done at production time. So we have every method that is restricted, then at production time, with the access manager configuration, you can say, okay, this is delegated to the public role. So that means that this method can be called by anyone, or this is delegated to, I don't know, a back office role, and so on. That is configuration time. This is for a bit of optimization, the decision that you still can take at the deployment time. When you deploy the proxy, you can define, okay, this set of methods are going to be skipped, and then for gas optimization, we avoid calling the access manager. It still is much better than defining that at the coding time. And we will see, like, in terms of gas implication, so the gas overhead of using this approach is minimal, or it's exactly the same as using, like, for a skipped method, it's exactly the same as using a proxy. So the difference is only 1,000 gas, 1,500 gas. And for non-skipped methods, it's more or less the same as using the access manager pattern of OpenZeppelin. So what are the benefits? Like, no more hardwired logic in your contracts. So you remove all that code, all those modifiers. The implementation code becomes much more simpler. And as I said, like, those decisions are postponed up to the deployment phase. And you might have, like, a different configuration. For example, you can do a closed beta where you deploy your contracts. Initially, all your methods are restricted to specific users that have a given role, and then you can make those methods public, and you open your protocol to anyone. Like, stuff like that is very simple to implement with this, and you have all that flexibility. In terms of contract size, we are also seeing like between 10 or 20% reduction in the contract size, and this is even more if we remove the posable base, because with this you don't need anymore the posable base. The access manager proxy, so the access manager contract of OpenZeppelin has a method that allows you to put set target closed, and then any call to a given contract is going to be stopped or paused or rejected, let's say. In terms of testing, for me, this is the best part, because when doing all your tests, you forget about testing about access control. So you don't need to test this method is accessible or is restricted or not. You don't need to do all the setup. And in your test, you can focus on testing your core logic. So our testing library or our JavaScript library that comes with this access managed proxy allows you to deploy the proxy with all the methods open. So for testing, of course, that is crazy doing that for production, but for testing is the perfect setup, because you just test the contract logic and you forget about the access control. And then a final benefit, and I think this is the most profound one, or the one that will have more impact if this is more used as a practice, is a better observability. Because now, with this, all the access control logic can be queried from the blockchain. You just need to query the access manager configuration or the proxy, perhaps for the pass-through method, for the skipped methods. But only that, just querying the blockchain, you can know what is access configuration for a given protocol or for a given contract. Instead of, I don't know, going and reading and parsing the code and seeing which method have a given decorator. And this enables doing, like as we do in Ensuro, we have a manifest where we declare what is our access control configuration in a readable format, and we have tools that monitor the access, the on-chain configuration compared to this manifest. And we have tools also to apply the changes so the on-chain configuration is the same as the manifest. So this enables a lot of benefits regarding making the access control configuration much more visible, much more transparent, and easily to manage. So finally, some final thought. So hopefully, first I expect that you like this approach and you start using it on your project. I'm open to questions in case you have doubts about it. But if this becomes more widely used and more standardized, so then the benefit will be very good for the ecosystem, because we will have a standardized way of reading the access control configuration. Now we have different implementation. I don't know. The other day I was reading the Morpho V2 code. And that is a great project. I like Morpho. I don't want to say anything bad about them, but they are like re-implementing or re-implementing a way of doing access control. And that is a problem for standardizing monitoring, or for all the people that wants to track, okay, this contract is upgradable with 6 days of delay, with this amount, or this operation is done by this or that is delegated to a multi-sig. For doing all that work is super transparent, super easy to do it. Without this, it's a pain. And finally, something I would like to see in Solidity, some support for kind of a method that says pre-dispatch hook. So before dispatching the call to a specific method, some hook where you can put in Solidity code that allows you to put this. In this case, we can implement the same behavior that I presented here without the proxy. So it's kind of something that I think I'm not an expert in the internals of Solidity, but probably is something that can be implemented. So thanks. Well, there you have first Ensuro website, in case you're wondering. There is a GitHub repository for the access managed proxy. At least it's a minimal code. It's not so important, but in case you want to use it. There is the link of the pull request where we applied that change to Ensuro. And finally, in case also there is an issue that I submitted to OpenZeppelin, so they can include it in OpenZeppelin library. There's kind of the standard library, and so you can go and vote. Well, thanks. I think we have time for questions. There is someone raising the...
Put those hands up high.
Thanks for coming here. Great presentation, thank you so much. In your hooks, basically, you're passing the message signature to the access manager. You're not passing the call data itself for the analysis. Now, you might have seen my ERC, it is 7746, where I suggested to doing the generic middleware hooks, which basically is very similar to what you're doing. The only difference is that I suggested to pass the message.data as well to the access manager so that you can have logic based on that. So what was your design consideration around that? Thanks.
Yes, sorry, I don't know if I get it completely, but I think you mentioned about like that we are passing. I'm passing only the selector of the method, not all the call data. I think that's so. First, because I'm building on top of the access manager of OpenZeppelin, so I'm replicating the behavior they already have in their code. So this is kind of it's just an elaboration on top of that, like instead of replicating with the modifiers. I agree that in some cases you may need to do something more granular, like instead of just filtering on the selector. Something that we are doing in some cases, we are creating fake selectors. So for example, I don't know, I have a given method, and then I can set up the rule to access that method. But then inside the method, I can call and I can ask the access manager about a given fake selector that is still 4 bytes, and it's generated with some part of the parameters. And then I can create more granular rules. So the idea is to, in that case, use the same access manager to hold all the configuration, but give us like enough flexibility. Well, any other question?
All right, thank you very much, Guillermo.
Thanks.
Oh, isn't that an interesting new way to approach the problem?
Thanks.
I can certainly say I've had an interesting time with access management in the past.
Gracias.
And it actually gives me some thoughts. You know, we spend a lot of time here talking about what is really called red teaming, where you're the person who's on the attack. You're the person who's thinking about how to get in to what might be broken. But I, as an operator, I didn't even realize there was a term for it. Apparently what I'm doing when I'm protecting my smart contracts and paying people to come try to attack my bug bounties is called blue team. And so we're about to hear from Loic from Kiln, who is a smart contract, senior blockchain security engineer, I want to get that title right, about how they think about blue teaming. So let's hear about defensive. Give it up.
Hola a todos. Cool. So first, thanks DSS for having me. First time Kian is at DSS, so that's very cool. Today we're going to present how we do security at Kiln to kind of give a blue team perspective of the topic. I've heard a lot of very interesting things on the red team side, but yeah, there is another side more defensive for the security engineers like me. So yeah, quick intro. Briefly, I've been at Kiln for 5 years doing a bunch of roles, but mainly focusing on security engineering since about a year now. I'm here. There is the smart contract team around, so if you want to catch up with us after this talk, we'll be very happy to discuss with you. To give kind of a summary of what we are doing at Kiln for the context of this presentation, we are doing kind of the full stack of Web3 products. We have validators, which we've been operating since 5 years. At the most, we run 80 protocols, mainly on, and we have the main validators on Ethereum and Solana, where we are quite big. We also have smart contract products. So Kill On Chain are Ethereum staking smart contract products We have a liquid staking version, a dedicated version that are live since 3 years now, with more like 1.5 billion TVL, something like that. Kin DeFi is for the DeFi integration of lending protocols mainly. It's live since about a year, and we just announced 2 days ago our future product, which will be an extension of the DeFi one to create structured products on-chain with the nav on-chain, everything on-chain, a new Vault infrastructure. And then, apart from the infra and the smart contract, we also have API for transaction crafting reporting, and we have dApps for B2B portfolio management and for B2B2C to integrate stuff. There is a weird typo, but whatever. So typically, like if you use today like Safe Wallet or Ledger Live and you go into the Earn section, that's the Kin widget that's actually white labeled. So we cover kind of a wide range of use cases. And from a very high level, that's what we need to secure. At Kin, technically, we need to secure software, infrastructure, smart contracts, but we also need to secure the actors that are using those, so the employees who are managing these, and the users who are interacting with our products. And taking a bit more high-level approach, like we also need to take into account the interactions between all these components. So like the user interaction with our software, we'll talk about clear signing, like the development experience of our employees, the production, the oracles. These are like all the things we need to secure from a high-level perspective. And so the goal of this talk is to present kind of a blue team approach, where we'll present for each of these components, let's say the base layer of security, and then move to what we can call iterative security, which is how do we add layer to our security stack to make sure that even if we get hacked, we limit the blast radius of a hack and the potential impact an attacker can have. So this is a diagram we made for like anti-slashing strategies, but we really try to apply it, this kind of mentality of adding multiple layers to our security stack. So let's start first with the infrastructure part of things. The 3 core principles of infra, I don't know where that does that, but the 3 core principles of infrastructure we implement at Kin are first like regular security reviews. You have great certification like SOC 2 Type 2, Web3 SOC, ISO, which you can do to have like annual external audits. That's just a good practice to have. We just released a bug bounty program for infrastructure on Cantina Immunify. I haven't seen a lot of Web3 companies do that. I think we should all push for like bug bounty outside of smart contract as well. Continuous threat detection is very important as a basis security layer for infra. So basically making sure that you know in real time what's happening. You have detection tools like Wiz that can tell you, hey, why is this service exposed to internet? Is it unexpected configuration? We have SIEMs like Panther, where you can aggregate all your tools like Wiz and others into one place and do correlation detection. And these companies are great. They provide like team like 24/7 SOC, which help you basically write and challenge your alerting and different monitoring you have, and also help jump in case of issues. So that's also something we recommend to have when you do infrastructure. And of course, the last one is a strict deployment process on infrastructure side of things. So we do infrastructure as code, and we have pipelines that are auditable and audited to make sure that the infrastructure we define is actually the one deployed and that you cannot really mess up in the middle. So that's the basis of like infra security. And now what can we do iteratively, especially when we think about Web3 to secure it. So let's focus a bit on what we could call the production infrastructure, which is the infrastructure that operates our software, our oracles, and other sensitive services like that. So the first basis we implement at this level is like making sure that the application we pull on the infrastructure is actually the one we want. So the basic stuff are for sensitive services to pull with like the hash of the image, not only the version. Make sure that the image version hash is pinned. We also like exploring signatures of hash versions, so making sure that when we build the image, we sign the hash, and we verify that when we load the image on the infrastructure side, making sure that in the middle nothing is modified. And other stuff we do are like read-only file system for the applications to make sure that, again, we have different layers of mitigations. If an attacker has access to a pod, he cannot modify the file system of the application. You can do that as well with egress for your network policy to make sure that you cannot do extra external code that are not planned from the beginning for your application. So this is base layer of things you can do for applications. And then you have Web3 applications. Web3 applications are a bit different in the sense that they need a signing key to operate. So you can think of validators that need to sign attestation, block proposals. You can think of Oracle that needs to sign smart contract, authorized smart contract interactions. These need further protections. And the basic one is to separate the application part with your signing part. So basically not have the signing keys within the application. Again, to make sure that if an attacker has access to the application, he cannot do much, he cannot modify file system, cannot modify network policy, cannot have access to the private key. You have like great tools like HashiCorp Vault to store the keys, a Web3 signer to load them and sign in a one central place. And that makes sure that it's even more auditable. Like you can focus on your Web3 signer setup, monitoring, alerting, access control to make sure that the signing keys are always in one place and secured. Something we did to incrementally adapt and add new layers of security on this setup is contribute to Web3 signer on the past months to make sure that Web3 signer has this option to only load keys in memory. Before that, keys were always stored on the file system. This is the kind of small improvement we're trying to make to community tools as well to make sure that we can iterate on this security setup. So now we have read-only file system also on the Web3 signer signing part. And something we are also adding iteratively is security proxy. So we're doing that typically for oracles. Security proxy is a tool like you can develop very simple piece of software that basically enforce a policy on what the application asks your key to sign. So typically think of a very simple oracle you want to have like that. You could like check in the security proxy that the application of the oracle is only requesting signature for transaction to a certain contract on a certain chain with certain function sigs, and you can even like check, for example, if you report a rate with your oracle, check that the rate is within certain bounds and stuff like that. Otherwise, you just drop the HTTP query, and the oracle won't be able to sign any potential malicious oracle report. And yeah, this is the kind of, again, the iterative process you can put in place in your infrastructure to make sure to protect this sensitive private keys that can do authorized access on the production. And again, moving again further on this, you can have the signing infrastructure in a very restricted infrastructure, create your new GCP account, AWS account, make only very special access control for this. So you prevent lateral movement if someone has access to the application. If someone has access to the application cluster, you cannot move to your signing infrastructure, signing cluster. So that's kind of how we think as a more like blue team and infrastructure team at Kion to make sure that we prevent lateral movement from happening between our different components. We have also kind of the same thing as the security proxy I mentioned for the Oracle, but for our software stack. So typically, like we have a transaction crafting API, which returns like transaction you can sign. It abstracts basically the complexity of crafting transactions. And we added the proxy at the reverse proxy level on a different infrastructure as well to make sure that we verify what the transaction API is returning, making sure it's not like malicious payload. And that guarantees that basically we have, even if like the transaction crafting API gets compromised, well, we never, the customer never received the HTTP response with the invalid payloads. So this is again like think about proxies like that, or like small iterative steps you could do in your tooling to prevent bad stuff from happening if an attacker has access to one part of your infrastructure. Then focusing more on the top of this diagram, users interaction. I guess you all know about clear signing now. We've been very proactive in doing like Ledger plugins, for example, but now they have this great ERC where you can just define your smart contract interaction with JSONs, and it will be whitelisted out of the box. So we highly recommend everyone doing that. That should be a basis for every protocol. But doing kind of the extra miles also on that, we provide a tool that's open source, audited, running on another infrastructure that's called Minitel, where people can just go put their raw transactions, staking transaction, and Minitel will just decode the transaction and check for anything weird, anything off, anything that shouldn't be done within this transaction, and highlight the risk. Again, like we want in this part of the stack, users interaction, to make sure that the user can always clear sign, double check whatever they are doing. So first with clear signing, and then with this kind of open source tools we're developing. So that's part also of our blue team strategy at Kion. Then focusing on what might interest you more, the smart contract part. I guess the first basis of security as a blue team for smart contract, you all know it, right? It's to have a very secure security-first development cycle with internal reviews, a lot of testing, fuzzing, and so on. We also have like audits with multiple providers. We use Sparebit, TrailofBit a lot, and bug bounty programs. But doing kind of the extra miles, what we want to do is also prepare when things break, right? We want to be prepared in case of outage, in case of an attacker doing something on the production. And the first thing is real-time alerting and to be able to move fast. So we use Exagate. We also have internal alerting engines. It's pretty easy to set up nowadays with tools like graphs and so on. And we have like incident IO on top of that to be paged. So smart contract team, security team are always on calls. I discussed recently with an auditor telling me that most of his clients don't have on call for smart contract products. I cannot really believe that, but I hope everyone has that. And then the goal with this on-call and alerting is not only to be waken up at night, but also to be able to contain fast in case of a problem. So the main thing we do, and we try to really emphasize to our team, on-call team, is to make sure that we do not spend time finding the root cause, but first we spend time when things ring, finding the impact. And if we have any doubt, we pause the contract, we pause everything. We have pause pattern, same, it could be nice to discuss more pause patterns if you have more ideas. We, for example, implement a pause for pattern in our smart contract product where you can unilaterally, as a non-call person, pause for a certain duration. So like you have time to investigate in case you have a doubt. And then you can do a more long-term pause, which require a governance unpause. It's a bit more heavy. But this way, like you can do fast pause in case of doubts, like just pause for 30 minutes, investigate, and then resume activities. Of course, as a blue team as well, we're trying to focus on communication if things break, so making sure that every team has templates, things ready to communicate to customers, on Twitter and whatever, on support, to make sure that if we pause everything or if there is an issue with the contract, it's like everyone knows and knows that we are investigating and on it. Nice. The last part of here was mainly about like finding the right resources in case things break. So typically like having forensic resources ready, having a contract with your favorite auditors to make sure that they can audit fast in case you need that during an incident, or help you like track funds, for example, or stuff like that. There is SIL 911, which is very great, and great resources. A lot of talk about them. But I think that as a blue team and as Web3 security company, we shouldn't rely on them, and we should proactively have SLAs and contract with different security auditors to make sure we have war room ready. And also the last thing that's written behind this cryptographic weird stuff is that we plan war room contacts. So basically we have this document defining like war room process and the different key people to contact, both internally and externally. And that makes sure that we also have multiple communication channels, because it can happen during an incident that like Telegram is down or Slack is down, so make sure to always have a redundancy there. And then focusing on the last part of the stack, which are the employees. Employees are like kind of interesting because they are these privileged users that are interacting with all your components, infrastructure, software, smart contract, and governance, and you don't want them to become threat vectors. So typically, like how they become threat vectors, either like they are malicious or they take malware, social engineering, phishing. So for that, what you can do is enforce great device management for all your employees. Typically like using Crunchy and CallStack to make sure like the laptop are all up to date and that you have continuous malware analysis, and then making sure you have an identity workflows between your service and the employee laptop. So typically SSO with Okta and private networking with Tailscale. We also like do communications, implement tools like Riot to make sure that our employees are all formed and trained on all these potential issues they could face. And it's very important because this year we've seen a big rise in like scamming attempts toward our employees, whether it's like Zoom links, weird calendar invite, fake customers trying to join in. So yeah, this is something you should do proactively as well, the training part. Nice, it's even more cryptic now. So focusing more on the employees and what they can do, there is the infrastructure part, the access part, which we need to protect. So here we have like multiple things in place, but the first principle is really to make sure that you cannot do lateral movement, as we mentioned, so defining your infrastructure role very clearly so that you attribute them clearly to each employee and each team and make sure that, well, there is no possible escalation. And then we're also trying, we're also enforcing identity-driven access. So typically we mentioned SSO, Okta. These are the kind of tool you can put in place. And finally, we're also exploring some tools to help doing multi-approval flow on infrastructure critical actions, so that if one of your engineers needs to do manual action on restricted infra, it needs multiple approval of other employees. Then there is the development experience, which you need to protect. The first part, obvious part, is commit signing, making sure that it's actually your employee signing the commits. So for that, we use like YubiKeys, but you can also enforce more stuff on the code base, so like IP whitelisting with tailscale and SSO access. That's the basic of like identity access to the code. And then you can enforce other policies. Typically, we removed all personal access tokens and bot accounts from our organizations. And now the only like automated accounts we would need on GitHub are all provisioned through SSO and managed by the security team. So make sure as well that for this you define clear processes for your team and your developer team to have these kind of tools and know what they should do, and don't try to generate weird access token on the side. And finally, smart contract operations. So typically, like your employee would participate into smart contract governance. Here, what we want to do, of course, is to have no unilateral action. The only unilateral action you want is for pause. But for the rest, you want to have a multi-signature process. So typically, we use like Safe for all our smart contract important roles, and Quorum with security auditors and external partners. And we also started developing this year a governance as code approach. So we developed this tool as a security team, and we might open source it in the coming months. It's called Agora, and basically the idea is that our smart contract team can create proposals, like governance proposals, with a YAML, specify forge script and forge tests that must be valid after the proposal is executed. And Agora, and then they create a PR on GitHub with that. And Agora will just post on the PR and on Slack and on whatever you want the message with the simulation of the proposal, the simulation of the execution test after the proposal, and different like metrics, like we use Exagate, for example, to double check all the transaction for risk. And then our team can just come in on this PR, analyze the simulation, approve the PR. If the PR is approved, with Safe Delegate, it creates the proposal on Safe. And then it comes kind of in a live mode where you can see all the person who signed the proposal, who are signing the proposal. And you can see like all the hashes of the proposal, like of the different nested safe, so that our employees, our partners who are in the quorums can all double check what they need to sign and the different hashes, whether it's on their hardware wallet, on Agora, on Safe UI, or whatever UI they're using. So yeah, again, this is typically the kind of incremental step we're doing in Blue Team Security to make sure that all our processes, especially dealing with smart contracts, are properly secured and uniformed and monitored. So thanks for listening to this talk with cryptic slides. On the left, you have my Twitter if you want to come reach out and go into DM, discuss these tools I mentioned. And on the right, you have our 4 bug bounty. We have 3 smart contract bug bounty live and 1 on infrastructure and DApps on Contina and Immunify. So if you want to help us secure Kiln, please reach out and go there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Log. That was fascinating. Very interesting set of approaches that you have there. Definitely some stuff for me to go look at later. All right. So for those of you who remember what message.sender == tx.origin means, you know that when Ethereum hard forks come along, they can screw up some of your methods, change things, open security holes where security holes didn't used to be, close security holes where security holes used to be, and generally they change how you have to approach writing your code and maintaining your code. So we're going to hear from Toon, who is a security engineer at Sigma Prime, about how you can handle that, how you can adjust to that, and what that means. Give it up for Toon.
Hi everyone. I'm Toon. I'm a security engineer at Sigma Prime. We're a blockchain security and R&D firm. We do security reviews, on-chain and off-chain stuff, and we've also got some cool projects like Lighthouse, the consensus client for Ethereum, and Anchor, the SSV client. So this is a talk I made on the Ethereum hard forks and how they affect smart contract security. And in focus, in particular, the Fusaka upcoming hard fork. So if you are a developer or a security engineer working on Ethereum smart contracts, and you have no idea what's in the upcoming Fusaka fork, this talk is perfect for you. All right, so we'll start off with an overview of the upcoming forks, sort of in terms of scope and in terms of timeline. Then I'll hopefully try to convince you why this matters, why you should pay attention to this. Then we'll actually dive into the changes in Fusaka. Then we'll have a look at Glamsterdam, which is the fork after Fusaka. And then hopefully we'll have some time left over for Q&A. All right, so currently we're on the Pectra fork. It was activated, I think, in May this year. It contains some cool features like account delegation with 7702. Then the next fork is Fusaka, which should activate it in, I think, a little under 2 weeks. It contains the major feature PeerDAS. And then the fork after that is Glamsterdam. Okay, so why does it matter? Why should you be paying attention to these forks and their funny names? Well, the core problem here is that smart contracts are immutable, but the EVM is not. And that can cause issues. If we go, for example, with the Jenga analogy here, if your smart contract is on top and the EVM changes below, well, the stack might come tumbling down, and that's not great. The Ethereum core developers, they try really hard to ensure there's no breaking changes in each fork. But sometimes changes have to be made. And in such a case, it's really important to be aware of these changes and to take action if it's required. The great news here is that the changes in Fusaka are much less severe than compared to Pectra, for example. If you remember, in Pectra we had EIP 7702, which introduced delegate accounts, and that broke this check right here, message sender equals transaction origin. That caused a lot of issues. Many large Ethereum projects, for example L2s, relied on this check to ensure that a transaction was sent by a EOA and not a smart contract, and this EIP broke that check. All right. Let's dive into the actual changes into Fusaka. So first off, there's 2 changes to the mod.exp precompile. Mod.exp is a precompile for modular exponentiation. It's not used that often, but it's used in cryptographic operations. Most notably, RSA verification uses it. If you want to call mod.exp, you'll have to give 6 inputs, a base, an exponent, and a modulus. And each of these requires a length as well. And so currently on mainnet, these inputs cannot be of any arbitrary size. And as you might imagine, that causes a lot of difficulty for implementations. And as a result, mod.exp has been the source of many consensus bugs in the past. And that's why this EIP has sort of been, is now included in Fusaka. And the idea is that after this EIP is activated, each of these inputs must be 8,192 bits or smaller. So there's a limit on input size. Now that means that if your contract currently on mainnet relies on mod.exp with these large inputs, then that will actually no longer work after this EIP is activated. So if you send an input larger than 8,192 bits after Fusaka, the precompile will actually return an error, and it will consume all the gas, which is not great, right? that'll basically cause those issues in your contract. The good news here is that the EIP authors did some analysis, and they found out that there's basically never been a successful invocation of MoneyXP with an input larger than 513 bits. So all in all, it's expected that this really won't break anything. The majority of the invocations even use size 32, 128, and 256 bits. So that's all in all quite okay. The second change to ModEXP is a change to the gas schedule. The gas schedule was changed to this function. Now, I know it's kind of boring, so I won't explain it all. I'll give you the TLDR, which is that the minimum cost was increased to 500. The general cost was tripled. And there's an extra cost for large inputs larger than 32 bytes. So the impact here again is if your existing contract calls ModEXP with a fixed gas stipend, well, then the gas stipend may not be large enough, and the invocation will actually run out of gas, causing errors and a revert. So this, again, can cause DOS issues for existing contracts that use ModEXP. In general, assuming that any gas cost in the EVM is going to remain fixed is a bad idea. So you should really not assume fixed gas costs. The third change is the introduction of a gas limit cap for transactions. Currently, a transaction can basically take up the whole block, which is 45 million gas today. And after this EIP, a transaction will be limited to 60 million gas, basically decreasing the maximum size by 3 times. So the impact here is that functions that require a lot of gas may no longer be executable. To give a quick example here, the top function is a bad implementation. If the user array grows too large, then at some point the function is going to require much more gas than the 16 million limit and will be unexecutable because it will always revert. The second function is much better. There's a start and limit parameter, and as such, it can be called across multiple transactions. So this is a known issue for Ethereum, and we often see that for these kinds of easy view functions, clients do implement the second version, like the good version. But it's also important to notice for more complex functions like liquidations, for example, this should also be taken into account. You can maybe imagine if a user is liquidated, there are multiple positions, let's say, that have to be liquidated at once, and that may also cause these types of issues. So it's important to keep that in mind. Right, these last 3 issues were the only ones in Fusaka that will impact existing contracts. The following 2 will only impact new contracts. So there's a new opcode in town, CLZ, count leading zeros. It's a great opcode. It'll make some math and crypto operations easier. It allows you to count the leading zeros in a stack element. Now the issue with the new opcode is that L2s might not immediately support it. So for example, that's an issue when you deploy a contract which uses CLZ on a chain that does not support CLZ. So for example, let's say you have a contract with a deposit function and a withdraw function, and the deposit function does not make use of CLZ. Then users can just freely deposit money, everything will work. While when they call the withdraw function and CLZ is triggered, a revert will occur because the L2 does not support CLZ. And as such, funds will remain stuck in the contract. Not great. For now, Solidity does not support CLZ. There is, however, I think a pre-release version which does allow CLZ to be used in assembly blocks. But generally, it's not yet used in code generation. But of course, expect this to change. Then there's also a new precompile, the P256 verify precompile, which allows ECDSA signature verification over this particular curve. If you call it with a public key and a signature, it'll return 1 if the signature is valid. And similar to EC recover, it'll return the empty return data if the signature is invalid or if the inputs are generally malformed. So similar to the last issue, the problem here are L2s that don't immediately support the precompile. Currently, Solidity does not support P256, so you have to use a low-level call. Yeah, a note here is if you use a low-level call and the contract does not exist, for example, if the L2 does not support it, then the EVM will return successfully by default with no return data. So there may be some confusion there. All right, so those were the changes in Fusaka that will actually impact smart contract security. There's, of course, many other, most notably PeerDAS, which will increase the number of blobs available. And there's a lot of other changes as well. But again, these should not really impact smart contracts. So I'm not going to go over them. Nice. We can look forward then to Glamsterdam, which again is the fork after Fusaka, should be coming next year. Glamsterdam is currently has 2 headliners, ePBS and block level access lists. Neither of these should have any impact on smart contracts, which is great. And then there's many other proposed EIPs currently. I think roughly 50 are currently proposed. Of those, the ones that have any impact on smart contract execution, we can basically sort them into 3 major categories. That is new opcodes, new precompiles, and gas changes. We don't know, of course, yet which ones will actually end up in Glamsterdam, but it's pretty clear that some combination of these categories will end up in Glamsterdam. So again, for new opcodes and new precompiles, the potential issue there are L2s that don't immediately support it. So you have to watch out there. And then gas changes are a bit more tricky. And the key there is, of course, don't assume a fixed gas cost for certain operations in the EVM. That's really key. All right, so to sum up, being aware of these changes is really important. As you've seen, like these assumptions you might make during development of your contracts can really change after your contracts has been deployed. The good news here is that the impact in Fusaka is pretty limited, especially compared to Pectra, which was more severe changes. And then for Glamsterdam, we're not sure yet what's really going in the fork, but we can expect new opcodes, new precompile, and gas changes. So make sure to expect those. All right. Do we have any questions? Feel free to put your hand up.
More of a general one, just myself. Are there any plans at any point in time to ever add back any of the EOA detection functionality that getting rid of tx.origin and message sender erased?
Yeah, great question. As far as I know, there's no plans. There is a new version of the check that can be used to still distinguish smart contracts from EOAs and smart accounts, which is basically adding the Xcode size check. So yeah, that's a way to still do this.
Hello. Great talk. And I have a question about do you know how many attacks happened because EIP 7702 changed the security assumption?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Oh, how many attacks happened because EIP 7702 changed assumptions?
Yeah, as far as I know, there's not been any actual attacks from these changes. But there have for sure been some projects have had to make updates to account for these changes for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any way to know who the person that initiated the transaction initially, rather than knowing the contract address or a dedicate, to know who actually is the transaction origin starter?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Is there any way to know who actually initiated the transaction to the blockchain and be accurate that yes, it was this address?
So the question is who initiates a transaction?
The question is, yes, to know if an address is actually the TX origin, regardless of these new changes. If I delegated to a different address, can you still know that it was me who started the transaction?
Yeah, transaction origin will still point you to the person who originated the transaction, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, I think that's it. Thanks, guys.
All right, everyone. So that is it for this session. It has been fantastic being your MC today. We're going to be taking a short break before the next one. Hope you guys learned a lot. I know that I did. If you're interested in what I do, you can check it out at infinify.xyz. If you're looking for a new home for your stables after what's happened, happy to give you one. That's all for now. Thanks for being a great audience, and have a great afternoon.
Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive. 'Cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive. 'Cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive. 'Cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. Tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive. 'Cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive. 'Cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life. And we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive. 'Cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life. And we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. If you are in the main room, we'd love for you to come and join us in the auditorium. We are about to have a very interesting panel about the state of standards for blockchain. So I'm Elliot Friedman. I'm the founder of Cleety, which is a self-custody wallet. And I'm a SEAL 911 contributor and smart contract engineer. And today our panel will be asking the very important question, can standards really make blockchains more secure? And moderating, we will have Adam Rack, Executive Director of the Blockchain Security Standards Council. He has a background with over 30 years of cybersecurity experience at Web2 companies, including 9 years of experience at Symantec. And a fun fact is he used to be the mayor of his town. So I want to welcome you all to the stage.
Closer. How about now? All right, that sounds better. I got the thumbs up over there, so thank you. And I was able to waste like 15 seconds of the presentation. So thanks for being here. We're really excited to talk a little bit about our standards and the Blockchain Security Standards Council and the work we're doing. But first, let me introduce our panelists. So the first is Hota Carpinelli. He's the head of security services at Open Zeppelin. So,
hi everyone. Yeah, head of security services at Open Zeppelin. Joined the company around 7 years ago. Have been working at the beginning in Open Zeppelin contracts, so I kind of like understand why it's important to start discussing about standards and how important they are for our ecosystem. And yeah, I'm super happy to be here.
Awesome. And then next, and I always mess up Max's. We're just going to go with Max. Max is a security architect and red team lead at Figment.
Yeah, hey everyone. I've been at Figment for about 2 years now, largely in offensive security. I do security architecture, so that's like broad design, a lot of design review, system review, and I lead the red team. So in the red team, you know, we're trying to think like attackers, study attackers, understand how they break into systems, and get there before they do.
All right, and the last panelist we have is Joel Kerr. He's the head of DeFi Security at Coinbase. So, okay, Joel.
Hey everyone, my name is Joel Kerr. I'm at Coinbase. I run the DeFi security team there. So we do everything related to the off-chain components with custodial, nodes, key management, to the on-chain pieces of what we list, from both the retail DEX side of it to the exchange side of it. So it's the whole gambit of technical security, security architecture for Coinbase.
Awesome, thank you. So let me start with the first question. It's kind of a, I guess, a little bit of a basic question, but you know, all these, you three are all members of the Blockchain Security Standards Council. You joined for a reason. So, and with that initial question, so why did you join? Why standards? What made you want to come and help develop standards around blockchain? What was the driving force around that? I'll start with Joel, and we'll work this way.
Excellent. All right, so I've been at Coinbase for 4 years. We've been building secure, technology and services that entire time. So I have two main things that I wanted to have with this Standards Council. One was, taking a lot of the learnings, best practices, everything we've been doing for the past, Coinbase has been around for a very long time. For all that time, putting them in a format that is, public, that both, developers, retail investors, institutional investors, they can all look at it and say, okay, these are the baselines that we want to agree upon. This is what a secure token looks like. This is what a secure system looks like for Web3. So make that public and make that so people can contribute. The second one is we have a lot of fantastic companies in the BSCC. I mean, Figment, OpenZeppelin, I love working with them. They are also top tier in their class, and so I'm, selfishly, I think we have a good program, but working with them, I get to see even more of what these other talents and other companies bring.
Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, so I think you kind of covered it. We got like a lot of different backgrounds. And because the industry is pretty complex, you need the various backgrounds. At Figment, we're a node operator. We operate validators. We operate a lot of nodes. We're a lot, we focus a lot on the off-chain security side. So integrating with you guys and talking about DeFi, talking about more on-chain security too, is a good thing, and it levels the playing field. And I think we bring a pretty unique angle to security as well, right?
In our case, OpenZeppelin, as you know, we have been building secure smart contracts for the last 8 years. We also perform audits, and we've seen so many times code that is not secure, and we're kind of like trying to find other ways of taking security to the next level. And just by seeing other industries that are not smart contracts, they all follow standards, and I think there's a reason for that. When you build smart contracts, you also follow some standards. ERC20 is a standard, ERC721 is a standard, and these standards kind of like define the way we interact with smart contracts and the way we operate with smart contracts, but also how we build smart contracts. So bringing standards throughout the development lifecycle, but not only while you build smart contracts, when you do operational security, when you work with nodes, you need standards to make sure that at least there's like a baseline of things that you're doing right and you comply with that.
Great, thank you. So when, if you look at standards, I think sometimes people see, especially if they're maybe not industry standards, but the more government standards and regulations, you hear a lot of times this is going to limit innovation. This is going to cause challenges to innovation. Do you think that's true? Do you think or do you think it helps to promote more innovation around those standards? What if someone were to ask you that question and say, hey, Max, you want me to do these standards, but it's going to really impact what I can do and innovate in my space?
I think that's a problem of the standard, and not standards in general. So you can design a standard to be flexible, to be approachable, to be agile, to use the term, right? I don't think we should have 100-page standards and complex standards. I think we need to really, as an industry, make them adoptable, approachable, and maybe even more piecemeal, right? So let's not try to secure absolutely everything all at once. Let's break it down into something manageable. Let's let companies and projects choose to adopt a specific standard that is, that works in their niche, and to do it well.
Yeah, and also standards can evolve. It happens, for example, with the ERC20 standard that people use it, everyone uses it, and then if you want to add a feature on top, you can, for example, you want to use a vault, you also have a standard for that, the 4626. So as long as you understand that for adoption of standards, it's important to make them so that people are happy using them and you're flexible enough while keeping security that people are going to use them, I think is the way to go.
Awesome. Joel, do you want to add anything? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think they touched on it very well with what we look to do with the BSCC. The only thing I would add to that too is like I think the goal of what we've been doing and how we've been doing it is really to have like a baseline approach. We have a very approachable, you look at the standards, they're not like 100 pages, they're not like very discrete controls. It's more of like general guidance around security of, major domains in Web3, but you can go through and read it in, minutes, not hours. You don't need an LLM to read through it. You can actually go through and understand it yourself and be like, am I doing these things in my program today?
Great, thanks. And so, we started with we released the first set of standards in May of this year. So they were covering sort of token integration, key management, node operation, and some baseline security standards as well. I would note that I had a conversation today with somebody who's already looking at the token integration standard, already starting to use that in some of their solutions. So it's great that adoption is starting to happen and people are starting to use it. But why those four? Why was that sort of where we started? I know both Joel and Max, you were helping to draft and editors for some of those standards. What was the driving force to start there?
You want me to go first or you, Max? All right. So I mentioned it earlier around like the reason that I want to get involved and the reason that Coinbase wanted to get involved. And the first reason was like we have had this program for many, many years. We've built it out. And so I think with these four, the goal, and at least for the token integration standard, the one that my team has really written and we've put out, is to take a lot of what we've seen on the secure asset side, what Coinbase will look for when we look to add assets to the exchange, and put that in a point where like people can then go and say like, what is our baseline there? So I think from the four side of it, at least on the token integration side of it, it's one that we know very well. It's a structure that we use every day. It's something that I would love to also take to tokens and say like, hey, here's your starting point. It's not the entire program what we do, but it's a starting point of security. And I think that's why like when it comes to, I'm not going to speak to like the node operator as much, but I think Max might have a similar answer, but it's like, it's part of our bread and butter. It's part of what we do every day. It's our, strongest kind of like, here's our first step in it. We're going to take that approach. But even with the key management and general security and privacy one, that's kind of the same idea around like, we know these areas very well. It's a discipline that we want to start with, and that will give us a foundation to build on from there.
Yeah, I think we picked bedrock standards, right? So we picked, every chain protocol, whatever it needs to operate nodes. You need to think about how you're storing your keys. You need generic kind of like security guidance. So we kind of picked those also just based on what our company's backgrounds were, I think, what we knew best, what we curated over years and understood very well. And now we're seeing sort of like the next wave of standards that we're working on is kind of broader. And because we've been having these discussions for a year now, we're starting to talk to each other. We're kind of understanding a bit more about like where those blind spots are in the industry.
Awesome. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to add on that too.
Go for it.
So I think Max said it exactly right. Like these are baseline bedrock standards, and not only are they meant to be like, here's your starting point, but for you individuals, but also for us, we can say like, well, now that we know what like secure key management looks like, we can now say, and nodes, we can now start saying like, well, what is the relationship between these two? Like, what does a transaction security look like? And we can reference these standards and say like, when you're looking to sign, use this. When you're looking to broadcast, use this. And so like, it's also foundational for us just as a organization of like, now we can build on top of this and get into the more complex stuff or the more niche.
And I think that the easiest answer to your question is basically to avoid hacks, to stop seeing protocols losing money, to stop seeing companies losing money. And if we want to see this new next wave of liquidity coming to crypto, coming to blockchain, they're also going to feel comfortable having those standards and seeing that there's a framework that they can follow to mitigate as much as they can these losses.
No, I think that makes sense, and especially with sort of the baseline security standard, it's not complex. It's pegged a lot to the NIST cybersecurity framework, something that works, and so that a company that's two people in a garage can hopefully follow that standard, get that baseline, put more trust in the space, and then build out with the other four standards and kind of grow on top of that. So a good baseline for us and a good sort of initial step. So we've sort of got those 4 out. We're working on adoption, but that's not kind of all. There's a couple more in process right now that aren't quite public. They're getting there. One is smart contract, which is one that we've been working on and think really important next step. And I know Hoda, you've got some thoughts around kind of the importance of the smart contract standard and where that's going and how that may play a role within some of the additional work, some of the work we're doing already.
So yes, of course, after auditing so many projects throughout the years, you can see that developers follow different rules. They have different ways of doing things. Some of them adopt audits as a way of securing their smart contracts. Some of them just do testing to do that. Some of them are doing fuzzing. Some of them are just vibe coding. So it's tough. And having a baseline in smart contracts, I not only think it's necessary, it's a must, but also I don't think it's that difficult to adopt. If you think more of like the shift left mentality of not only thinking of an audit to be something that has to be a standard, which I believe it should be, at least for now, just thinking about going to the very beginning of a team of 2 people in their garage developing smart contracts, thinking of like, okay, what are the best practices that I can follow for this? Well, I might just go out there and see if there's open source secure contracts that I can build on top and use those ones, see that they're battle tested. That gives you some peace of mind and also kind of like a baseline to start working and building from there. Following that, when you enter to the development life cycle, also understand that there's certain rules that you should, or at least it would be nice for you to follow in terms of how you test your code base. It's not the same having 50% than 80% than 90% than 100% of test coverage. It's not the same just testing business logic when you write a unit test than trying to actually break your code while you write a unit test. And that also brings to fuzzing. Fuzzing should be part of a standard that says that every single smart contract, in unit tests you can't actually check everything you want. Well, fuzzing really helps on that. And while you're developing, also follow best practices. Know that you have to document your code so that your other developers on your team understand what you're doing, and also auditors understand what you're doing, and also the community, because we know that this is an ecosystem where we like open source coding, can understand what you try to do. So I feel that it's something that has to be from the beginning of the development life cycle. And then, of course, the obvious ones. The one that I already mentioned, auditing is super important, and having a standard of the things that you would like to see in an audit is also something that should be standardized. And beyond audits, after someone reviews the code, is if you're going to continue iterating your code, is how do you evolve internally and what baseline rules you follow to make sure that when you introduce a new PR with new code, you are secure. Beyond that, it can happen that after 3 years you want to add a new feature to your code, or you want to go to a new version of your code, and knowing that all this is still public, your old smart contracts might still hold money. We've seen a pretty bad hack in an old version of Balancer happening a few weeks ago. Defining standards on how to move liquidity from one version to the other also could be something very, very useful. And from there onwards, when it's not related to only like coding smart contracts, is how you interact with smart contracts. Knowing that interop is a thing. You're gonna, like, smart contracts don't work by themselves. They talk to other smart contracts. If you have an AMM or you have a lending borrowing protocol, you will likely work with other smart contracts to check Oracle prices, to deposit your liquidity to other pools, and having standards where you have clearly defined how those communications happen is also easier for developers to interact with your system and for you to interact with those other systems too.
So it's a lot to take in. So I would say, I mean, one of the things I want to touch on is sort of the auditing piece that you talked about, because that's sort of a next step for us. Like, otherwise, you sort of put these standards out, and if they just sit there, nobody adopts them, we're not auditing against them to get them in the, and to sort of build that trust and build that, hey, you're certified as BSSE, you've got a, let's just say Open Zeppelin's a BSSE certified, playing it forward, standards company, you're certifying your clients. I mean, that audit is the next step and something that needs to do. Sort of, is that the right next step for us to be doing? We've got some standards out, we've got a couple more. What should be next after those are in place?
We got this question pretty often lately of what's our methodology when we audit. Most people usually think of smart contract audit firms as maybe 1, 2, 3 security researchers reviewing code, doing this like line by line process to make the code bulletproof. But sometimes they don't know the things that we check on the code. So a good starting point would be to have a list of everything that a smart contract auditor should be checking in a smart contract. Of course, again, it's a baseline because novel issues are the ones that in the end make protocols lose money. And the important thing also related to that is that you can evolve the standard and add all these ones when something happens. Hopefully nothing happens, but if there's a bug bounty and in that bug bounty you see that there was a novel issue, well, try to adopt that in the standards as soon as possible and put that during your offering your smart contract audit process.
Perfect. Joel, go ahead.
Yeah, adding on to a lot of what's been said here on the audit side of it, smart contract security side of it, a couple of thoughts. The first one is, the first 4 standards we put out, we had the token integration standard. And that was mainly looking at what can you as a third party verify about a token. And like Hope just said earlier, the new smart contract standard kind of eclipses that in a way of it's not just what you can see on chain, it's also like what does the company do, how do we audit against it and everything like that. And I think we covered that really well, but that's a good example of an evolution of a standard of token integration. We looked at it and we said, well, really this is a lot similar to the smart contract standard. And so we're looking at like what elements are we keeping, what elements are we merging. So there's that piece of it. On the compliance and business certification side of it, this is something we really want to start standing up. We mentioned it earlier, but we have the 4 standards, and we're putting out 2 more. But those are not really effective unless you have a way to say like, how do you go to a digital asset or a custodial company or a node provider and actually hold them to the standard that we're writing. And so that's a lot of what we're doing now on that side of it, of like figuring out what that audit track looks like, the business compliance track, working with other people in this industry, on doing that. Certainly for Coinbase, we want to take the standards we've written and apply it to ourselves. So we actually, so Figment was one of the primaries on the node operator standard. We've taken that, we've self-certified. We've gone through and see how it applies to us. And so now we would love to have that where it's like companies can come and like, actually hold us accountable for what we've done.
Yeah, I think it's about creating trust too, right? Like, we can write standards all day. There's a whole bunch of stuff to write standards about. We can go on and on. But if there's no pull-through, then you're not really creating an environment for end users or end companies to trust the other companies, right? So like that's why you need this auditing kind of, the whole other side of the BSSC, which is really what we're working on now, is okay. How can you prove that I'm holding my company up to the standard? How can I prove to my end users and my customers that I really care about my smart contract security or my node operation or whatever, right? It's about expressing that you're like a mature agent within the space and that you understand the material well enough that you've chosen a standard to adhere to.
So we touched a little bit on so we've got one other standard that we're working on right now, which is really looking at the life cycle of a transaction. So really, and security around it. So it's transactions, security is kind of what its sort of working title is at this point. With that standard or that draft standard, what kind of attacks are you hoping to help defend against in developing that standard?
Yeah, so I kind of see transactions as the like buffer zone between off-chain and on-chain, right? So you're creating a transaction, a string of bytes that can be super simple or complex, and you're giving it to a user or a system or something to sign, and then that gets immortalized on-chain. So we really need to get that sort of buffer correct, and we have to make sure that we're doing as much as we can as an industry to both empower users and systems to not sort of blindside stuff or whatever. We also need to make sure that our security teams, both internal and external, can have a kind of understand what the chain of custody of a transaction is as it goes from like the system that produced that transaction. Maybe it transited a whole bunch of other systems. Did it get modified? How was it modified? What triggers do you have to know if it was modified? And then what actions can you take to make sure that this modified transaction doesn't keep getting propagated through the network and given to a user? So yeah, we're working on this transaction lifecycle, safety, security standard now. I think we're zeroing in on really the structure right now. Like we all understand that it's important internally. We all understand the bits and pieces of how we want to express what someone should be thinking about when they're looking to sort of secure their transaction supply chain. And really that comes down to like, producers of transactions, relays, systems that move a transaction, a string of bytes from one system to another, signers, obviously, and then the whole process of like broadcasting, right? You put it on chain. Did it get accepted on chain correctly? Was there an error? Do you have to retry? How do you retry? How do you, right? All these kind of meta things that we kind of take for granted that if you don't do correctly could have some pretty bad outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, adding on to that, I mean, Max covered it great of what we're looking to do and how we're looking to build this and everything. Just a little bit more about like why this is so important is like, at least within Coinbase, this is very near and dear to like our heart and our mission of like, if a user is sending funds, we want to make sure that request goes through untampered, it's fully verified and validated, multiple steps. And so that's something that like we've been working on a lot, and other companies as well. And so getting that where that's a very mature side of it, not just like how do you generate these, but how do you actually shepherd them along the entire process and verify them along the entire process so the end user is secure and they feel confident on that transaction. And even though I know we're looking at it like, Coinbase, we're looking at mainly the custodial side, this is also something that applies even in the self-custody world. You're still generating a transaction, you're still signing it, you're still broadcasting it. So that's something that like I would love to even have for like end users to say, is this protocol, is it handling my transaction safely, and like bring it in here on that side of it.
To add to that is that I actually think that transactions and signing transactions is one of the worst user experiences anyone can go through these days. Even for security people like me, it sometimes is like, how do I validate this transaction? What's the best way of doing it? Have my ledger, I see all these like characters. I'm gonna have to like scroll it and write it down and actually check what's doing. So it's clearly a problem for technical people. Imagine for someone that has their ledger and they just want to move funds from one account to the other or put their money in a protocol, making sure that their computer is not compromised and has changed the transaction itself to move the funds from one place to the other, just like changing the address, for example, or changing the amounts or whatever. So having a standard around how you generate transactions and how you propagate transactions is super important.
So I want to stick on sort of the overall security side of things. So I've heard people say kind of Web 2 is a backdoor to Web 3. Is there truth to that? And if I'm a Web 3 company, what should I be concerned about? What should I be thinking about?
Well, there's a fact, and the fact is that in the last few years, the most amount of money lost hasn't come from smart contract hacks, has come from maybe what you say Web 2 related stuff, keys getting compromised, transactions being modified, NPM packages with some sort of like malicious code injected. So I wouldn't say that Web 2 is backdoor to Web 3, but clearly smart contracts and auditing has gotten to a place, in my opinion, where the security is relatively good, and then hackers are looking for other things. What are the weak links these days? that go beyond smart contracts. Because if I sit down and I start reading a smart contract and I can't actually break it, it's like, okay, but I want to steal this money. What's the other ways I can do it? I just have to go back to Web 2 and see what were the ways back in the day, not in Web 3, where you could steal money. And things like phishing are already happening, and again, losing a lot of money from things that we shouldn't be focusing on, but actually, yes, we must focus on this because it's happening. It's just like a new, not that new because it's been happening for a few years, but a new-ish attack vector that we weren't considering several years ago because everyone was so focused on smart contract security. Now it's super important.
Yeah, so like threat actors are always going to take the path of least resistance, right? Like they're also an economic agent. They are doing cost-benefit analysis. They can spend years trying to break your smart contract system. Or they can pay someone a few $1,000s to send you like a fake resume that you're going to open, right? So they're always going to take that path. So really, it's less that like Web 2 is a backdoor to Web 3, is that it's a whole system, right? Web 3 doesn't exist on its own. It's sort of underpinned by real compute and real data centers and real people behind it. Real systems hold keys and humans hold keys. So everything that like the last 40 years of like cybersecurity has learned still has to apply to Web3 companies, and that can be a pretty big burden. So that's, through our standards, we try to think about that angle too and not bucket ourselves too much on the Web3 side.
Yeah, I mean, on that side of it, you can look at it Web 2, Web 3. I think that's like traditionally how we always think of it. You could also think of like local actions and on-chain actions, right? And I think a lot more of, back in the day when blockchains and DeFi was a little bit more mature, our on-chain services were, growing. They were like kind of dynamic and like, it was easier to say like the smart contract's insecure, this protocol's insecure, let's attack it. And like over the past years, we've really been maturing more with our on-chain services and our on-chain, like just the whole, ecosystem has. So that's why, like Max said, attackers are economically motivated. It's, easier or, a null attack path to look for those local actions, those Web 2 actions. So I think that's for us, like just in this space, we have to think holistically. It's not just, what is the on-chain piece of it? We have to think about like, how do our users interact with it? How do we interact with it as companies? And I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of this as we go and become even more and more larger, the whole DeFi space.
So, and I want to jump back a little bit, and Hoda talked about the sort of smart contract side, and that's generally pretty secure, and there's other gaps, and we're looking at weaknesses. So if you're a DeFi team and you're about to deploy a smart contract, and you can kind of take our standard in mind, what are people normally, what are they missing? What are they forgetting to do?
Okay, I can kind of, so I'm somewhat biased. I spend a lot of time looking at CI/CD pipelines and understanding those and attacking them. So like at the end of the day, smart contract is code, and you have to manage code, and you're managing, you have a software development lifecycle, and that code has to end up on chain somehow. So my advice would be take a look at your pipelines, understand what kind of third-party code that you might be depending on in your pipeline. We're talking even GitHub Actions, right? We saw TJ Actions was a massive compromise, which thankfully didn't work, but was definitely targeted at our industry. So yeah, if you had to look at one thing, I would say go take a look at your pipelines, understand them very well.
To add to that, in the smart contract side, have a security mindset when you code. Business logic, of course, is super important because the code has to do actually what you think should do. But the mindset should be, the two questions that people should be asking themselves is, the first one, is this secure? And the second one to be, is this following the business logic? Instead of, this is following the business logic, and then if it's secure or not.
Okay. You want to add one more, or are you good?
I think I'm done yapping. Okay. I want to hear, questions.
All right. So we've got a few minutes left. We saved some time for any questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions for the panelists?
Wow. I guess I'm not done yet.
Not saying we answered all the questions ahead of time, apparently.
We're just that good about standards, or maybe standards aren't as motivating as we think.
Maybe not.
We're going to be out there. So anyways, if you... Oh, there's
One
someone
over here.
there.
Go ahead. I think the question was, are you... Oh, we're going to get a microphone to repeat it.
Are you considering for the future work of standards also standards in zero knowledge proofs and other fancy cryptographic protocols?
All right.
So I will say absolutely. We would love to consider those. We would love to have standards on those. And I think one of the constraints that we've had as a group is the knowledge and ability to accurately represent that in a standard that's usable, right? The two standards that we're doing now, smart contract security and transaction security, these are things that like we know very well. And there are more people to BSCC than just this, but you know, that's our bread and butter. That's what we would know a lot more in. So on that, yes, we would consider it. We would love to build it. I think that's something that like we would want to invite others to come to us and help do that, particularly if you're in that ZK space, if you're in that cryptography space, and say like, hey, here are some things that we need to consider as we start looking at things like quantum computing, or we start looking at things like, you know, more ZK built into chains. And so like I would invite, you know, feedback for that. I invite, you know, us, you know, approaching us. Something I didn't think we really touched on is like, you know, even though we're up here and we're big companies, you know, we really want to invite a lot of commentary and a lot of engagement from everyone on what we've put out there. Like, you know, this group, we meet weekly and discuss the standards. We discuss what we're doing. It is not like a room with a bunch of suits creating these. It is, you know, the technical leaders in this space like coming together and saying, this is what we're really doing. And so if you're a technical leader that's like very knowledgeable in a space, we would love to like get your engagement, your involvement, you know, teach us, and then we'll also teach you. So I would say like that's a very long-winded answer saying like, yes, we would love to consider it, but I don't think it's something that like is our primary objective right now, and it's something that if we had people that are more knowledge and learned in that, then certainly we would love to consider it.
Thanks. I think that's a good point, Joel, because we have about 11 companies that are members now, and there's more room at the table, and there's places where there's gaps for us as well. So for just to follow up, we've talked back and forth about, do we need to do a stablecoin standard? And I think we've sort of come to the conclusion like we need a couple more players around the table to help really develop it the right way and making sure that it is a good standard that holds up to the other work that we've done. And again, like to Joel's point, we're working to be as transparent as we can. Once we have our drafts out, we put them out for public comment so that we can get that extra feedback because we don't have all the answers, and so we want to be able to get that feedback and understand where we may have missed. But the more people we can get around the table helping to develop this, the better off we all are. Any other? Oh, I have another question here. Oh, here we come.
When I think about standards in the normal Web 2 world, I think about processes that takes years to build and that are meant to stick for years too. How do you see this coupling with an ecosystem that is continuously changing? And how do you see standards that evolve to be adopted if they change quickly?
Probably moving fast, being community driven, so the people that are innovating, are adding all these changes, should also think of which standards should be built so that the things that they're building come already with this baseline that we're talking about. I think that's super important because otherwise there's only so much an entity, I think, can do. It's what he was saying just now, bring to the table all these innovators, all these people working in different fields and work together on, okay, this is going to go live. What are the things that we have to follow? What are the standards, the minimum baseline, and then build on there, from there, because you can define a standard and you can define something very simple, but then again, it will keep evolving and you have to add things on top. But at the same time, keeping it flexible enough so that others can also implement that standard.
I think we mentioned earlier, like we're not trying to develop 100-page standards that are really complex, and that we want to get that baseline going. And I think we're constantly looking and evaluating the ones we have published to say, hey, are there small changes? Are there things that we should look at to update those standards over time as the industry evolves and things evolve as well? All right. Any other questions? All right, so I'll give you guys all like a quick closing remark on any like last remarks, and then also favorite thing you've done here this week.
Okay, closing remark, I guess. Don't forget about off-chain security. It's the world that I live in, so I care about it deeply. A cool thing I've done this week, I don't know this. I don't know. I wasn't ready for the question.
You must have gone and seen something, had a good dinner or did something.
Oh yeah, we went to Fogón Asado. It's a really, really nice restaurant, like amazing barbecue. We loved it.
In my case, my take is the contrary of what you said. It's like don't focus too much on off-chain stuff, and also remember that you have to take care of the on-chain stuff. And fun stuff, I don't know, I love the city, so everything has been fun.
All right, Joel, closing, you get to close it, make it a good one.
I mean, of course, I have to say, you have to balance your on-chain and off-chain security program, right? So have to say it. What I would say is, like, I've really enjoyed being part of the Blockchain Security Standards Council. I've said it at the beginning, but like these are a really great group of people, really great group of companies, and like I'm really excited for this going forward. And so I invite anyone to help reach out, or to me or Adam or any of us. Like, it'd be amazing to work with more people. And so I just invite you to do so. As far as fun thing I've done, did you know they have really good steak here? And like, so I've been eating a pretty good amount of that. Yeah, it's kind of good. So.
All right.
I agree.
3 votes, 4 votes for steak. All right, well, I just want to thank all our panelists for being here today, and thank you for being here. We'll be around and look forward to chatting with you more about the work we're doing, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Check. Thank you for the interesting panel. And next up is Joe Dobson, threat intelligence analyst from Mandiant, that will teach us about ether hiding. Want to know what it is? Stay.
Hey folks, I am Joe Dobson, and I come from a company called Mandiant. If you haven't heard of us, it's actually kind of funny because in traditional cybersecurity in Web 2, Mandiant's been around for a long time, but you have no idea how many conferences for crypto I go to, and people are like, Mandiant, who's that? What do you do? Right? And so we actually got acquired by Google not too long ago, and I've got about over 15 years experience in cyber, and I do threat intelligence. It's not common in crypto that you hear folks that do threat intel. And what that means is I identify and track bad guys, not just on chain, not just tracing, but what are they actually doing? What does their infrastructure look like? What does their malware look like? How are they operating? What social media profiles are they using? What kind of phishing hooks are they using? That's threat intelligence. And so I've worked for a couple startups. This is actually my second time at Mandiant. And today I'm going to tell you about a little thing called ether hiding. So here's the bottom line up front. I don't want to bury the lead, okay? Attackers are using blockchains for resilient hosting of malware and command and control operations. This marks a big shift from what they traditionally use, which is called bulletproof hosting services, which I'll explain those in a moment. And I want to talk about what's going on and what we as a community can actually do about it. So a lot of talks you've heard today are about the security of what's going on chain. I'm going to tell you how on-chain activity is being used to actually infect folks off-chain. And it's being used to target not just the cryptocurrency industry, but other industries as well. And we as a community actually have an opportunity where we can do something about this. So ether hiding is a term that was coined by Guardio in October of 2023. And they did it when talking about clearfake. If you haven't heard of clearfake, I actually have on the slide on the right side an image from their blog. And in that you can see that these are the fake update kind of infections. Hey, your browser, you need to update Chrome, you need to update Edge, you need to update Firefox. That's clearfake. And this clearfake campaign, what they identified is that portions of the malware were actually being stored on-chain. They were using that immutable storage, that high resilient uptime, to store pieces of malware on the blockchain, which has a whole myriad of benefits. And so since then, we at Mandiant we've observed numerous threat actors adopt ether hiding across a variety of blockchains. So I have a QR code here on the screen. If you want to scan the QR code, you'll find out whether or not it's a Rickroll, okay? And you can actually follow along, and you can look at some of these transactions. If you've never looked at a North Korean smart contract today, you're about to get the opportunity to. And so on the slide here it's an example transaction from a clearfake contract, interacting with a clearfake contract. But we've seen a variety of threat actors adopt ether hiding. There's a malware as a service threat actor that sells a piece of malware called Cherry Quirk. And so we just recently identified that they were selling Cherry Quirk, which has some on-chain components, and that's been used by a threat actor called Fin6 for ransomware operations. So now you have malware on-chain that's enabling ransomware. We've identified a North Korean threat actor, a suspected North Korean threat actor, called UNC5342. They've been using BSC and Ethereum, and that's actually what we're going to spend most of the time this session looking at. And then UNC5142, which uses clearfake, they use BNB Smart Chain. And that's not exhaustive. There's other threat actors doing this. This is a popular thing. And if you're curious what that clearfake transaction on the slide actually decodes to, here's output from a tool called CyberChef, and that decodes to obfuscated JavaScript. I'm sure no one working in security and Web3 has ever seen that before, right? So how does it work? Ether hiding implementations, they vary depending on the threat actor. A lot of threat actors, I think the ones that are more sophisticated, they opt to use storage variables inside of smart contracts. And so then all they have to do is, anytime they need an update to that malware, they just store that update inside the storage variable. They can do a query, they pull down that storage variable, and that gives them the latest and greatest configuration information, actual malware components, etc. Sometimes, though, they'll just use raw transaction input, and we'll look at one of those too. So UNC5342, that's a suspected North Korean threat group. They use a standard ERC20 token contract with a slight modification. They have a transaction text variable. And so whenever they call the mint function, they include the actual malicious code in that transaction text. And again, they do this not so that they can infect people on chain, they do this so that when they infect a user, they can pull down a second stage of their malware, and that second stage malware, it's reaching out to blockchains to pull down this data. And you'll also notice that I call them UNC5342. I don't call them Lazarus Group. One thing that the crypto security community loves to do is call everything North Korean Lazarus. And that's good and it's bad. It's good because it's a catchy name, it helps with awareness, but it's bad because it's not precise. There's not one North Korean threat group that's targeting folks. There's not two, there's not three. there's a huge number of North Korean threat groups that are targeting folks. And having precision in how we address that is important, because with that precision, we can identify the different TTPs, the different tactics, techniques, and procedures used by the different groups. And through that, we can identify, are their tactics evolving? Are they using different families of malware? Are they behaving differently? So UNC 5342, that's the North Korean group, suspected North Korean group. They've used ether hiding as part of a campaign called Contagious Interview. If you haven't heard the words contagious interview, you've definitely heard about the attack technique. The previous panel just referenced it, right? Contagious interview is where North Korea, they will stand up a fake recruiting firm, they'll stand up a fake company, they'll reach out over LinkedIn, over job sites, and they'll offer developers a job. And they offer a lot of money, right? It looks very lucrative. They're aggressive. They want to get you hooked. This campaign is part of that. This threat group is doing that campaign, and they're using smart contracts as part of it. So there's a little bit of irony there, right? Some bitter irony that they're actually using blockchain as part of their infection method for blockchain developers. And so here is an example of them using the transaction input data, not a smart contract, just raw transaction input data to store, in this case, it's called invisibleferret.javascript. This is a version of the Invisible Ferret malware. This is malware that has the ability to go steal the vaults from your cryptocurrency wallets, from your browser extensions. It has the ability to steal that. And they'll collect it. It has all kinds of capabilities. And looking at the, do I have a laser? I don't have a laser. I do have a laser. You can't see it though. So the way contagious interview generally works is it begins with, they reach out, they convince a developer to take an interview. With that interview, they offer, or they require a technical component. You have to prove that you actually know what you're doing. You have to compile some code. You have to fix some code. And when you compile and execute that code, usually it's pulling something off of GitHub, it's pulling down an NPM package. That will actually infect the victim's machine. So at that point, the developer's box is owned. Now, if you've heard folks talk throughout the week or throughout the last few days about you need endpoint detection and response in your machines, you need to have a security team, you need to monitor stuff, you need to actually have corporate machines and not just use your personal machines. This is part of the reason why. Because developers will take an interview and it's a nation state targeting them. It's asymmetric, right? You cannot expect every developer to protect against every nation state attack. It's not realistic. And so the victim gets infected and an initial downloader is what infects them. And so with that initial downloader, it reaches out on chain to a smart contract, and that's when it pulls down the Jade Snow malware. Jade Snow is the second stage, all right? Depending on what the threat actor sees, what the North Koreans see on the victim's machine, they will then decide if they want to pull down a third stage or not. It depends on what organization are they working for, how much money is in their wallet, what are they actually doing, who are they affiliated with, and that's when they will decide whether or not to use the third stage malware, as well as what operating system are they using, and what software do they have. So let's talk about why they're using ether hiding. What is the point of it? They're using ether hiding because it's actually a lot more effective than traditional bulletproof hosting. If you're not familiar with bulletproof hosting, it's been around for a long time, and that's where you'll get hosting providers, and these are shady folks on Telegram and darknet market forums, and they are offering to host malware for you, to host malicious sites for you. They say, we're bulletproof, it's not going to get taken down. And so usually they'll host it maybe somewhere that in a country where law enforcement isn't too keen on taking down any malicious content. Maybe it's they'll actually use victims as well. So they may have infected a whole lot of individuals with residential internet, and they'll proxy. They'll use those for hosting, or they might use proxies. And so they'll have, when someone is trying to log into the website or connect to the website, where the malicious content is hosted, it might take a while. and that introduces latency issues. So bulletproof hosting, it's supposed to be high uptime, hard to take down, and that's why it's used by bad guys, but it's got a lot of drawbacks. One of them is high turnover. If you're hosting malicious content, you're not going to be around forever. Law enforcement, eventually you'll become a big enough fish that law enforcement will care, at which point, you know, your service goes down or you make enough money where you leave. They also do rug pulls, right? So some of these bulletproof hosters, they'll take a bunch of money, they'll take a bunch of crypto, they'll get paid in crypto. And again, they're advertising on Telegram, they're advertising on social media, they're advertising on darknet markets, and they get a lot of payments, and they decide, I'm good, I've got enough money, and they shut their service down, they disappear. After all, this is not a legitimate hosting provider. This is not a cloud hosting provider. They're unreliable, right? Both and the sellers. The infrastructure might be taken down. Even though it's supposed to be bulletproof, it's supposed to be high uptime, that's not always true. And the sellers themselves, these are shady individuals, right? There's no honor amongst thieves. The infrastructure itself is not fast. Again, this is not 99.99% uptime at a data center. There's latency issues and the cost varies. Now compare that with ether hiding, right? You're utilizing services by established companies. You're using API endpoints, you're using RPC endpoints, and those are part of legitimate companies. Companies that have been around for a while. They have high reliability. They're actually hosting things in data centers, right? The blockchain has high reliability. And there's also less chance of detection. So you have to consider how security heuristics work. If there is a new domain that is using a free TLS certificate, it was recently registered, it's not well known, low traffic, it's hosted in ASN, that's in the bad part of the internet, then security heuristics are going to look at that and they're going to say, okay, well, this is suspicious. They're going to flag it. Versus an RPC endpoint or an API service, as you just heard in one of the previous talks, there's hundreds of those. And so those have been around much longer. They're established domains using real TLS certificates that are actually paid for and look much more legitimate. So it bypasses a lot of those heuristics. It's also cheap. For UNC 5342, we actually did the math to calculate what is the average transaction for them doing this activity. It's $1.37 per transaction for effectively permanent uptime of malware. They can pull down that malware as many times as they want. They're going to stay within the free usage of API services, right? Because it's not like they're doing this thousands of times, right? Maybe hundreds or dozens. So they're staying within free usage on the API services, and the malware is staying on chain forever. That is incredibly cost effective, incredibly cost effective. So let's think about what we can actually do about this. And so I've got 2 slides on this. This is the less controversial of the 2 slides, all right? Awareness, education. People need to know that this kind of attack is happening. And when they know this kind of attack is happening, when you're aware of it, that makes you much less likely to become infected. You know what to look for. If it seems too good to be true, then it probably is. When they're doing these interviews, a lot of times they'll move over to Discord, they'll move over to Telegram, but the core part of the attack, that initial infection, that comes during the technical assessment phase. The other thing that we should consider is taking action to actually stop the adversaries, stop the threat actors from misusing, from abusing these services. Cryptocurrency is not near as decentralized as we all wish it was. This malware, it's using API services, it's using RPC endpoints to collect data from the transactions themselves, to collect data from the storage variables, right? That's a core part of ether hiding. If you shut that off, if you turn off those endpoints, they can't pull down those pieces of malware anymore. Those components become unavailable. And that does a few different things. One, that stops further infections. So even if someone is infected with that initial downloader is configured to go out to the blockchain. If those RPC services, if they don't respond, if they come back with nothing, there's no second stage. There's no third stage. That prevents further infections, that saves people from becoming more substantial victims. The other thing it does is it applies pressure on the threat actors, pressure to go somewhere else. show them that there's no quarter within crypto for them to abuse services to deliver malware to folks that should not be receiving that malware, right? Stop them from creating more victims. And that is actually something that can be done, right? So if anyone is hosting or affiliated with an API service, an RPC endpoint, think about if you have the technical capability to do this, if you have the legal permission to do this, and how you would actually execute it. Because there's a variety of different ways that you could do it, but it could provide an immense amount of value because you would actively be stopping threat actors from furthering infections. And with that, we will go over to some questions if folks have questions. And thank you. Any questions? No?
Thank you for the lecture. My question is, in Web2 CNC, we also have an upstream from the malware back to the attacker. Have you seen such thing in Web3 where the malware generates, like, write stuff to the blockchain to communicate back to the attacker?
Could you say it again where
like leaking back data from the computer to the CNC server through the blockchain?
So we've seen blockchain as C2 where they're actually like posting up what domains to use on chain. We haven't seen them initiate transactions. To my knowledge, we haven't seen them initiate transactions from the victims, right? Because when they're doing, these calls to the RPC services and the RPC endpoints and the API services, it's not actually creating a transaction, right? It's just reading what's already statically on chain. I don't think we've seen them create new transactions for victims. I don't think.
Yes, thank you.
Mike's coming.
So I get, I think, three of those kind of I get 3 of those kind of contacts over LinkedIn, sharing some technical assessment a week. And I realized that they are getting more and more sophisticated. So you don't find anymore the encoded JavaScript. They load it. So I tried to stop. Sometimes I track down where the payload is served. Nothing happens. Three weeks after, it was still active. So LinkedIn doesn't do anything. So who do you contact to stop quickly these kind of threats?
So the question was, and correct me if I'm wrong, the question is, when you see these, who do you contact to actually do something about it? Like the coding challenges, the technical assessments that lead to the infections, because sometimes they don't get taken down quickly. It's a great question. And I wish I had a simple answer, but you can reach out to folks like Seal, you can reach out to the Crypto ISAC, you can let them know. You can actually, I don't encourage you to go and download any of the payloads or anything, but if you had a safe environment to do that, you could then upload it to VirusTotal and other places where it would actually be flagged, because a lot of vendors will pull it from there. I don't think there's a simple solution to some of that being blocked. No, we're short on time. If we have time for one more.
So thank you for your presentation. I was actually thinking, so regarding one of your last slides where you were suggesting that centralized RPC providers should do something about this, aren't you worried that if they start doing something about this, it ends up becoming a mouse and cat game where they create absurd covert channels, like, I don't know, encrypting the payload into ERC20 tokens balances and that kind of stuff, and then they could also even poison other ERC20 token balances to prevent DOSing stuff, and yeah. I'm just worried that like this doesn't work because there will always be a way to get around it on the blockchain, basically.
There will always be an arms race between defenders and attackers. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try, right? If we can add as much friction as possible and make it as hard as possible for them, that might discourage even some threat actors from doing it by making it harder for them to implement these kinds of attacks. That's how I feel about it. I think I'm out of time, but happy to take more questions off the side. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Joe. That is pretty fascinating that attackers are using the public blockchain to store malware. And if you told me 10 years ago when Ethereum was created that that would have been one of the use cases, I think that would have been pretty hard to believe. Up next, we have Bernard, the founder and CEO of Areta Market. It's an audit marketplace solution that he has recently piloted with the Uniswap Foundation, and he is here today to showcase this to all of you guys. So without further ado, let's welcome Bernard up.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot for having me, especially tuning in Friday afternoon, evening after a long week, so I appreciate that. Bernard, I'm co-founder of Areta. We are a leading investment banking firm in the crypto space, working with many on-chain organizations on strategic topics, which the marketplace is an example of. Really here to basically showcase or talk about how to enable access to audits to more builders, with obviously a lot of the discussions in the last 2 days being around how to optimize audits and what technology can be used for to make audits more sophisticated, to find more vulnerabilities. This is really an effort to take what's out there and make it accessible for more builders, and then also enable ecosystems to provide audit support for builders on scale. Bit of background about us, as said, investment banking firm in crypto. We have 3 verticals. M&A, so support founders on the sell side, have an active capital markets desk, and then an on-chain services unit where we work together with DeFi organizations and on-chain organizations in the space. Done a bunch of deals. Don't want to bore you with that. Some numbers and background. To start with, obviously preaching to the choir, security is still a key issue. One, obviously on the builder side, key risk for builders that can result in even a company or project coming to an end if you're facing a major exploit. But then also for ecosystems, with the maturation of the space, still an increasingly high barrier for also institutions and traditional organizations coming into the space if security remains a key threat. So for us, it's really a mission to kind of reduce that barrier and make the whole space more institutional and easier for institutions also to build on. And this is really what we looked at. It's the procurement process, if you will, of audits for builders. Still quite, I would say, cumbersome and intransparent and messy. If you're a builder out there, you typically also treat kind of audit procurement as I would say, 3rd-tier priority that is at best a distraction to your daily business. You don't really want to deal with it, but obviously you should, as it's an increasingly important topic. So typically you talk to a couple of auditors that you meet at conferences, talk to befriended founders, ask for recommendations, or if you build within a larger ecosystem, might even reach out to the foundation or ecosystem support team or even your VC to ask around who's best to work with. Leaves you obviously with a lot of bilateral discussions with different providers, talking about different timelines, really hard to manage and really distracting from the daily business. So this is what we're looking at, with the builder being really the key stakeholder of what we were trying to solve. Secondly, obviously, ecosystems have a increasingly, I would say, a focused view on security. If you look at, for example, the Uniswap Foundation, which is the case that we're talking about today, with the launch of UniV4 and hooks becoming a new surface area for Uniswap, with increasingly difficult code to audit or more complex code to audit. It's also an effort for many ecosystems to really support builders to build secure projects and protocols. The third topic that we see is also an interest from ecosystems in capturing data to really understand what is the state of security of builders, which is by now or right now really opaque, with ecosystems not really having a grab on this. What we then did is basically piloting a simple version of the marketplace in Q4 last year, which is pretty much something many of you will be familiar with from the traditional world, a Web 2 world, a two-sided marketplace that really just connects the supply and demand. As you know, in the security space right now in crypto, both sides are pretty fragmented, right? The supply side of audit firms by now is, to some extent even commoditized with, close to, I think, 50 to 100 firms out there providing smart contract audits. And then the builders obviously on the other side being left at the, mercy of finding the right auditor. So in, simple terms, how the marketplace works, and there's really no rocket science. A builder, when looking for an audit, joins the marketplace, uploads their audit request, which is basically a more extensive form asking for details about the code to be audited and technical specifications of the code. And then auditors having the opportunity on the other end of the marketplace, really seeing the audit demand flow in as a, how we like to call it, kind of a ready-made BD funnel. So the idea is really also for auditors to use the platform and see what audit demand is out there, and being able to serve that with the capacity they have and the price point at which they're willing to engage with. How it typically goes is that the builder, when receiving quotes on the marketplace, also picks up calls with the different providers to discuss scope in depth, because there's obviously only so much you can capture within a marketplace or platform format. And then really the preferred auditor is picked by the builder, who then conducts an audit. The additional feature, which is becoming more and more attractive for foundations and ecosystems, is also built-in subsidy or grant function, where an ecosystem can then decide for specific builders that they want to subsidize to provide a grant and cover some of the cost of the audit, which can go from two. We've seen different ecosystems try out what good subsidy amounts are, from 20-32% to even full covered audits by an ecosystem. Still, I would say somewhat in experimentation mode of what is the right amount, because you obviously also want to create buy-in from a builder and not create an environment where builders kind of learn that the ecosystem pays for the security measures. These are some numbers. As mentioned, launched the pilot last year in Q4. So far have 350 audit offers processed. We've done a vetting process with providers. Many of them are here today. That worked, and this might be interesting for some of the parties in the room, that the counterparties that we work with, which is Uniswap Foundation and some of the ecosystems here on the right side, they ideally have a preferred list of auditors that they come in with, that they shoot in our direction, and we provide access to our vetted pool of providers. So every ecosystem really picks and matches their preferred set of providers, and we are just acting as an objective party that then plugs those providers into the marketplace for each specific ecosystem. What we've seen then really play out, and this is some of the data that we published within a report after the first 6 months of piloting the program, is that on average we've seen 10 to 12 quotes per project that uploaded a request, which is obviously a huge unlock for builders that with that have a view on market price and are offered some variation in terms of quality and price, and then can really pick and choose their preferred provider. The process is obviously significantly reduced to a couple of days, because the projects set their preferred timeline within the marketplace and then really only get offers from providers that also have capacity and know about the timelines. What we've seen then projects do is really schedule calls mostly on 1 or 2 days with their preferred parties. So do one after the other to reduce distraction on their operational business. The third thing is then a dashboard that we share with our partner ecosystems, where the ecosystems get a grab on really the audit activity and parties that their builders like to engage with. Here's just some of the companies that we work with. We also engage a lot in builder interviews and are on the ground on demo days and ecosystem events with ecosystems that we work with to really understand how we can optimize the marketplace offering and security support for builders. This is really what you've seen before. The marketplace that is currently live has some nice features, but it's really right now a procurement solution that makes it easier for builders to find auditors. What's next are some topics that excite us. Some of them are more progressed, some are really just early ideas, but this is really where we want to go from here. The first one, new funding support model, is really a learning that we've had over the pilot and the last kind of 6 months of operation for other ecosystems, is that we are experimenting right now with new ways of subsidizing audits. V1 of this is really just an ecosystem stepping in and saying, okay, we allocate, 500K to $1 million or so in a fund-like vehicle that we then give out to builders with an assessment being done by the ecosystem. So it much works like a grant funding that we've seen across the space, but obviously comes also with drawbacks of traditional grant funding. So what we're experimenting with is right now kind of hybrid models where also the providers are stepping in and contributing parts of the subsidy fund as discounts, which is more attractive for the ecosystems as they then can get preferred terms from the providers and can kind of share the discounts or grants being given to the projects. And for the projects, obviously, great to see support, one from the provider side and the ecosystem side, which more than often really pushes them to then take the step to do an audit after all. Second topic that we're excited about, I would say, is the most early stage, as it's by far the hardest nut to crack, is anything in the direction of quality rating mechanisms. I always think about it as like an L2 beat for auditors, which is not as easy of a task to turn around, but highly in demand. The more we talk with different stakeholders, is really not only supporting and leaving the procurement task at the mercy of the builders, but also adding a layer of information to the builders that then enter the marketplace to learn the different quality criteria of providers and experience, traction, and the likes. The last topic is a topic where we done first step, end-to-end security, where really we want to extend the marketplace not only for traditional smart contract audits, but also now plugged in pre-audit scans with some of the leading providers to move into a world where we can cover security needs of all kind of stages of builders. As we've seen often, the earlier the stage of the builder, the more likely is that they don't want to go down the audit route yet because it's a significant, or they face a significant budget constraint. So pre-audit scans at least give you an initial view on your state of security. Obviously shouldn't substitute an audit by now, but is a part of the toolkit that we want to offer to builders. And then on the other side, after you've done your smart contract audit, also monitoring solutions as an interesting topic to plug in as a offering via the marketplace and the range of providers being out there. There's just some of the reports that we're publishing, trying to map out the state of security that is currently live. Also call out if anyone is keen to collaborate on any research pieces. This is really the angle for us, is always as we're closer to on-chain organizations and ecosystems that have builder programs, is providing those really education pieces to builders, how to think about your security audit. If you've never touched the topic, what are the easy fixes or an easy checklist you should go through before booking, really as an offering to educate yourself and help builders along the journey to book their first audit and increase the security of their projects. Yes, that's about it. Thanks a lot for listening. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. If there are any, happy to answer them. Thank you. Awesome. Then thank you a lot. Have a great rest of the summit.
Awesome, Bernard. Thank you so much, man. Okay, well, thank you all for sticking around. That was a very interesting talk. I think that we can all agree that if you had to go through the process of procuring audits before, it is not a fun one. And so now we're going to have a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we will have a panel that is asking the question about, are we creating more black hat hackers than white hats with the way that bug bounties currently operate? So thank you guys so much, and we'll be back soon.
Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. Tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing
Awesome. Okay, so up next, last but certainly not least, we have a panel moderated by Michael Llewellyn, the head of solution engineering at Turnkey. Previously, he was at OpenZeppelin for 4 years. And this panel is going to be discussing bug bounty incentives. And are we creating more black hat hackers than white hats? So, Michael, please come up.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you to our panelists. I know it's the last panel of the day, but it should be a fun and hopefully a little spicy one, just to get everyone up and ready for the evening events. All right. So, welcome, everyone. I think we've already done a good introduction to everyone. We have a good array of different vendors here. We have someone from the bug bounty space. Mitchell, you do something in Immunify, right? What do you do?
Yeah. I pretend to run it. I mean, really, the team does all the work, and I'm just a pretty face at this point, but I try to show up at events like these.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, we want to make sure that it's still running. A lot of our bug bounties are still running on Immunify, so that's good to hear. I know, Omar, you're at Chain Patrol, so focusing on IP protection or brand protection. I know that Ari, you're at Failsafe, you're doing monitoring. Neville, you're at DDoS, which does monitoring as well as audits. And then Michal, you're at Sigma Prime, which also does a lot of audits as well as running nodes and critical infrastructure for Ethereum. So all of you, good variety of experience here for all of you who aren't already aware of these distinguished figures. So from here, I'll jump right into some of the questions. I think the first one is around incentives, and I'll probably start with Mitchell on this one because ultimately, Immunify was the first one kind of on the scene to say, hey, I think we are not incentivizing bug bounties enough in the very early days of Web3, trying to put that out there. So I'm going to probably pose a question to you around like, what has changed over the last few years since Immunify first launched, and how do you see the incentive landscape? Is there a mismatch in incentives that Immunify sees today, or are there other challenges beyond just the price of bounties? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So, as we've seen more larger black hat exploits like 1.5 billion for Bybit and others occur.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, when you ask that question, it's so broad because we launched our thesis for the scaling bug bounty and a crypto-specific version of bug bounties 5 years ago. Over 5 years ago. So it's been a long journey. We've gone through several cycles in that time where mentalities have changed from 2021, where this idea was avant-garde and offensive, arguably, to 2022 and 2023, when it was widely adopted and proven to be extremely successful, to 2024 and 2025, when things changed a little bit in terms of the overall adoption of that idea, and the kind of bug bounty model became a little bit more institutionalized. And I think that, especially over the last few years, the changes that have happened on the bug bounty side are quite negative for incentives. And specifically, the changes that happened is we stopped seeing as much upward pressure on bounty sizes. Okay, that's number one. And over the last 2 years, we've begun to see the erosion of standards in the bug bounty space as a whole. And this is the big problem with the incentives, I think. I think bug bounties should be larger, can be larger. There are very clear paths by which we can increase the financial lucrativeness of the model that we haven't yet taken. But the more concerning issue is that the trust in bug bounties as a standard has become eroded because of the behavior of market actors with customers. And to be very, and this is, speaking of the title of this thing, this is actually really driving some problematic things in the market because we have less white hats on a relative basis. Yes, the overall community keeps growing and we're more and more successful in driving bug bounties as an industry still, but the relative percentage of security operators participating is less and less and less. And that's really being driven by, I would say, two factors. Number one, certain players in the market are undercutting the bug bounty model and hollowing out the social and legal protections that were originally given to security researchers. Like, as far as I know, Immunify is the only player in bug bounties in crypto at this point that will still hold, projects to account. And we can't even do that all the time. We can't succeed. We don't have unlimited power, but we do apply what power we have to protect white hats as much as we can. It's not enough. We're constantly trying to expand that. But no other player does, as far as I know, at all. They basically fall to whatever the customer asks for. And this goes in with the second problem that is kind of hollowing out the bug bounty model. And obviously this is not applying for us in the same way, but it's certainly applying for other industry parties, which is more and more we see them offering these products at cost or negative. And so, because they're basically trying to use that to drive upstream audit income or income into other products. And as a result, it never makes sense to fight and protect the security researchers on most of these platforms when, this is just a freebie product, right? This is just a loss leader for you. So this combination of things, which hasn't affected all of our competitors. I think there are other upstanding, bug bounty platforms in crypto, and I really respect them. But it's affected a number of them. And this state of affairs is leading to a situation where hackers risk more and more abuse, white hats risk more and more abuse on bug bounty activities because nobody's going to come and protect them. And this is creating some problems. This is a big change from where things were 2.5 years ago.
Okay, so Andrew, in short, the number is really not the problem. You could have a high bug bounty number, but the trust that the payout will actually happen is a key issue.
This is the key disincentive because the numbers, it's already life-changing money, right? These are already millions. We can get more, we should do more. But the problem is if you can't believe that money is real, it doesn't make a difference how big that number is. It's all a lie, right? It's all a fabrication. It's all smoke in the air. And that's where the destruction of trust in the institution and in the social norm is problematic.
All right, I want to go to the auditors and people that do security research in the panel. Nevo, Mihal, do y'all have a perspective on this, given that I'm sure you've found yourself reporting bugs at some point?
Yeah. So what Michael is saying Mitchell is saying is 100% true about this issue. Actually, in the old days, it used to be that bug bounty providers used to get a percentage of the awarded bounty. And it used to be a small percentage. So that created an incentive for the bounty provider to not exactly side with the security researcher, but it did create a little bit of an incentive for the bounty provider. At the same time, the bounty provider had the incentive to retain the customer for the future because people would be finding critical and high vulnerability issues, in perpetuity in most of these protocols because protocols will be updated, new versions will be released and stuff like that. Generally, it used to be the case before that we used to negotiate directly with the projects. I mean, by negotiating, I mean go to the project and just tell them what the bug is. And nowadays, with these bounty programs, when there's a lot of terms and conditions, really they should just be bound by the amount of value that is at risk when it comes to high and critical severity issues. And even if it's out of scope, or if it's in a contract that has been deployed but isn't actually part of the scope yet, so those kind of vulnerabilities and claims should be honored as well.
Mihal, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, look, I agree with everything the guy said. Particularly agree with what Mitchell said, that it's already life-changing money. So the incentives are definitely there. It's all about how we can make it that the actual researchers actually feel comfortable about submitting the bugs and whether they are going to be properly, I guess, acknowledged by doing that and not going to get in trouble for doing so. So I think there's the things to answer. But the incentives definitely are there and they're already big.
Yeah, if we can just add on to that, I think that even if the, payouts weren't there, I think security researchers would still be hunting for these bugs and working on these really challenging kind of issues here. But I think the lack or maybe the disincentivization of actually disclosing, that's kind of what's really the question here. It's not necessarily that people are, we're incentivizing people to become black hats. I think it's more so that we're not giving them the reason to even report those low severity things, those medium severity things because they just don't feel strongly that they'll get a payout at the end of that.
Can I make a comment there? It's not entirely true. We actually, with the recent shift in the industry, we are risking incentivizing black hat behaviors because every white hat who gets screwed on one of these deals that goes bad gets resentful about it, gets angry about it, says, I'm creating incredible value. I come in good faith as an honorable person. I disclose and do a righteous duty to this project in their community, and they screw me for it. They stab me in the back, and they try to get their lawyers on me and threaten me and make life difficult and make me to agree to something, and I feel dirty about it. And this has begat a conversation over the last 2 years, which has become more and more common, where people are asking, hey, should we just be taking the money first and then sending 90% of it back, which is totally illegal, extremely destructive, risks huge market impact and devastating consequences. But it's something that happens, and it's something that we've seen a few times. It's kind of pulling people, not necessarily to become strictly black hats, but this kind of gray hat, which is really on the border, out of frustration and a sense of a lack of respect for their work. So it's even worse. It's even worse to this scenario where it's not even that people just don't hunt as much, which is a problem and absolutely true, that risks not bringing in more new blood into the industry, but also that really talented people who get screwed, and remember, the people who are going to have these bad experiences are only the ones that are good enough to find something in the first place. So we are selecting for skilled, dangerous people, right, in these bad interactions that have to deal with all these BS terms and conditions, which is crazy. And these people are now asking, hey, maybe I should take what I can because this is the way the project's, treating me. Are we all living in the jungle? Well, maybe I'm a jungle beast too. So it's worse than it looks.
Ari, I see you leaning in.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that a bit. I think that the real, it's not so much that are we creating more black hats. I think it's more along the lines of, are we just disincentivizing white hats from working in this area in the first place and just applying their talents elsewhere? Because I think we're just giving ourselves too much credit to say that these people are just going to go commit crimes. Because at the end of the day, if a government comes after you, it's a crime, right?
Much easier said than done. In most places in the world, these things are not crimes today.
Yes, sure. It depends on depends on what country you're in and who's going after you. But I can tell our experience. We've been recently we've been participating in quite a few bug bounty programs, and there is a difference between going after like programs you guys put up, Hack and Proof and others, versus just going after, okay, I just found a bug in this bridge and I'm going to see what happens. Our experience has been quite interesting, illuminating. What we see happening is, yeah, we get confirmations, and then it's kind of a black box. You have no idea when you're going to get paid out. Your bugs get downgraded. It starts off with critical, and now it's like a medium. So yeah, the structure is really wobbly.
So it sounds like there's like a general trend that like Mitchell's pointed out of like, okay, this seems like it's getting worse. There's more market players entering. There's more pressure to maybe kowtow to the customer that is the one that is running the bug bounty program, or rather like putting up the money, managing the protocol. So I guess like if this is a trend we're seeing and there's market forces pushing us in the direction, like are there solutions on the table? I know there's been a few topics that we talked about earlier when we were talking about this panel, like using ZKP sort of disclosures, or finding other sort of disclosure mechanisms that are going to be potentially more open or give the security researchers more fairness beyond just trusting the system. Like, is there anything that we could be meaningfully implementing as an industry or as vendors that could push back on this trend?
Well, I have lots of thoughts, but I'll bias it if I go first as a practitioner. I would love to hear what my colleagues think about this first. No pressure, you guys.
I can go first if you like.
Yeah. As reporters, like, is there anything that would make you more comfortable reporting given the experiences so far?
Yeah, my take on this is that like maybe 40–50% of contests. I'm not talking about like existing bugs on undeployed contracts, but companies that are willing to participate in, say, a Immunify's program. You can actually set up very explicit rules basically for invariant an invariant bug bounty program where you have to deploy, you as a protocol, you deploy your contract on a testnet. And these are, if you can prove, you set up basic criteria. If you can drain the contract, or if you can violate administrative privileges, if you can violate in a particular way governance voting, then you're guaranteed a payout. Just provide the hash and I mean, I'm not saying that's a silver bullet, but it's a fair, it's a math way of doing it. It's not, somebody's going to sit in the room and decide how much money we have to distribute, whether we're going to do this at all.
So I remember around 2019 and before, there used to be these bug bounty programs where people would deploy the smart contracts on chain and also put in the funds, but they would put, just a little bit of funds, like 100K or something like that. And then they would explicitly say, if you manage to hack it, that's basically your bounty. And, they allow it, for a period of time.
It could work. But I guess the question is, is that a project that's going to have 100 million at some point? And am I, waiting on a longer period? Which I guess it comes down to the researcher having an incentive. I guess any other thoughts on this?
It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be on mainnet, right? You can do this on testnet and then have, and not everything is about locked tokens. There's lots of other interesting kind of bugs. But, if you define the criteria and have a very explicit set of rules, then there's real proof, right? Just publish your transaction that changed the state from one to another on the contract.
All right, yeah, you seem like you want to jump in.
I'll make some comments. First of all, so that idea is always fun, like the kind of CTF approach. The challenge is when you're on the other side of that deal, you don't want anything on chain. You don't want anything visible to anybody else because you want to limit the damage. So you would never have like a copy of your contracts sitting somewhere, of your copy of your main contract sitting on testnet and be like, oh yeah, pwn my testnet contract, because smart people are going to monitor that. And if they see that pwnage occurring, they're like, oh, okay, time for me to make a move. Can I reverse engineer this into an attack of some kind?
But you have real, you in your contests, you have projects doing new projects.
That's different.
Publishing.
Contests don't have the same risks because you don't have the same assets on chain already live. It's for mainnet protocols where that function doesn't work. And as to the explicit rules thing, explicit rules work really, really well. The way, and Neville, you remember this, like the way we traditionally tried to design our bug bounty programs is to cut as much of the verbiage as possible, as much of the legalese, and have really simple explicit rules. And we've encoded things like, weird things like primacy of impact or different responsible disclosure policies, which are like kind of templated structures. You learn them once, you now know how they apply across everywhere. They're as simple as possible. Projects don't get to define their own funky little rulings wherever possible. They have to choose something that's already pretty reasonable, that's reasonably fair, right, to the different parties. That works really, really well when you can do it. The challenge, one of the challenges that we see here is that more and more other platforms are basically giving way and encouraging projects to set whatever terms they want. I'm thinking of examples where they say literally, oh, and here are bounties, but we reserve the final right to describe, to choose how much you get paid entirely as we want, and if we don't agree with it, we're just not going to do it. And you have things like that, right? Total control, effectively, which makes it not a realistic commercial transaction. That kind of thing is something that's being pushed in other places. Now, if we were to bring back, if we as an industry or as security researchers, almost as a guild, were to demand kind of these types of commercial transactions, that would go a long way towards solving these problems. But at the end of the day, we need all parties, we need the platforms to be willing to balance the interests, or at least, champion the security researchers as well in order to enforce things. I would take that even further, and one of the things that we have been doing, it's not been a one-way process, right? We have also been pushing against this erosion. So for example, you might be familiar that we launched Immunify Arbitration, right? We launched the world's first court system only for on-chain vulnerabilities that provides real legal teeth and global transnational enforceability for bug bounties on Immunify, okay? And you have a bunch of programs, dozens and dozens of programs where that happens right now. But there's a catch. This amazing thing, it's the best legal protection in the history of bug bounties in the world. The catch is the projects have to agree to it first because it's a legal contract. And it's hard to get them to agree to it, right? We can't do it alone. We need help to do that. We are driving it. There's lots of upstanding projects that are agreeing to this. Like the ultimate and explicit rules is literally the program is a contract. We agree to be legally bound by it. We will go to arbitration. That favors the security researcher, and in that sense, not in an abusive way, but just in a way that they can afford to go, as opposed to like a traditional court system where it'll cost $100,000 to go to court. Immunify arbitration costs 5 to 10. Feels like a lot of money, but that's nothing in terms of being able to get some justice for you. We have these kinds of things. There are other solutions that we're looking at Immunify to try and build more trust with the community, bring more transparency to the models, create safer ways for projects to pay so that they don't have to strictly rely on treasury assets or otherwise. But like that's the only way we're going to end up reversing that. We have to build trust by making the commercial terms reasonable for all the parties, to make the transactions safe for all the parties. And we can't just throw everything on chain because that makes the transactions unsafe, right? For many of the projects. We can't just say, oh, you know, pwn it and own it because of the way that blockchains inherently work. We can't just say, oh, let's make them do, you know, interesting proofs because not everybody's going to know how to do that. We're pushing even more work to the security researchers. That pushes even more risk. Why should the white hats have to jump through so many hoops, right, to do this when they're trying to do what is good? Why are we making this the most painful possible process for them? Like, where is this calculation? Unless they have legal protections on the commercial contract, why would they jump through all those hoops to do even more work? It's not very fair.
So where do you see, in terms of white hat activity, do you see it more in terms of contests, or do you see more people just going out and looking at popular contracts and seeing if they can exploit it?
Definitely bug bounty programs, and there's a big distinction between audit contests and competitions and bug bounties. You know, audit competitions are typically much easier to do, and they attract a lot of activity, but they attract a different type of person than the people who do bug bounties. We have a lot more activity we see on the bug bounties because, you know, we're running, you know, I don't know, 3 to 5 audit competitions in any given month, whereas we have hundreds and hundreds of bounty programs that are running all the time. So we see a lot more activity there, and that's where we see these concerns. But within that category, right, just to kind of draw the implication, the security researchers are looking for signs of trust. Everybody's been burned. People don't want to gamble 20, 30, 40 hours of their life hunting on a new code base for a bunch of guys who are just going to screw them over. So even on Immunify, and we try to curate as best we can, create those trust signals from Immunify vaults, from Immunify arbitration, to encouraging responsible disclosure, to encouraging more transparency around statistics, never as much as we like, but always more and more. But these are the things that security researchers are looking for and correlate with hunting activity.
Just to add on to that, I was speaking with a security researcher just today about sort of this topic. And you know, I think the thing that was most interesting to me, just to contextualize all of this, because there's a lot of, I think, there's a lot of really critical innovation that has happened in the last couple of years and is happening around this. But you know, they were contrasting this to the Web 2 world, you know, the HackerOnes of the world, and they switched off of, you know, Web 2 bug bounties into Web 3 for the reason that it was more transparent. It was more clear what was going on behind the scenes, less cloak and dagger, you know. But, you know, they were still expressing to me that, you know, things have gotten harder, you know. And I think only in the last maybe 2 to 3 years, you know, max. So I think that's the main thing that we need to kind of think about is like, is adding more complexity, you know, going to make the problem better? Or are we in this situation because of certain decisions, you know, and just, I don't know, come back to first principles again.
Well, I guess there's another question that kind of brings us to another theme. So there's complexity, and there's also like, how do we target the next wave of developers and applications that are coming online today? So, you know, there's a question of like, what's a good MVP for a bug bounty program as soon as you launch, assuming you have very low TVL. Maybe you have a project that doesn't even impact TVL, or you're an RWA where the security landscape is very different. You don't have something very complex, but the security is actually not as you're using existing ERC20 primitives and other things, so there's at least some expectation that the security risks are different. But at the end of the day, my question is, how do you give someone kind of a reasonable starting point for MVP, but then how do you make sure that like, as TVL scales, assuming it maybe happens in an unanticipated way, or it could happen rapidly due to a successful month, like how do you make sure that now they are scaling the incentives? Is that just doing it as a percentage of TVL? I know these are topics that have been discussed before, but given that how things are changing now, is there like, I don't know, I can start with you, Mitchell, again, but is there a fresh take on this from anyone on, how can we make sure that like, as potentially institutional money comes online, we're scaling incentives without falling into this trap of becoming harmful to disclosure?
The challenge with starting with me is I have to deal with this stuff every day. So I have these, in-depth, complicated opinions. I hope they don't bias my colleagues.
We can start at the other end.
Let's start at the other end. Because you guys are going to have really novel thoughts people want to hear about. And then I'm going to come with the boring, company side.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, so I have a few thoughts about this. So first of all, when you launching a bug bounty, you would probably already gone through a security audit, and you've already sort of done all the security-related things beforehand. So the bug bounty, to me at least, it feels like almost like a last step, right? That you have that to basically catch all the bugs that probably either have been missed or maybe something else basically happened throughout the whole life cycle of the project, right? But I don't think you should really assume that like, as my TVL grows, the security is becoming more important, right? You should always assume that I'm going to grow to this certain level of TVL at some point, so I'm going to do my best to secure it as well as I can, right? So obviously as TVL grows, then the problem becomes with the incentives, right? Like you have to, it's assumed that you'll offer a little bit more, so maybe a percentage of actual hack. If you can prove that you have a POC that, hey, I can steal $1 million from the protocol, there could be like, 5%, 10% bounty that like, well, we can actually pay for actual assets at risk, for example. Could be an idea.
Yeah, that would automatically scale, something like, 10% up till the first million, and then like, anything above that, 1% or something like that, because otherwise, the bounty payment might be a little bit too much. At some point, there were like 10 million bounty payments as well. Those were the days. We should also remember that, there's fewer smart contract hacks, so the people who have been doing bug bounties, now there's less vulnerabilities to find actually at this point, because security auditing, for instance, has become more prevalent. People are doing like 4 or 5 audits, whereas in like 2021, it used to be the case that big projects would release without any audit. You also asked about other innovative things that we could do, and maybe we should broach the subject on ZK proofs and things like that. But the problem with that is that there's we don't have currently a full ZK EVM, and that's kind of like what we will need to prove those executions on L1, for instance. And on top of that, there's many different technologies, and those will not have a way to prove using ZK technology that a hack actually can occur. So it's going to be very expensive to implement those things, unfortunately.
Real quick, just to kind of add maybe a devil's advocate perspective of if I'm an early project and I have a large bug bounty program and it doesn't scale effectively, that payout might be a fair one, but it could also be, life-changing money for the developer could also be company-ruining money for me, which is probably where some of the pressure to not pay out comes from. Granted, some of it I'm sure is just company interest and greed, but that's maybe one consideration of like, how do we make sure that like they're never in a position where they're capitalized well enough ahead of time that, basically you're like, you don't launch a project unless you can afford to have an effective bug bounty program.
But do you think that latest trends are essentially DeFi projects are putting up bug bounties purely for optics? That it's essentially hey, we're so secure, we're willing to have this bug bounty program, but it's just a rubber. It doesn't mean anything, right? It's just a way to market. I'm kind of curious what Michael thinks about that.
My name keeps changing.
Sorry.
I have a thought. Okay, I have 2 thoughts. Like, number one, and I want to touch on this point you just mentioned about not having enough money, because it's It's a red herring. It's a lie, and we should burn it with fire. But we'll get there. The first thing is, okay, what should we be starting with? And the reality is, if you're building in crypto, I think we're at the point where threat modeling from the beginning or from the time you begin to architecture your contracts and your product is part of the thing. And you should know, or you can very easily go from threat model to ideal bug bounty program, assuming said product has continuity from the very beginning, okay? And there's relatively simple models you can do, like guarded launches and kind of scaling rewards with minimum caps in order to drive a good program. It's not that hard. In fact, we typically, you guys may have all seen, but a customer will come to Immunify, and our programs may well last 2 or 3 years before we need to make a sizable update if we do a good job. Of course, if they make substantial changes to the product, that changes. But there are ways to do that so that they scale, because the threat model that a particular protocol will have is unlikely to change materially in that time. Why? Because we're already operating at max difficulty. We say in the beginning of the threat model, assume North Koreans are going to try and break into your stuff. You're like, we don't have to guess about how severe it's going to be. It's max severity. Relax. Just assume the worst case. That's how we're going to start. And as a result, it becomes much, much easier to build these protocols. Now, the challenge that you get, of course, is the financial concern. Not the, is it hard to build a program? Like, as soon as you come to specialists at Immunify, we basically abstract all of that problem for you if you let us, okay? The challenge you get is, can I afford that? Oh my God, $100,000 for a bounty? Oh my God, that's so much money. What am I going to do? And you're right, it is too much money. But there's a way around that, which is the next logical evolution in bug bounties, which is a step that we haven't taken. And it's something, certainly, we thought about Immunify for a long time that we've wanted to do. We haven't been able to take it yet for business reasons, because the market has kind of pushed us in a different direction, obviously, with Immunify Magnus. But it's something I would love to do. I'm thinking about doing this year. I'm hopeful that I can with all of you, my security colleagues, which is changing how we think of where critical funds at risk rewards come from. And the reason we need to do something like this is because the industry can actually absorb a much higher amount of security budget than you would think. The challenge is we're pulling, and this is more of a financial thing, we're pulling security spend from the wrong place. We're pulling it from annual budgets. We're pulling it from security spend. But where should absolutely fatal, permadeath, life-saving money to pay for a critical scenario, where should that come from? Should that come from the annual security budget? Is that the only place that we should let it go? That's very stupid, right? No, there's two other great locations that we can look at. Number one is we can look at the underlying equity or equity equivalent of a said project. Every project has its own tokens. That it could be like, hey, look, yes, we can only afford 50 or 100K or like this, but you know what else we can afford? We can afford 1% of tokens. We can afford that. Would you like 1% of tokens if you protect us? That's better than nothing. That's better than a lot of things. I see some shaking of the heads. You guys may laugh.
Bug bounty, you all want to take in tokens, just only tokens.
You say that, but if you had a case where, I don't know, a layer 1 blockchain, layer 2 blockchain, or a big DeFi protocol would offer 20 million instead of 2 million on their bounty, but the rest of it is payable in liquid tokens, which are trading on large exchanges, I think you would take that deal in a heartbeat. And suddenly, their ability to offer a compelling incentive is massive. It's not 10x massive, because you're still going to discount the token value. But it's much more than 1 or 2x. Like, it's very meaningful to be able to get, okay, I'll get $2 million in cash and 18 million in a liquid tradable token, and they can be able to provide a much more compelling security incentive. And that lightens the burden on their treasury significantly. That's meaningful, as long as you can trust the amount. That's one thing. The other thing is, well, we can go, why can't we access underlying TVL, right? It's not as if these token depositors don't know the risks that they're taking. Wouldn't they prefer to be able to take a haircut on their losses versus, basically abandon themselves in the security market to their fates, to the wolves, because the project doesn't feel like they have enough budget to pay? And in my view, having talked to many investors in the industry, this is a trade that they would happily take. But they're not even given the option, because most protocol teams don't even imagine how this can be done. These are two things that we can do that will dramatically change this question and eliminate this budgetary issue. The security researchers, white hats, will still complain because they're like, but I like cash, not equity. But look, guys, we can offer 10 times as many rewards in equity and ultimately, depositor funds in some form if we can come to the right social arrangement that all of us can agree upon. But cash is always harder to get. What do you want to do?
I don't know. Would I want to publish a security issue about something I now have equity in? That's a tough one. It might affect the value of my payout.
Yeah, I don't know if I can add much more from what Mitchell said, but I think the one thing that I was thinking about with this was how, I don't think TVL necessarily is the right metric, but I think some level of the maturity of a project should correspond to kind of the incentives for security researchers. And I think I like what Mitchell said about, like, thinking about the threat model and thinking about sort of what is, there's the worst case scenario, but I think also we should be thinking about sort of not just like, okay, I need to do a bug bounty program. What is the appropriate amount I should be putting into this? I think we should really be coming down to, okay, I have these problems, that I'm going to be launching. How do I, make sure that there's a trust and security around this project? And it's not just, my smart contracts. It's also, my team making sure that they are secure, that we have the right operational security, the right measures in place. We know who to call. We have the right lines of communication. These are all part of that, that security budget that the organization is putting together. So 100%, I think that security budget should increase. Now, I don't know if it should be in some form of a tokens or something like that, but I do think that at the very minimum we should take away is that minimum bar for every project that's launching should be thinking about all these things and not kind of just wrap them all up in one solution.
Well, and speaking of security budget, I want to give time for folks here who are focused on projects that are actually like providing tooling to hopefully prevent an incident or prevent bug bounties from needing to be paid out, that are detecting issues either pre or post prod. So for those of you at Chain Patrol, at Failsafe, like, what are some of the ways that you help try to prove value? Because at the end of the day, you're a line item, and maybe things are going well, there's no bugs detected. Is that just because the team's doing really well? Are they getting value to your product? So I'm just curious how you approach that same budgetary question when you're talking to teams and saying, like, this is why the tool is valuable, even if maybe there's not an incident that proves it.
Yeah, I think a lot of cases for us, we come to projects, as soon as they have sort of a name in the space, like, or a social media account or whatever it might be, like, just for context, like, Chain Patrol, we're focused on mostly brand protection and off-chain monitoring. What I mean by that is, like, everyone on your team, your social accounts, your website is a target from the social layer to be attacked. People are going to create fake websites, fake social media profiles, fake support pages to try to convince people, like, hey, we launched, like, you missed the first airdrop, here's the second one, like, get on board, here's your chance. And these are all using drainer kits and all sorts of things to steal people's funds. But going back to your question, I think when we talk to a lot of companies in the space, a lot of chains and DeFi protocols, maybe 2-3 years ago when we started the company, there was not a lot of, we got a lot of like question marks and quizzical looks when we said, hey, we're doing security in the space. It was like, oh, are you doing audits? No. Are you doing smart contract security? Are you doing bug bounty programs? No. So, like, are you guys security? Or what are you guys doing here? So that has changed in the last 2 to 3 years. Now we go and talk to people, they already have confronted this problem. And it's often not who you think that's seeing this. It's the heads of marketing, not necessarily just the heads of security.
Okay, so it's something that maybe, have you ever been paid from a marketing budget?
Yes.
Okay, then you go after other budgets is maybe one of the answers.
We go after people who are feeling the problem the most, people who understand who it's affecting, who stands to lose. That's kind of who we talk to. And oftentimes in organizations, that's founders. Like, every time I talk to someone, if I can talk to a founder, this is something that they care about. And I think that's kind of what we should ask is, like, who in the organization is the one who stands the most to lose from that? And that's how you can talk to about, okay, what is the right price to pay for this service, or what is the right time to initiate this?
And so, all right, Neville, from a security monitoring perspective, curious.
Yeah, I mean, our experience has been that just in terms of budgets, folks are much more willing to spend money on audits than monitoring. That's just the truth. And we focused a lot on audits, and we've been quite successful at that. It's just like any other, like if you forget about Web3, I spent like my entire majority of my working life at Microsoft, at Google, Grab, other big companies. And selling security infrastructure is always hard. Especially with something like, I think monitoring is one of the least friction kind of a product that you can possibly have. But you have monitoring, and then what? So you basically, okay, so a transaction happened, and then the next step is like true integration, where you detected anomalous behavior, and then you trigger an automatic pause. That's an investment. It's a great defense in depth mechanism, but the same sort of friction that I have seen throughout my career in Web 2 in terms of spending, I see it even to a greater extent here. That's yeah.
All right. Well, I know we're near the end of time. Do we have any rollover time? We're the last event. I'm looking at you, Muli.
Are we the last?
We are the last. Oh, yeah, okay,
Let's
perfect.
go.
Okay, yeah, sweet. All right, Neville, do you have anything? Oh, yeah, until they kick us out, we can keep going. Okay, Neville, do you have anything to add?
Sure, yeah. So, this discussion about, white hats becoming black hats, something like that, it's not as clear-cut as that. Really what's going to happen is more white hats become disincentivized. And actually the white hats and black hats, they can be white hats on one day and black hats on another day. And occasionally I come to conferences like this, like DSS, and I might meet some guy who tells me, hey, I use your decompiler to hack an MEV bot. And I'm like, I didn't need to know. Like, I don't want to know. So, the black hats are actually coming to security conferences too, right? That's why they're good at it. And I know of cases in which, like, people at security companies have been caught hacking projects as well. So this is real, unfortunately.
Anything to add, Mel?
Yeah, I feel like with the white hats and black hats, it really comes down to the ethics of an individual, right? So sometimes black hats are not really caring about money; they just want street cred, right? They just want to feel like they're the best, right? So, and then on the other side, as you said, white hats, obviously they want to do the best for the greater good, for the protocol. Also, try to make some money if they can be incentivized by it. But there's always both sides, right? So it all comes down to, I feel like it comes down to an individual, but also, I guess, the situation. Like,
I can give a spicy take.
One more spicy take to finish us off.
Okay. Well, don't we have questions? No
We
questions?
can take questions. Yeah, we probably have time for that.
Let me
Yeah.
go. We are absolutely creating more black hats these days than we used to. No question. Now, it's not entirely our fault. Yes, these like underhanded, short-termist, greedy little things I see from some players in the industry, which really annoy me. I have no respect for it whatsoever. I think are really creating problems and creating more black hats out of some of my peers. But a lot of it, one big challenge is we face this downward pressure that comes from the financialization of crypto. The reality is, the more we win, the more we're going to become Wall Street 2.0. And the more that happens, the more we adopt financial culture. So crypto itself is becoming a more PvP, a more predatory environment, a more extractive environment. Now, historically, security has been really one of the safe havens where I feel like, along with like underlying protocol development, we attract the greatest people. Some of the most brilliant, some of the most beautiful, some of the most noble people in this space who really want to contribute to something larger and are not strictly here for the commercial returns. But as the space becomes more and more financialized, and as the money gets bigger and bigger, and as you look around and you see some suspicious people doing suspicious things, getting suspiciously rich, you can't help but be bothered by that, right? Meanwhile, you're hauling ass to protect the industry and get access to that line item in the security budget, and you're like, okay, this is an interesting thing. I'm not sure I like it. And this is happening more and more and more and more and more, and it's creating more and more and more black hats as people are like, well, where's my cut of that pie? I created value too. The only protection against this is the security community really coming together and pushing a very specific value set along with the incentives and economic support that make this fall into gray hat and black hat behavior not necessary. And to be fair, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've done a great job. We've been winning that war. We've created amazing opportunities across the security stack. But I think over the last 1 to 2 years, that's been beginning to slip. Okay? Now it's trending in the opposite direction. Now we don't just have to worry about APTs and North Koreans and like weird hacker gangs from Eastern Europe or increasingly other countries. I've seen records of a number of other countries, getting in on the game. Now we also have to worry about people just getting so jaded by the financialization of crypto, which is inevitable. It cannot be stopped, right? That's the price of victory. We're going to win, but that means we're going to become financialized in the process. Can we push back on that enough? If we don't, the pace of black hatification, so to speak, which is really just everybody becoming gray hats and prioritizing their commercial self-interest, right? It's not, being evil or anything. It's just like, well, I want to make money too, and why should I make some sus, protocol run by suspicious people? Why let them make all the money? They're going to screw me anyways. I'll make some money too, and I'll send whatever amount of money I want back if I feel like it, right? That's how people are going to think about it. The only way to deal with that is to push back at this level, at places like this, and to create these meaningful incentives and good and safe ways to contribute and be rewarded for doing good. If that keeps slipping, we're going to keep slipping on this question.
All right. With that, do we have time for 1 or 2 questions? Nope. All right. Oh. Okay, we'll do one.
Thank you. I love the passion that Mitchell speaks about this subject. Can you perhaps tell us a bit more about Safe Harbor and how it can directly incentivize white hats to essentially do the right thing and back to your point of socializing the bounty payout through TVL? Is that perhaps the best solution that we have today, and how can we maybe drive more adoption?
Sure. So for those of you guys who don't know, Safe Harbor is this wonderful legal instrument that we use. It was created by SEAL, an alliance of security firms, with its first successful application during the Balancer hack, which is a big moment, the validation of this technology to protect millions upon millions of dollars in people around the world. Now, the challenge, so there is real innovation that has been going on over the last few years to improve on-chain defense via bug bounty-like mechanisms. Safe Harbor is one of those. And it's exactly the kind of thing, right, the Immunify, or the original kind of bug bounties that we designed were. It's a social legal standard, because this is the kind of thing that works at the incentive layer, right? Social legal conventions, not necessarily code, right? Not necessarily tech. Social technology is what you could call it, but not that much more than that. And what Safe Harbor allows you to do is, if there's live funds at risk, if you can validate that funds are being stolen from a protocol right now, then that protocol has preemptively given every one of you in the crowd here permission to hack them in order to save those funds and return them within 24 hours to a safe address, okay? And that is a new layer of the stack, right? A new last line of defense that we just didn't have before, and now we see it working with the Balancer case right now. So that's a really big deal. Like, just because we're under some pressures with the financialization of crypto, just because these difficult incentives are kind of squeezing us a little bit, doesn't mean we're not continuing to innovate as an industry and create more and more ways to do good. This provides every monitoring player, for example, a chance to jump in if they see a vulnerability like this, steal the money to save it, and ultimately be comped for it, because in many of these cases, the Safe Harbor is comping at the same rate as the bug bounty on a scaling basis, which could be well be 10%. Sometimes with the 1 million, that's definitely not true, because I run Safe Harbors with bigger rewards than that. There are more, but different philosophies in different places. Whatever, we're innovating on it, and it's really working. Safe Harbor's amazing.
Cool, thanks guys. So an inherent characteristic of decentralization in a world where you can hide behind a computer is you're going to have black hats, right, that are going to want to steal money. Do you not think we should be putting a lot more focus on stopping or incentivizing white hats? Because the more you incentivize white hats to do what they do best, naturally there's going to be less for black hats to steal. So that's a really good point. The safe harbor thing is really great. I'd love to hear from your guys' minds. What are other ways other than money that we can incentivize? Because a lot of people are doing it for reputation as well. White hats as well. We glamorize black hats, but we don't seem to do the same thing for white hats. So I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on other ways we can incentivize white hats.
So one way to incentivize white hats, which is quite simple really, is, if there's a bug that is found and it's fixed, they should also publish it, and say, this is the bug that this guy has found, this is why it worked. It's basically a post-mortem without an actual, the vulnerability being triggered. And that, is to the satisfaction of probably most of these white hats, because they want to promote, their own personal, technical capabilities with the rest of the world as well.
Is that it, guys? I mean, I got stuff. I do all sorts of stuff like this already. But you guys, come on. He's offering you a chance. What do you want? What do you want for doing more good things? The EF leaderboard, okay, that's not bad. Do you have a thought, Umar?
Yeah, I think there's the social, going back to the social layer a little bit. I think there is some more that could be done in the community about highlighting sort of white hats' work. I think a lot of the we have these protocols with huge, followings and communities, discords, exclusive kind of perks and accesses. I haven't really heard of anything for white hats in that regard, like nothing other than conferences like this where we all come together and talk about the work that's been done. I don't really see any incentivization at the social layer for that, and I'd like to see something happen there.
I can make a comment there. So at Immunify, we've been doing this since the beginning. My pitch to the security researcher community, to white hats, pre-white hats, I should say, right? Because we have to see if they're going to do the deed, has always been, let me get you paid real money, nice money, but also I'll make you famous. I'll create a career path for you to do good. And if you look at security researchers, if you look at Immunify's leaderboard, tons of these guys have launched full-on security careers, okay, on the back of their Immunify bug hunting activity. And we try as much as we can to support that. We've built more and more career tracks. So not only are we trying to glorify people, I mean, every single week we are tweeting about it, we are posting about it, we are showing the wins of the community, we're trying to draw attention to their good deeds, we write bug fix reviews on why people's acts ended up being impactful to the community in addition to the technical write-ups, because people always want to see both. And we try to help them however we can. And more, now that we have a broader product stack, things like PR reviews and audit competitions and the like, we also try to provide more stability, because that is an inquantifiable value prop to them, to be able to just trust that tomorrow is going to be okay, because otherwise bug bounty stuff is really volatile. Now these are all well and good, but the challenge is they stop at the limit of Immunify, right? So our ability to interact and engage on the social layer is limited by the borders of our domain. We try to engage with other people to do that, but of course all the platforms are in competition with each other, right? It doesn't make that much sense for us to cooperate. And at the level of the kind of L1, L2 layer, at the level of kind of the ecosystem layer, generally they haven't really. Some of them are proactive about building security communities, but most of them not so much. The market kind of takes it for granted and makes a cold commercial decision. So we haven't received the kind of higher level support. I mean, most of my customers, which are, forward-thinking projects, in my view, amongst the best in the industry, all the best ones will use Immunify, shamelessly. But what can I say, guys? It is what it is. But they're coming to us and they're saying look, Mitchell, why don't you deal with this? We want you to deal with this. We specifically don't want to deal with this ourselves. We're busy growing our business. We only have so much effort and resources we can push around. So it's not really that easy to do, And I can't also just say it why don't all of Ethereum cooperate? Well, we have lots of non-Ethereum customers too, right? And they'll be like, well, do we want to glorify those white hats too? So there's no easy kumbaya solution in this environment of market economies. Our best luck for coordinating that is, oddly enough, with institutions like SEAL or the Security Alliance, because that proves us, even though we're all kind of co-competitors in so many ways, that gives us a space to bring around and unite in a common set of values, which includes glorifying one another and giving each other access to new opportunities. That's how we met, for example.
Would you consider extending
Incredible.
the credit line?
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, it's okay. They're going to kick us out. So, all right. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. The lights are turning on. DSS is over. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to our panelists here for giving an incredibly spicy conversation about bug bounties and how the space is evolving. And thank you all to the audience for coming out. And yeah, I hope that all this talk of Wall Street, I hope that we can keep our grassroots feeling here. And it'll be interesting to see how the space for bounties evolves. I'm Elliot Friedman, founder of Cleety and SEAL 911 contributor. And I just want to say that DSS has been such an incredible event. And there's always so many learnings and thought-provoking discussions and panels. And many DSS sponsors make this possible, and I want to give a special thanks to the Certora team for all the hard work that they put in behind the scenes to organize this event. So please welcome Muli up to the stage, the founder of Certora and the father of DeFi Security Summit. Muli is here every day and late into the evening to make it happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you everybody for staying. This actually has been the 4th year. Anybody here from the 1st year? I think there's some quote. Oh, amazing, amazing, amazing. So that's great. There's so many people that make this event, but I want to start with somebody special. Uri, please come. So Uri Kirsten, you don't know, but I'm sort of making the noise, but he makes the work. So basically, from the 1st year, and actually it took us more because there was COVID in the middle, Uri has been taking all of the work. Thank you, Uri. I want to thank the attendees. There are many, many attendees, and I heard, and it's great. We want you, and I'm talking about the attendees here, but also the attendees of the 101. It's another contest which is more educational. Please, it's great, and it's great to have newcomers and to say thank you all. Thank you very much. I also want to thank the speakers, and I apologize for the one. We tried to accept more. I apologize, we rejected some. We want to be more transparent. We are improving. We're improving, but we still have a long way to go. We know. We want to get more people, more newcomers. I think we have done better than last year, but we have to check it. We'll submit a survey. So I want to thank all the speakers. Thanks them. Thank you, please, if you are here. I also want to thank those people, and there's a lot of people in the committee that actually reviewed that. We are not academic, but we spend a lot of time trying to understand. We did some rounds. We tried to understand what, and there were not a lot of content. So please, thanks all the reviewers, and we are looking for more reviewers. Please help us. Thank you. This event is run by many, many people, and there are volunteers. Please come. The volunteers and the QZ team that came to us, please come on board. It's great. Please come. The QZ, bring your team. I think they are new, they are improving things, they are helping with many. Please come. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please come. Please come. Please come. Many of them came directly from Singapore. Please come. Thank them, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. This is amazing. And last but not least, we know crypto conference, most of them here, we are not charging anything. We are, of course, losing some money, but the idea here is that people who sponsor, they don't get talks. They sponsor for the purpose of sponsorship. So please thanks all the sponsors. I'm not going to even look. And we want more sponsors. We actually have support now from Ethereum, but others, but we want big sponsors, small sponsors. We try to promote you, but please, and enjoy the rest of DevConnect. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, we were told that you have to leave this space. I'm sorry, but You have to leave this space. Thanks a lot. That's what I was doing. Thanks.
Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. Tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. We're fighting for love tonight. We're fighting for love. Tonight we will fight for the right to stay alive, 'cause you know we live for the music. We are breathing love. And tonight we will fight for the rhythm of our life, and we'll always keep on dancing. We are breathing love. Tonight